Mic check. My mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Rolling. We are starting. Silence, please. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Mamta Sharma, Organizing Secretary for the International Short-Term Training Program 2, with a chosen topic, Impact and Panacea of Environmental Pollution, the Past, Present, and Future. Scheduled to be held from 28 to 26 April 2022, signing in from the campus of Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. On the behalf of our patron and principal and from the organizing committee, I welcome you all to the seventh and the last day of ISTTP-2. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your creator, another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self starter. Let your first star set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never happen again. Don't waste it with a false start or no start at all. You were not want to fail. आप सभी का इंटरनेशनल शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के सातवें और अंतिम दिन में बहुत बहुत स्वागत अभिनंदन। माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं, वह वेदों की जननी है। माँ सरस्वती को समस्त ज्ञान, साहित्य, संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है। माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए हम इस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत करते हैं। We are beginning the seventh and the last day of ISTTP-2 by remembering Goddess Saraswati and worshipping her. A small and fast recap from the sixth day of ISTTP-2. First, we had the recap of the fifth day. After that, we had 28th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Meera Srivastav, former principal, Government College, Lunkarsa, and former HOD, Dungar College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. After that, we had 21st keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta, person in charge, Drug Testing Laboratory, CSIR, Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, Jammu, India. This was then followed by 22nd keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. W.B. Gurnule, Associate Professor, Kamra Nehru College, Nagpur, Maharashtra, India. This was then further followed by 23rd keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Ruchi Sharma, Professor and Director, Jagran Lake City University, Bhopal, India. This was then followed by 24th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Sashi Verma, Associate Professor, Political Science, Government Maharani Sudarshan College, Bikaner, Rajasthan, India. This was then followed by 25th keynote address, which was delivered by Dr. Ritu Sharma, Dr. Ritu Srivastav, Deputy Director, Teaching and Learning, Assistant Professor, Economics, SP Jain School of Global Management, Mumbai, India. The sixth day was then concluded by free forum and feedback, which was conducted by Organizing Secretary of ISTTP-2. You carry Mother Earth within you. She is not outside you. Mother Earth is just not your environment. In that insight of interbeing, it is possible to have real communication with the Earth, which is the highest form of prayer. We forget that the water cycle and the life cycle are one. Climate change is real and the evidence is all around us. While the changes to the Earth climate are nothing new, it is apparent recent effects are having a devastating impact on countless people, places, and wildlife. You have probably heard the term climate change and the global warming used interchangeably. That's because both describe the changes in Earth's climate. While global warming focuses on the rising average temperature of the planet, climate change usually refers to the shifts in the things like precipitation, wind patterns, and the temperatures over a given period. Measured changes in climate change could last a few years, decades, or even millions of years. Climate change has occurred for as long as the Earth has existed. It happens every time, anytime, with Earth climate patterns changes and remain in a place for a measurable amount of time. This has notably manifested itself in natural cycles of cooling and warming. Before human causes started to shift the global climate, five main factors interacted with one another as a climate change occurred. These five factors are atmosphere, biosphere, cryosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere. What are the causes of climate change? The American Association for the Advancement of Science has stated the scientific evidence is clear. Global climate change caused by human activities is occurring now and it is growing threat to the society. Greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases play a vital role in the Earth climate cycles. As the planet gets hit with the sun rays, some of the energy is absorbed and the rest of the energy and heat gets reflected into the space. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere trap the reflected energy, redirect it back down to the earth, and eventually contributing to the global warming. Various gases play this role, including water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and CFCs, the main threat, chlorofluorocarbons. While some of the greenhouse gases, such as water vapor, are naturally occurring, while others, such as CFCs, are synthetic. CO2 is released into the environment from both natural and human-made causes and is one of the leading contributors to the climate change. CO2 has been increasing at an alarming rate and has the potential to stay in the Earth's atmosphere for thousands of years unless it gets absorbed by the ocean, land, trees, and other sources. However, as CO2 production has steadily risen, the Earth's natural resources to absorb it has also been diminished. This is already occurring in many ways as earth resources are disappearing from the things like deforestation. Some studies even predict that the plants and the soil will be able to absorb less CO2 as the earth continues to warm, possibly accelerating climate change even further. This is so horrifying. Solar activity, agriculture, deforestation, human activity, livestock, immediate effect of climate change. From melting glaciers to more extreme weather patterns, people everywhere are beginning to take notice of the real impacts of climate change. While some nations around the world are taking actions with initiatives such as Paris Climate Change Agreement, others are continuing business as usual, pumping millions of tons of carbon into the atmosphere year after year. While the long-term consequences are still to be seen, for now, climate change continues to cause extreme weather as well as safety and economic challenges on the global scale. Extreme weather. Changes to weather are perhaps the most noticeable effect of climate change for average person. According to the National Climate Assessment, Extreme weather events will continue to increase in frequency and intensity as the climate change continues to happen. Extreme weather influenced by climate change includes stronger storms and hurricanes, heat waves, wildfires, more flooding, heavier droughts, safety and economic challenges. Let's look into it. That means rising global temperature, changing precipitation patterns, climbing sea levels, and more extreme weather events will intensify the challenges of the global instability, hunger, poverty, and conflict. Furthermore, climate change is likely to cause economic challenges in many parts of the world. Some estimates to have the US already spending around $240 billion annually due to human caused climate change, and future costs are projected to be even higher. However, putting an exact number on the real cost of climate change is difficult once you consider the staggering cost of losing natural resources like clean air and water. Long-term impact of climate change. The long-term impact of climate change could be absolutely devastating to the planet and everyone and everything living on it. If the world continues on its current trajectory, then we will likely to continue to see increasing effects on everyday life. Health. There are so many ways in which climate change could impact people's health. Depending on age, location, and economic status, climate change is already affecting the health of many and has the potential to impact millions more. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, climate change related health risk may include heat related illness, injuries and fatalities from severe weather, asthma and cardiovascular disease from air pollution, respiratory problems from increased allergies, disease from poor water quality, water and food supply insecurities, negative impact on ecosystem. Ecosystems are introduced or interconnected webs of living organisms that help and support all kinds of plants and biological life. Climate change is already changing seasonal weather patterns and disrupting food distribution for plants and animals throughout the world, potentially causing mass extinction events. Some studies estimate that nearly 30% of plant and animal species are at risk of extinction if the global temperatures continue to rise. Water and food resources. Climate change could have the significant impact on food and water supplies. Severe weather and increased temperatures will continue to limit crop productivity and increase the demand for water. With food demand expected to increase by nearly 70% by 2050, the problem will likely to get worse. Sea level rising. Rising sea levels could have far-reaching effects on coastal cities and habitats. Increasing ocean temperatures and melting ice sheets have steadily contributed to the rise of sea levels on the global scale. At current rates, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration estimates sea levels to rise by at least 8 inches by 2100 and potentially causing increased flooding and decrease in ocean and wetland habitats. Shrinking of ice sheets. While contributing to rising sea levels, shrinking of ice sheets present their own set of unique problems, including increased global temperatures and greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change has driven summer melt of the ice sheets covering Greenland and Antarctica to increase by nearly 30% since 1979. Ocean acidification. Ocean is one of the main ways in which CO2 get absorbed. While at the first glance that many sound like a net positive, the increasingly human-caused CO2 is pushing the world's ocean to their limits and causing increased acidity. As the pH level of the ocean decreases, shellfish have a difficulty in reproducing and much of the ocean's food cycle becomes disrupted. Solutions to climate change. While the effect of the climate change can seem bleak, there is still a hope. By taking immediate actions to curb climate change, we may never see the worst consequences. Likewise, as the world adopts cleaner and more sustainable energy solutions, there may be millions of new jobs created and billions of dollars of economic benefits. Below some practical ways by which you can battle climate change, including Purchase renewable energy certificate for your home power needs. Make your home energy efficient. Buy carbon offsets. Adopt a plant-based diet. Reduce food waste. Recycle. Stop using fossil fuels. Stop deforestation. All this appears so impossible, but right now the situation is economy has taken over ecology. And that's why we are here and starting a dialogue to save the environment. So it's high time to save the mother nature and we should think globally and work locally. So now it's time for our 26th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Professor Raj Navari from Department of Human Health and Science and Faculty of Nursing at McEwan University in Edmonton, Canada. Dr. Raj Navari is an associate professor in the Department of Human Health and Science, Faculty of Nursing at McEwan University, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. He teaches human anatomy and physiology to the Bachelor of Science in Nursing and Psychiatric Nursing students. As a researcher, he is involved in several scholarships of teaching and learning projects that focus on the efficacies of modern cutting-edge teaching technologies to improve the body's knowledge. In addition, he is also involved in assessing the anatomical and physiological knowledge acquisition in the first year of nursing and its transfer and application to future nursing courses and clinical and developing a robust interventional strategy to bridge the knowledge gap between theory and the clinical. That sounds so interesting, Dr. Naware. सर आपका भारत से बहुत बहुत स्वागत अभिनंदन और बहुत खुश है हम आपको अपने बीच पाकर
हाँ
शब्द
जी।
कम पड़ रहे हैं आई नो यू हैड अ वेरी बिजी शेड्यूल बट आपने हमारे लिए समय निकाला बहुत 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 हैप्पी हैं अनुग्रहित है हम आपके आने से
My pleasure. My pleasure.
now I will request Professor Rajna Nawari to start with his keynote address. So stage is all yours.
Okay. Um, Good morning, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we are able to see
Okay.
you and we are able to hear you.
Okay. Wonderful. Let me share my presentation, and then we can start from there. So here is also. Are you able to see my presentation?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. Let me. I think. Okay. Your entire screen. Here we go. Okay. And now I can go from here, then share and open the documents. Here we go.
Now we can see it. Yes, sir. We can see your presentation. It's there.
All right. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. All right. So good morning, everyone. And thank you so much, Dr. Professor Sharma, for such a flattering introduction of mine. Um, I am I am very indebted to the Raj Rishi College, including the Professor Hukam Singh and the Professor Dr. Sharma, for giving me an opportunity to present my very unique kind of the presentation. I must say this morning is that the initiative against the fight against the climate change and the pollution initiated by the team of the Raj Rishi College and the member of that college is very, very commendable. We know the climate and climate change is the burning issue of the global warming. And I think the initiatives such as Dr. Sharma and her team from the Alwar, or Raj Rishi College, and also every one of us, we are part of it. So they say it is never too late to initiate the right step at the right time. So I think we all join the team of the Raj Rishi College team member, in their fight against the climate change as well as the pollutions, right? So good morning, everyone. My name is Raj Narnaver, and I actually live in Canada. This is almost midnight, past midnight in Canada, and this is the end of the basically winter, and we actually transitioning through the spring. So it's beautiful, beautiful weather. Okay. So before I begin my unique research presentation this morning, I like to extend my sincere gratitude to the member of the organizing committee of this international training program or the training workshop, and also including the professor Hukam Singh, the principal sir, as well as the Dr. Sharma. So now, unfortunately, my research presentation this morning does not fall into the category of the training program, but I think my presentation is equally important, and I'm going to give the couple of reasons. Number one is because even though we all are researchers, but at the end of the day, we also are the teachers, right? And so apart from performing a research activity, the teaching and the learning of our courses, whether you are chemist, you are botanist, zoologist, the medical doctor, physiotherapist, regardless of your profession, we all have developed the passion for the teaching, right? And so the only concern is that you can be a very well knowledgeable in your subject, but if you are missing the way to disseminate your knowledge to your student, then we are not effective student, right? I will also share you a couple of the example. For example, if you are teaching the botany or the zoology, right? So as a botanist or zoologist, you not only able to gain the knowledge of your botany zoology, but you should be able to transfer that knowledge to your profession as a professor, as a researcher in a botany zoology or in the health sciences too, right? And so what I like to do, everyone, this morning is to talk a little bit about myself, and then talk about what I am doing in terms of my teaching research, right? Now, myself, throughout my academic life, I have maintained very diverse research portfolio. I actually started working on the endocrinology and the immunology as a PhD student, looking at the effects of the stresses on the immune system. But when I moved to Hong Kong, I actually changed my area and then started working on how the brain actually control the immune system, or how brain communicate with the immune system when you are subjected to stress, the depression and the disease. So that's mean when the virus or the bacteria enters into the body, did you know the immune system and the brain, they talk to each other, and then the brain then release the neuropeptides, and those peptides then stimulate the immune system to increase the antibody productions as well as the phagocytosis and other non-specific immune responses. After moving to Canada, for my second postdoctoral fellowship, then I expanded my knowledge on the brain, but other physiological processes such as the food intake or appetite. So did you know the amount of the food we eat and what type of the food we consume and how much you consume is controlled by the certain neuropeptide in the brain? Neuropeptide Y, galanin, orexin, and the list goes on, right? And that was actually my kind of the research I got into. But then I decided to take up the teaching position in the human anatomy and the physiology. And that's where then I started thinking about it. Just the way research is equally important, the teaching research or the what you call the teaching and the learning research is also equally important. And this is where I started off my career. So up before that one, so I was just looking at the clinical research, but now I started the what you call the teaching research in terms of the testing the technologies in the teaching and the learning of the human anatomy and physiology. I also started looking at the introducing the various the what you call the active learning strategy, to improve the students' academic performance. And then finally, I also wanted to make sure that the knowledge of my courses that I pass on to my student they should be able to not only transfer, also the retain and apply into their future of the years, as well as in their profession. So if I teach the anatomy physiology to the nursing student, when that nursing student diagnose the patient, she should be able to apply that knowledge to that patient care, because the inadequate knowledge can compromise the safety of the patient. Exactly same if you're teaching the botany, if you're teaching the zoology, if you're teaching the biochemistry, or you teaching even the chemistry, and if your student make a mistake in a calculation, you could actually jeopardizing somebody's health or animal's health. Right? And that is actually very important. So while we actually teach our student, we want to make sure that whatever we teach, they should be able to acquire, the transfer, and then retain and apply to their profession, right? I know the teaching, like a teaching is a rewarding. It is actually, kind of the gratifying, and we develop the passion for it. We know as a teaching faculty, we all want our student to, learn better, get the good marks. We all want them to be, equipped with the knowledge of our courses. We all them want to retain the knowledge and apply that knowledge to their profession, while the making teaching as a fun, right? So this morning what I want to do is to talk about the what are the teaching strategies that I have applied or incorporated in my teaching, and how those teaching strategy has resulted in improving their academic performance, their knowledge retention, and also their the GPA, as well as allowing them to develop the social and the communication skill, and while making the teaching and the learning as a rewarding and the memorable experiences too, right? Now what I want to do is the next one is to talk about the nowadays. So everyone, gone are those days where we used to walk in the classroom, draw some diagram, write some, text, and then we give the exam to the student, and we done. Now the teaching has evolved substantially. Now the modern students, the student nowadays are very demanding. They want us to interact with them in the classroom. They want us to explore or introduce the various teaching strategy. They also want us to help them to develop the critical thinking. They all want us to also equip them with the knowledge of your courses, right? And so the modern curriculum, whether it's a chemistry, botany, zoology, or any health sciences curriculum, it should be what they call the student center, the content driven, and the evidence based. That's mean if you try some a unique teaching technique in your class, and if that techniques actually improved the academic performance of your students, that is called the evidence based teaching. And that's where the teaching is going forward around the globe, basically, right? And so mostly the students the teaching should be content driven, it should be focused, and it should be focused on the students learning and the teaching of their courses too, while allowing them to retain the knowledge of your subject or the courses in a long term time, right? So next thing I want to do is to, so for next 15 to 20 minutes, I want to talk about the number of the factors that actually impact the teaching and the learning of our courses, right? And the next thing we wanted to find out is basically how do you evaluate the understanding and the knowledge of your courses. And then we're going to find out what are the active learning strategies that can be employed in your classroom that will not only result in increasing academic performance of your student, but also allow them to become the critical thinker, develop the social and the communication skill, and while retaining the knowledge of your courses in a very, very long term time. right? And this is where I actually want to go. Now, the teaching and the learning of our courses, regardless whatever courses you teach, there are number of the factors that can substantially or significantly impact the teaching and the learning of your courses, right? Now, there is a huge list of the impacting factor that affect the teaching and the learning. But this morning, due to the time constraint, it is out of the scope to cover all those impact factors. But the impacting factor that actually affect the teaching and the learning of our courses can be divided into the two. One is a student related factor that affect the teaching. So for example, a simplest factor that can affect the teaching and learning is your class time, right? The time of the day you have a class can significantly affect your actually teaching and the learning of your course, right? And I will elaborate on that one. Number two, the inadequate time to study the courses. It's like some of the courses have a very less time to study. That also affect. Number two, the class time, the student attendance, and also the extent to which the student use the textbooks can also significantly impact the teaching and the learning of your courses. Number three, whether your courses have a lab component or not. Number three, sometimes the student's language. So most of the Indian student, because I grew up in India up till the age of my 25 before I went to England for my scholarship, to do the PhD. I struggled through my English throughout my undergraduate, right? Because the English, we do the degree in English, but we never speak and communicate in English. And a lot of students come from the rural background. Poor chaps have such a difficult time to comprehend the English taught by us or the professor. So that can also impact their teaching and the learning, and then also their confidence in the learning, their actually the time organization, how they organize, what type of the study skill they apply to actually study their courses can greatly impact their academic performance, right? And also how they make a use of the learning environment, the textbook, the PowerPoint presentation, and every other options you give them to, right? So those are the some of the impacting factors that impact the teaching and the learning of our students. How about us, right? So on the other hand, as I mentioned earlier, the the simplest the factor that can impact the teaching and the learning is your class time. So this table shows the student who took the class at 8 o'clock in the morning has a lower class average compared to the student who took the class at 11 a.m. in the late morning hours, right? Because in a North America, basically the classes start 8 o'clock. There's a winter, there's a minus 35-degree. Student stay late, and sometimes they miss the bus, sometimes their car gets stuck in the snow, and sometimes the lack of the sleep. So when they come early in the morning, they are not able to focus on their classes. So that can also impact your academic performance, right? Number two, when you talk about the impacting factor that are related to you and me as a teaching professor, there are quite a few. Number one, the also the way you organize your courses, right? So harder chapter you take own time and spend more time on teaching on them, right? The type of the delivery method, whether you use the PowerPoint presentation, whether you use the YouTube video, or you just write down on the whiteboard. So basically the method of the disseminations is also impacts your performance as a teacher. Number two, the experience in the teaching. So someone who has been teaching for the last 25 years, has a much more learning rich experience than someone who just started as an assistant professor, 1 or 2 years back. So that also impact your mastery, your expertise in that area of the teaching can also greatly impact, your teaching and the learning experience, right? Also teaching style, so whether you engage the student in the classroom discussion, whether you actually, introduce the technology, use the lots of YouTube video, the powerful PowerPoint presentation, all those factors are very, very important as a professor to disseminate the knowledge of our courses to our students, right? Now, let's move on to, so those are the some of the impacting factor. Next 5 to 10 minutes, I am going to share some of those, what you call the variety of the methods that you can use to assess the knowledge of your students, right? And so, number one, so in order to basically communicate with your student and also to share your course material with your student, there are number of the ways, right? So in the pre-assessment, if you wanted to improve the knowledge and the understanding of your course, you have a number of the ways to do the pre-assessment. So for example, in the North America and also in the European country, most of the teaching institution or most of the universities, they use the online platform. And there are quite a few. You must have heard the Moodle, the Blackboard, and also there's a few more, right? So by using those Moodle or the Blackboard as an online teaching platform, there's a subscription fee university pays, right? And this is the platform, everyone, where the professor and the student interact, right? So as a professor of the anatomy and the physiology, I actually create my own, kind of the website on the Blackboard, where I have all my courses listed. I have all my PowerPoint presentation listed. I have all my YouTube video, and everything I add up on this online platform, the students have access. There's an announcement. If I wanted to announce something important in the classroom, I actually type the text and it goes to all my 300 students just like that, right? So this is one of the way you can actually use to assess the knowledge of your student. Okay. Number two, you probably are familiar with that. Just like in an Indian institution, you use the syllabus, right? Equivalent to syllabus, in the North America, we use the course outline. And those course outline basically talk about the objective of your course, what are the learning outcome when your student finish your course for that particular semester, my contact number, and then also there's some rules and the regulation for the student. So this is actually uploaded on the Blackboard or online platform very in advance. As soon as the student register for the course, they get right away there and they basically know what they actually taking. Okay. Number two, also because the courses I teach, they are very heavy content. That's mean there's a lots of material and the time is very less. So what I do to keep my students on their toes or prompt with the timing, I actually make up the class schedule. So for every single day, which chapter I'm teaching, the student knows. And this is very important, everyone, because when they know that tomorrow I'm going to teach the bones, they actually study and watch the YouTube video on the bone before they come in my class. The moment I ask them question, hey everyone, how many total number of the bone the human body is made up of? They say 206. And you can say, so basically the purpose is they already know what is going on in the next class, so they come prepared, right? And that actually helps a lot in order to, have a good understanding of your course, right? Number three, before even I go into the classroom, I actually make a very powerful and very brief PowerPoint presentation. As you can see in this slide, I have a presentation which include lots of images. also include the YouTube videos, right? So just to warm up the class, if I'm teaching the chapter on the screen, I actually play the video on the screen and the student can see how their skin look like, how their skin actually give the different colors and what are the functions of the skin. And so I actually use the, bullet, right? And so I don't write any text. I just write the points and then I elaborate on those points. So I have more communication with my student and they listen. Because if you just write something and give to them, they can read at home. So there's no point for them to come in your class, right? So it is very important for you to make a brief PowerPoint presentation, right? And then elaborate on that one and ask the questions to the student so they keep engaged with your classes. Very, very important teaching strategy, right? And so because I teach the human anatomy and the physiology, and those subjects consist of lots of figures and images, and that's why I use lots of images as well as the many what you call the YouTube video, and they're great. Okay. Next thing I do so apart from that one, so before I go into the class for the particular chapter, I also make up some takeaway home questions. So that means I make up some questions and those questions I already download on my platform. So students actually download those questions and they start reading before they come in my class. The moment I ask any questions on that chapter, they just raise their hand and they actually start talking like a parrot, right? So I use lots of takeaway home questions, and those questions are very important, guys, because these questions force them to go to the textbook and read over and over. The more more and more you read, more and more you actually able to retain the knowledge of that one too, right? So that's another strategy I do. Number four, also before I go to in my class, I also upload lots of practice questions, sample questions. Now, and those questions are true, false, fill in the blanks, multiple choice questions, matching questions, and other variety of the questions. The purpose of those questions is that when they read the chapter, they can go through those questions and find the answer. I do not provide the answer key. I force them to find the answer. And if they struggle, then they come to my office hours and we talk one-on-one. Those are some of those important assessment strategy I use in my teaching for my nursing student. Okay? Quite often, when I'm teaching the chapter on the skin or the bone, quite often I divide my class into the groups. Okay, and when I divide them into the groups, I give them the matching questions like this one. And the purpose of this matching question is that they talk to each other. And when they talk to each other, they do not only learn from each other, but they also develop the socials and the communication skill. You see, so sometimes international students struggle to understand the Canadian accent, right? And so sometimes when they work in a group, they catch their accent, they catch their conversation, plus they learn from each other. So this is the great way to engage your classroom. There's no questions for your students to get bored when you have such a important teaching strategy in your actually classroom. Okay, right. That's good. Now, mostly my classes or the most classes in the North America are around 1 hour and 20 minutes, right? So even though I have so much to teach, but I don't rush. What I do, I teach first for 40 minutes and then I take a break. And in that break, then, and that break is important, even the 5-minute break is very important because if you remember, the numerous research studies shows that the human brain can only focus on anything not more than 20 to 25 minutes, right? And so if you're teaching non-stop for hour and 20 minutes or 1 hour, they shut down their brain. It doesn't matter what you're teaching, it does not get into the brain, right? Giving the break has a two advantage. One, they actually have a break from their continuous engagement in your classroom, number one. Number two, they also get refreshed. They also get to go to the bathroom break. And sometime, in that 2 to 3 minute time, they talk to each other. They talk to each other, and those activities are very, very refreshing and rejuvenating. And then again, they are ready for next 40 minutes. You see, right? So this is actually one of the things. Number two, I just don't teach like right and left. I also, use the humor. So, for example, if I'm teaching the skin, I tell them whenever I go to Nagpur to see my parents in a July, it's like 42-degree there. And I said, after 3 weeks of my vacations, when I come back to Canada, my wife and my daughter come to pick me up on the airport. I bypass them, but they don't recognize because I turn like a charcoal, and they laugh. And when they laugh, I said, look, what makes my skin so dark? I said, it's a melanocyte, right? And so I actually put the perspective, I don't make a vulgar joke or any offense joke. The humor you put should be related to your teaching material and put, and then that opened up the conversation. So I said, why some students have a darker skin? Why other students have lighter skin? Why some students have blonde skin? And I talk about then melanocyte, the epidermis, dermis. You see, so this is actually one of the way you can engage your student in your classroom. They shouldn't be bored. They should be 110% attentive to your class while having the fun and also learning the knowledge in a very, very kind of the enjoyable way, right? So having the break and introducing the humor has been a huge, huge part of my teaching since that one, right? All right. So everyone, we talk about number of the way you can assess the knowledge and the understanding of your class. How about when you done the chapter, you taught the chapter by using all those strategy, you want to know whether they actually resulted or they actually help them to improve academic performance, class average, GPA, communication skill, and also the engagement. Well, there's another way to find out. So at the end of the every chapter, there I used the number of the post teaching course evaluation. Means I want to know all those strategy I use, whether that really help my student to understand the knowledge and the understanding of my courses. So what I do, number one, after every chapter, I actually develop the online quizzing or the quiz. Now, I'm not sure if you know, you can actually use the Kahoot. This is actually called the online quizzing platform, which is very popularly used in the North America and the Europe university and colleges, right? So Kahoot is the online quizzing platform where you can make 8 to 9 questions and then you can deliver them into the classroom. What you need is a projector and the student need the computer. So as soon as you open up your quiz, right, on the Kahoot, the student get the access and they can actually answer the questions on their computer, right? And then the Kahoot collect their answers and then send me the email. Then I know how, what is the class average in that particular quiz, right? So Kahoot is one of the most immediate tool to assess the understanding of your class. Okay, and it takes less than 5 minutes, and the student have so much fun. And number three, the student don't have to put their name. So if somebody got like a really, really 10% out of 100%, we don't need to know. He will know only. You see, so you keep the anonymity of the students, right? Also, the first three winner of this quiz, I give them chocolate and they, as a reward, and they feel so happy that they've been rewarded for the 110%, or 100% or 100 out of 100 they get it on that quiz, right? So try and use this platform is actually a very, very important for, to assess the immediate knowledge of your course. Okay, so that's one way I test the knowledge of the chapter I just taught to my students. Okay, number two, quite often I also make up the small quiz. like 10, 15 multiple choice questions, fill in the blank and the true and false on the chapter that I just taught. Right? And so this quiz doesn't take more than 5 to 7 minutes. And within 5 to 7 minutes, I mark their question and I can find out how much is their class average. That's another way to actually evaluate whether the teaching strategy you have been using to teach your student are working or not. Okay. And the last thing is, now you have done all those important strategy in your classroom. You want to know as a professor whether you did the good job, right? So what I do, guys, I self evaluate myself. I ask them, how did I do in terms of the teaching the chapter on the skin? So as you can see, I ask them like, what are the three important things you learned from this chapter? They write those. And then I tell them, is there any way you can suggest, you know, is there any different way Raj would have taught this chapter? And they actually, the students in North America are very honest. They will tell you if they didn't like something, they will tell you, no, the YouTube video very bad, or you are teaching too fast. I didn't get it, right? So they write their comment. And then as a professor, I don't get hurt. I don't get, I actually, appreciate their honesty as well as their actually, the honesty in terms of, right? So I take every criticism very positively, because as a teacher, this is how you improve. Unless somebody tell you that you're rushing in the material, you're not giving the break, you're not, giving the, you're not using the PowerPoint presentation, you're just rushing through, they will tell you, right? And this is the chance for us to improve. There's nothing to feel bad about the way you teach. There's always chance to improve, and the students are the best evaluator of your teaching. So don't feel bad. It actually chance for you to improve, and that's what I do. And then I go through their comments, and if they say, well, I was rushing through the material, I slow down. If they say put more YouTube video, I put more video. I mean, at the end of the day, the student are, you are actually focused. Your teaching is the student center, and that's why it is very important to do the self evaluation, everyone. All right, so now I almost done my talk. I just need another 5 to 10 minutes to conclude. Okay, so everyone, this is the last and most important part, right? What I want to do is to that there are number of the teaching strategy that I have introduced in my classrooms to teach human anatomy and physiology, right? And so I wanted to tell you to talk about the number of the teaching strategy I use in my class that actually resulted in improving their academic performance, developing the what you call the communication and the social skill, and also helping them to retain the knowledge of anatomy and the physiology in a long-term time, right? So next few minutes, I like to talk about there are 3 to 4 what we actually call the active learning strategy I have incorporated in my teaching that has impacted or resulted in the significant improvement of the knowledge of my courses too, right? So for example, this is quite interesting. So I am very fortunate that my department actually purchased what you actually call the three-dimensional virtual human cadaver. Okay, and that virtual human cadaver we call anatomas, right? So this is actually the three-dimension virtual human cadaver, and it actually consists of the 3D images of the human body that you can increase or decrease in the size. You can rotate at 360-degree. You can actually pull out the heart. And if you touch on the heart, you can run the ultrasound, CT scan, and MRI. You can pull out the bone and run the X-ray. You can touch on the blood vessels. You can touch on the blood vessel, and it actually shows the blood flow to your body. Okay, you can actually pull out the digestive system, and the moment you actually eat the food, it actually shows how the food bolus is going through your various part of the digestive system up to the defecation. right? So I am very lucky that my department bought this important technology, and those images you see everyone in this one, they actually have taken from the actual human cadaver, right, and then transform into the 3D images. So you can see all the blood vessels, all the blood vessel, you can see all the muscles, and you can see the, the section through the human brain, right? So using the technology, what I did is, whether the introductions of the virtual human cadaver called anatomas help my student to improve their knowledge. Well, the results from these studies clearly shows that the student that were taught with using the anatomas, which is the three-dimensional virtual human cadaver, resulted in a significant increase in the class average in all three midterms as well as the final exam. This also has resulted into a significant increase in the GPA compared to those students which were taught without actually the teaching technology or anatomy, right? So the advantage of this virtual human cadaver is that it actually provides the true perception of the body. The students are able to see their own body in that cadaver. Number two, it also simulates the real life learning environment. And did you see that, it also, as you see, the students are basically, so let's go back again here, and you can actually see. So look at it. So the student actually gather around me, right? And the gathering, this one, it actually improve the communications between me and my student. So they ask me the question, I interact with them. So personal interaction is very important, because this is where student actually learn the interaction as well as the communication and the social skills, right? They talk to each other, they develop the confidence to ask the questions, ask the explanation, and it's a wonderful, wonderful relationship between the students and your professor. Okay, moving on to, and also it also help develop the socials and the communication skill, right? So I mean, you don't have to use this table, everyone. You actually have a lots of software you can buy, with a license, right? So if you're teaching the botany or zoology or biochemistry or any health sciences, there are number of the online teaching platform, or what you call the devices you can use. You must have heard the visible body. You can prescribe that visible body to teach your student from your computer, and they have access to, right? So this number of way. Okay, the second one is called the, now, next strategy I actually tried is called the images. So botany, zoology, biochemistry, anatomy, physiology, those are the some of the subject. They are comprised of the many images, right? And look, the numerous research studies have shown that the images can increase the visualization. Okay, so the moment students see the image, he start visualizing that whole image of the bone or the body. Number two, also, just in the exam, the moment students see the figure or the diagram or image of the plant or animal or the human body, it actually help them to reduce the exam anxiety and also the stress. So the moment they say, oh, I know the figure, their stress goes down. And as the stress goes down, their cognition increases. They have ability to improve, and it increases their confidence. Number three, it also alter the cognitive load, and it also help, to build the confidence in the learning. And above all, using the images in the botany or zoology exam from your chapter, it actually helped them to recall the answer. So for example, if you're putting one insect diagram, the moment that student see that insect, he's able to recall, because he had been studied that particular chapter on the insect for last 2 3 days, right? So that really help, and also it also provide hint to an answer, right? Right. So using the images, you can see, right? So using the more images resulted in the significant increase in the class average compared to the less anatomical images. whereas using the same number of the images in anatomy exam did not alter their actually the class average. Okay? So that's mean using the many images can improve the class average, help them to retain the knowledge, and also give them hint to an answer and reduce the exam anxiety. Okay. Now, second example, this is a little bit larger, okay, right? So in this table, if you see any questions I ask them based on the image, look at the percent of the individual question is much more higher than the questions without image. You can see 56, 72, 68, right? So if you do the average, it actually shows that using the images also increase the percent rating of the individual questions compared to just the questions without the image, right? So using the questions with the image will improve the academic performance or class average compared to just the text without the image. Okay, last and the least, the technology I am going to talk before I conclude my talk is the impact of the various online and the in-class activity, right? So as I mentioned earlier, I introduced so many active learning strategy. So for example, when the students are at home, outside of my class, I direct them to the online learning where I put assignments, I put the practice questions, I also direct them to the number of the YouTube video as well as my assignment. But when they are in the classroom, as you remember, I actually use the Kahoot to assess their knowledge, immediate knowledge. Number one. Number two, I develop the what you call the in-class quizzes. At the same time, I also divide my class into the groups and give them matching questions to talk about it and discuss, right? So those call, online and in-class activity, right? Now, the results from this study actually clearly shows that exposure of the anatomy student to the various online and the in-class activity resulted in a significant increase in their class average in all three quizzes or midterms and the final compared to the student that were just taught without using those online and in-class activity, right? So in other words, it also resulted in a significant increase in the GPA also, right? So the conclusion of this experiment is that the using the online and in-class activity not only improve their academic performance, but also help them to gain the communication social skill, promote the active learning, and also above all, it also improve their classroom engagement and also the attendance. So everyone, if you use those strategy, your student will love you. They will just look forward to your classes all the time. And this happens with me. I have a multiple section of anatomy and there are 300 students. Literally, there's a queue for a student to, enroll in my classes because they see that I actually do the evidence-based teaching to in my classes too, right? And also help you to retain the long-term knowledge. Last but not least, repeating the knowledge of the particular chapter over and over can also significantly increase the knowledge retention over the period. So the vascular, blood, and the immune system, I tested the knowledge of those three organ systems over 8 week time. So you can actually see compared to the week number one, their knowledge continue to increase over the 8 week period time. So that's mean repeating the knowledge of your course or chapter over and over can also improve the knowledge retention, knowledge acquisition, and the academic performance, right? So everyone, the purpose, right? So the purpose of my presentation is to, to think about, the purpose of this presentation is to think about any potential gaps you may have in your teaching, right? So identify the gap, why your students are not showing in the classroom, why students are not doing very well. So find where they're missing the, the gap, and then develop the intervention strategy to basically focus on those, the kind of the deficiencies or intervention. And that is the best way to, so, you cannot just develop the strategy. Before, you have to find where they're missing, where they are weaker, where they're actually losing the percentage. And that way you identify the potential, basically the gap, and then develop the interventional strategy to improve that deficiency in your classes, right? So with this one, what I would like to do is to basically, in the conclusion, basically the multi-model, the blended teaching approach that you actually incorporate will help you to foster the student engagement, improve their academic performance, and provide them the social and the communication skill, while allowing them to retain the long-term knowledge, right? So with this one, I like to conclude my talk by acknowledging the thanks to the number of the people who are associated with my teaching collaborator, right? So with this one, I like to thank you for your time and also your attendance, and also wish you the the very best of, and also have a good day, everyone. And thank you so much again. Thank you.
What an amazing deliberation, Professor Raj Nannawari. Let me
Thank you.
congratulate you. What an amazing way of presenting that how we can improve on our teaching learning methodology. You made it so easy to understand, because me myself being the teacher, I was looking into it so with so much of concentration. And let me tell you, our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh ji, is between us, and he's also listening to you. He has come to listen to your talk,
Thank
specifically
you.
leaving
Thank you
his
so much.
office. So he's running his office from here only. So
That is
he's
very
very
nice
much
of you.
here with us. He's very much here with us.
That is very
So if
but
any questions,
I
kindly raise your hand so we can
I
unmute you from here.
I consider myself as the family member of Raj Rishi College now. So
Yes, yes, you
it's my
are,
pleasure.
because that's what I have written in my thank you note, which I'm going to tell you now. I'm not touching, but I've already written, because we consider you as a part of us.
True, true, true. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Very true.
So
Thank you.
if any questions, open the chat box, please. If any questions. So there's a lot of appreciation for you.
I will also mention my email. So if somebody wants to get in
Yes,
touch with me
yes,
for
yes,
any,
yes.
right? So,
And sir, we are getting some messages on our groups that people want to
okay.
have your slides. If you
Okay.
permit and share with us, we will share with them.
Yeah, sure. I will. I will. Thank you.
So I'm very happy to tell all the participants that Dr. Nanavai has agreed to share his slides. And once we get slides from him, we'll share with you all.
Sure. My pleasure.
And sir,
My pleasure.
they are messages like great, amazing. There's so much
Oh,
you
thank you.
can
Thank
see.
you.
And we
Sure.
love you so much from here. So,
Me too. Me too. Me too. Yeah.
yeah. So,
I, even though I am the thousands of miles away, I feel like I'm there in among you
no,
all.
you are coming in August. You have promised me. Okay. Yeah, and
Sure.
we, yeah, you
Look.
are coming in August, and we will be waiting for you
Yeah.
in
Look
our
forward to it.
offline conference, which is
Yes.
12,
Yes.
13, and 14, 3 days.
Sure. Sure. Oh,
Yeah.
that will be my pleasure.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Mm, mm.
So if, sir, again, there are appreciations, there are flowers, and there's so many things for you in the chat box.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So now it's time to formally thank Dr. Professor Raj Nandavari. Professor Nandavari, you spoke about it, effective teaching strategies to improve students' academic performance. We all are academicians, and your deliberation on effective teaching strategies is very, very helpful and knowledge enhancing. You said that teaching is an art, and we all are teachers are performers. How rightly you said that research in teaching and learning is very important to evolve the newer methods of teaching or to improve upon existing methods of teaching. Student centric, content driven, and evidence based teaching is requirement of the present time. How rightly you mentioned this. Dear Professor Nanawari, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking out time to be keynote speaker at
Thank you.
ISTTP-2. Your
Thank you.
presence and wise words help to magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired us in so many ways, me and all the delegates present with us. I thank you from all the support you provide to us. Let me tell you that now you are part of us, you are our family, and I'm sure that you'll be joining us in our future
Thank you.
events. Thank you so much. भारत
Thank you
से
so
हम
much.
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं.
जी.
Thank you so much.
जी sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. आप बोलिए. अब बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ सर मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ हमारे प्रिंसिपल साहब को प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर हुकम सिंह जी कुछ शब्दों के लिए. सो प्रोफेसर राज प्लीज स्टे विद अस. आई
Sure,
वुड
sure,
रिक्वेस्ट दैट.
sure, sure.
या
बहुत बहुत आभार प्रोफेसर राज नारायण.
नमस्ते सर, कैसे हैं आप?
प्रणाम. आपने प्रोफेसर साहब आज हमारे इस सत्र में शिरकत की और अपने बहुमूल्य विचारों से, वैसे तो 33 देश हमारे इस मंच से जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन जब आप बोल रहे थे तो 30 कंट्रीज आपको सुन रहे हैं. ये बड़े
थैंक यू.
गौरव की बात है मेरे लिए, मेरे इस इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए, अलवर के लिए, राजस्थान के लिए. मैं प्रोफेसर नरेंद्र वारे साहब आपके प्रति मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है जिनसे मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करूं.
जी थैंक यू.
बस
थैंक
मैं
यू सो
यही
मच.
कहूँगा आपसे, मैं तो आपका अनुज हूँ, छोटा भाई हूँ, कि जिस तरह की कृपा आप हम पर रख रहे हैं, ये कृपा आपकी सदैव बनी रहे और माँ सरस्वती आपकी जबान पर हमेशा विराजमान रहे. मैं इसे कामना करता हूँ. बहुत बहुत आभार प्रोफेसर नारायण वारे. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
थैंक यू सर. जय भारत.
धन्यवाद प्रिंसिपल साहब आपके
थैंक यू सो मच
अच्छे और
सर.
शुभ शब्दों के लिए. और हम सब ऐसी आशा करते हैं कि आपका आशीर्वाद हम पे हमेशा बना रहेगा.
जी.
Thank you, Professor Narnaware. We appreciate
जी
your
sure.
time and presence,
Sure.
and your presence is very, very precious to us. Thank you
Sure,
so
sure.
much.
Thank you so much.
So now it's time for our 27th keynote address, which will be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Asif Shah. So let me introduce him to you all. Dr. Muhammad Asif Shah is currently working as an associate professor of economics at Kebri Dehar University, Ethiopia, and was previously working as an associate professor of economics at Bakhtar University, Kabul, Afghanistan. He has also worked as an assistant professor of economics at FBS Business School, Bangalore, Karnataka, India, and Lovely Professional University, Punjab, India. He has also served as a lecturer at Jamia College of Education and also held department with teaching assistant during his PhD. He has completed his master's, bachelor's, and doctoral degree in economics with sound teaching and research skills. He has published more than 40 research papers with 28 citations. The H index is 4 at Google Scholar. Let me congratulate you for that, Professor. He has attended more than 30 workshops and faculty development programs sponsored by the Government of India and other agencies. Other than this, he has an excellent grasp of subject material with more than 5 years of using platforms like Canvas, LMS, and UMS for online teaching. I welcome you, Professor from India, and with lot of gratitude and respect, I would request you to start with your keynote address. Sir, the stage is all yours. Dr. Muhammad Asif Shah. I think he joined and there is some connectivity issue with him. So we are waiting for him. He came, he exited, now he's trying to come again. So please bear with us. Till that time, Muskan play on anything. So we are waiting for Muhammad Ashif Shah. He's joining us from Ethiopia. He's already written to us just now. There's some connectivity problem he's facing there.
is the root of all evils. लालच सभी बुराइयों की जड़ है. एक इंसान का डाउनफॉल हो या धरती का डिस्ट्रक्शन। और लापरवाही की कीमत क्या होती है? लापरवाही से हादसे होते हैं और लालच से तबाही होती है। हादसे टेम्पररी इफेक्ट्स डालती है, पर एक प्रकार का हादसा वो होता है जो कि ऐसा इफेक्ट डालता है जो कि हजारों सालों तक इंसान को भुगतना पड़ता है। पूरे इंडिया की ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व की सबसे वर्स्ट इंडस्ट्रियल डिजास्टर थी ये, जिसका अंजाम आज भी भुगता जा रहा है। जितने लोग चेरनोबिल प्लांट के इंसिडेंट के बारे में जानते हैं उनको ये तो पता ही होगा कि उस घटना का इफेक्ट 20,000 सालों तक धरती पर रहेगा, पर ये घटना अपना इफेक्ट भारत के हार्ट पे बहुत समय के।
Check this out. Ankur, stop telling me that I'm wasting my time. Stop showing me your ads. What do you know about me? I work 18 hours a day. ये एक ऐसा कमेंट था जो एक फेसबुक एड पोस्ट पे मुझे मिला था। एंड यू नो व्हाट, यू मे बी राइट। अब एक्चुअली 18
के लिए छोड़कर चली गई है। इफेक्ट तब तक जब तक ये धरती रहेगी। द अनटोल्ड स्टोरी ऑफ भोपाल। इस रात के बाद भोपाल में अगले दिन ऑफ कोर्स सनराइज तो हुआ, बट उस सूरज में कोई चमक नहीं थी और वो चमक आज तक नहीं लौटी। चमक लोगों के चेहरे की खुशी की, वहाँ के तंदुरुस्त बच्चों की चमक। वो बाद में जाकर इंडिया के वैल्यूएबल यूथ बनते, बट वो बन नहीं पाए वैल्यूएबल यूथ। भोपाल गैस डिजास्टर ये हिंदुस्तान के हिस्ट्री में एक ऐसा घाव बन के रह गया है, लिटरली घाव, जो कि कभी ठीक नहीं हुआ और ना ही कभी होगा। कई अनटोल्ड बातें हैं जो कि जब दुनिया के सामने आई तब ये हमें बार बार याद दिलाती है कि इंसान ही अपने पैर पर कुल्हाड़ी मारता है। 2 दिसंबर 1984 की रात भोपाल के लोग ठंडे की उस रात को अपना दिन नॉर्मली बिताकर सो रहे थे। वो रात बाकी रातों की तरह ही नॉर्मल दिख रहा था, बट उनको क्या पता था कि थोड़ी देर में उनके जिंदगी में कयामत आने वाली है। 15 साल पहले मध्य प्रदेश में, जो कि इंडिया का सेंटर है, उसका कैपिटल भोपाल, एक नई फैक्ट्री स्टैब्लिश हुई और उस स्टैब्लिशमेंट के साथ साथ लोगों के चेहरे पर एक बहुत बड़ी खुशी आई। भोपाल के लोगों को उस समय जो एक चीज की हार्डकोर नीड थी वो है नौकरी, क्योंकि उस टाइम जॉब के लिए हर कोई डेस्परेट था। यूनियन कार्बाइड इंडिया लिमिटेड एक पेस्टिसाइड बनाने वाली कंपनी थी। किसे पता था कि कीटनाशक बनाने वाली कंपनी ही भोपाल के लोगों का नाश कर देगी। अक्सर लोग पैसों की लालच में क्या सही है और क्या गलत यही भूल जाते हैं। नॉलेज और अवेयरनेस की कमी के चलते पैसे को ही लोग टॉप प्रायोरिटी देने लगते हैं और कभी कभी लापरवाही में आकर अपने जान से भी ज्यादा प्रायोरिटी। लोगों को केमिकल्स के बारे में उतना मालूम नहीं था, बस इतना मालूम था कि पैसे मिलने हैं हमें और ये काम थोड़ा खतरनाक है। यूनियन कार्बाइड में काम करने के लिए वहाँ के लोग मरते थे और कंपनी में लापरवाही और लालच दोनों थी। मशीन की मेंटेनेंस होगी नहीं होगी चलेगा, पर प्रोडक्शन होते रहना चाहिए। वर्कर्स की सेफ्टी हो या ना हो, प्रॉफिट बढ़ते रहना चाहिए। कई सेफ्टी इक्विपमेंट्स को तो कभी इंस्टॉल ही नहीं किया गया। प्रॉफिट अक्सर कंपनी के ओनर्स को अंधा कर देता है। कंपनी में टॉप लेवल पर बैठे इंडियन अधिकारी अपने दूसरे इंडियन वर्कर्स की ही वेलफेयर छोड़कर प्रोडक्शन कितना हो रहा है, कितने पैसे बन रहे हैं, उस पर ध्यान देते थे। क्या गलत है और क्या सही है और क्या जरूरी है, ये जानते हुए भी पैसे के लालच में आकर लोग अक्सर अंधे हो जाते हैं। वो कंपनी मिथाइल आइसोसाइनेट यानी MIC बनाती थी। कंपनी इसी MIC केमिकल का इस्तेमाल पेस्टिसाइड्स बनाने में करती थी। एंड MIC इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेंजरस केमिकल्स नोन टू मैन। यूनियन कार्बाइड कंपनी इसी
According to some versions of the Ramayana, चारों भाइयों की एक सबसे बड़ी बहन थी, शांता, यानी महाराज दशरथ और महारानी कौशल्या की सबसे बड़ी बेटी, वेदों की जानकार और युद्ध कला में माहिर। But where did she go?
जानिए रामायण के रहस्य। वॉच लेजेंड्स ऑफ द रामायण विद अमीश। ऐप डाउनलोड करें अभी।
MIC का 42 टन से भी ज्यादा का स्टॉक रखती थी अपने टैंक में। 42 टन केमिकल इकट्ठा रखना शहर के लिए कितना खतरनाक है, ये जानते हुए भी लापरवाही की गई और प्रोडक्शन हमेशा तेज रफ्तार से जारी रहे, इसलिए वर्कर्स और पूरे शहर की सेफ्टी को इग्नोर कर दिया गया। MIC पानी के साथ बहुत वायोलेंटली रिएक्ट करता है। ये MIC शहर के बीच में एक बॉम्ब की तरह था और ये टाइम बॉम्ब एक दिन फट गया। 2 दिसंबर 1984 के रात 12 बजे के आसपास अचानक से घरों के अंदर लोगों को अनकंट्रोलेबल खांसी शुरू हो गई। घर का हर एक सदस्य रैंडमली खांसना शुरू कर दिया। पूरे शहर के जगह जगह के लोगों के मुंह से खून निकलना शुरू हो गया। लोगों को समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या हो रहा है ये। थोड़ी देर में उन्हें पता चला कि भोपाल का सबसे बड़े प्लांट से MIC लीक हो गया है। 1-2 घंटे के अंदर वो प्लांट से वो गैस 8 किलोमीटर दूर तक फैल गया। सांस लेना इम्पॉसिबल हो गया और अपना सब कुछ छोड़ जो घर से दूर भाग रहे थे वो रास्ते में ही मरने लगे। घर और प्लांट से जितनी दूर हो सके उतनी दूर भागने के मकसद से। कितना डर और दर्द था उस रात वो भोपाल के लोग ही जानते हैं। शरीर से स्किन छोड़ने लगा था और अचानक से लोगों की आंखें गलने लग रही थी। पूरी की पूरी आंख 2 सेकंड में सफेद रंग में बदल जा रही थी। सुबह के 3-4 बजे के आसपास लोग पास के तालाब के अंदर डुबकी मार रहे थे, ये सोचकर कि उनके शरीर को टच किए हुए गैस का इफेक्ट कम हो जाए, पानी से धुल जाए। बट उनको क्या पता था कि वो गैस भोपाल के सारे वाटर बॉडीज को भी तेजाब बना डाला था। थोड़ी ही देर में तालाब के अंदर लाशों का ढेर लग गया। 4 घंटे पहले 12 बजे मेंटेनेंस और मैनेजमेंट के कमी के चलते अचानक से MIC से भरी टैंक नंबर 610 के अंदर पानी जाने लगा। पानी अपने स्पेसिफिक जगह से लीक होकर उस MIC से भरे टैंक में जाने लगा। MIC और पानी का मिक्सचर, मतलब इस जहर से बचने का कोई तरीका नहीं। पूरा का पूरा 42 टन MIC में पानी जाने लगा और टैंक के अंदर एक डेंजरस लेवल का प्रेशर आने लगा। देखते ही देखते एक अनकंट्रोलेबल केमिकल रिएक्शन ट्रिगर हो गया। इसी रिएक्शन के चलते टैंक के अंदर का प्रेशर हद से ज्यादा बढ़ गया और टैंक एक्सप्लोड कर गया और उसके अंदर से 42 टन MIC एटमॉस्फेयर में स्केप कर गया। MIC शरीर में घुसकर खून के साथ मिलकर फेफड़ों के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा फोर्स के साथ प्रेशर डाल रहा था, जिससे सांस लेना लगभग नामुमकिन हो रहा था। सुबह 5 बजे के बाद शहर में डेड बॉडीज की कतारें लग गई। अगले सुबह का जो सूरज निकला वो भी शायद कह रहा होगा, क्या हो गया ये भोपाल को। एक रात में वहां के लोगों ने सब कुछ खो दिया, सब कुछ। पूरे शहर में लाशें बिखरी पड़ी थी, रेलवे ट्रैक्स पर, तालाबों में, घरों में, जानवरों और इंसानों की लाशों से पूरा भोपाल घिरा हुआ था। इस घटना के चलते भोपाल के लोगों ने एक रात में अपना घर खो दिया, अपने बच्चों को खो दिया, अपने जिंदगी को खो दिया। पूरा इंडिया उस दिन कांप उठा था। करीब 2000 लोगों की मौत एक रात में हो गई थी और लाखों लोगों के अंदर वो जहर घुस गया जो कि उनके DNA को ब्रेक करके उनके आने वाली फ्यूचर पीढ़ी को भी डिसेबल्ड जन्म देने वाली थी। 5,20,000 से भी ज्यादा लोग उस गैस के संपर्क में आए। 500,000 लोगों के जीन्स को इफेक्ट किया ये गैस। उनको, उनके आने वाले बच्चों को और उन बच्चों की आगे की पीढ़ी सब में बीमारी का एक हॉरिफिक एश्योरेंस कर दिया। आज तो है ही, बट आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी डिसेबिलिटी का एक चेन क्रिएट कर दिया। आने वाले कुछ दिनों के अंदर शारीरिक प्रॉब्लम, न्यूरोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम हर उस इंसान में दिखा जो उस गैस के संपर्क में आया। ऑफिशियल आंकड़े ये बताती है कि करीब 3,787 लोगों की डेथ हुई, बट वहाँ के लोग अभी भी ये क्लेम करते हैं कि रियल नंबर 16,000 से भी ज्यादा है। भोपाल के आई विटनेस ये कहते हैं कि पहले 72 घंटों में ही 10,000 से भी ज्यादा लाश पूरे भोपाल में बिछ गई थी। उस घटना के कुछ दिन, महीने और साल बाद तो ऐसी हालत हो गई कि वहाँ के लोग ये कहने लगे कि उस रात जो मारे गए थे वो खुशनसीब थे, बदनसीब तो वो है जो बच गए। डिसेबल्ड बच्चे, कैंसर, न्यूरोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम्स। भोपाल को हमेशा के लिए वो गैस अपने चपेट में ले लिया था उस दिन। उस घटना का इफेक्ट आज भी भोपाल में मौजूद है। भोपाल में डिफेक्टिव बर्थ्स का नंबर बढ़ गया। कोई बच्चा बहरा पैदा होता तो कोई बिना रोशनी के जन्म लेता। आज भी वहाँ के कुछ लोग हॉस्पिटल्स में रेगुलरली जाते हैं उसी गैस के चलते हुई बीमारी या उससे रिलेटेड कोई दिक्कत को ट्रीट करने। उस घटना के इतने सालों बाद भी भोपाल का वो प्लांट जो कि डिजास्टर का सोर्स था वो वैसे ही का वैसे ही पड़ा हुआ है, और वेस्ट और रस्टेड आयरन आज भी आप वहाँ देख सकते हो। उस घटना के दशकों बाद भी फैक्ट्री से दूर दूर तक ग्राउंड वाटर का कई हिस्सा टॉक्सिक केमिकल से प्रदूषित पाया गया। इसलिए हैंड पंप्स और मोटर्स के थ्रू सिर्फ कुछ घरों में ही साफ पानी निकलता है। ज्यादातर घरों में वही पानी निकलता है जो कि दिखता तो साफ है, बट उसमें आज भी कई एलिमेंट्स मौजूद हैं, जो कि 3 दिसंबर 1984 के रात को पूरे शहर में मौजूद हर एक चीज को टच कर गया था। यूनियन कार्बाइड के चेयरमैन वैरेन एंडरसन 24 फरवरी 1989 को इंडिया को $470 मिलियन यानी उस समय के 700 करोड़ रुपए इंडियन गवर्नमेंट के हाथों में सौंप दिए नुकसान के भरपाई के तौर पर। सवाल ये है कि क्या सिर्फ 700 करोड़ रुपए से उनके डीएनए को रिपेयर किया जा सकता है? अगले न जाने कितने पीढ़ियों के बच्चे के अंदर बर्थ डिफेक्ट्स, कैंसर, ये सब जो चीजें हैं उनको ठीक किया जा सकता है? नहीं हो सकता। ये एक इरिवर्सिबल चेंज है। काश मैं आपको इस वीडियो का एक हैप्पी एंडिंग दे पाता, बट मेरे पास नहीं है हैप्पी एंडिंग। लालच दुनिया को खत्म करता आया है, कर रहा है और खत्म करता रहेगा। लालच से जन्मी इच्छाएं समुद्र के पानी की तरह होती है, कितना भी पी लो प्यास नहीं बुझने वाला। और आखिर में इंसान प्यास के मारे समुद्र का पानी इतने मात्रा में पी लेता है कि प्यास तो बुझती नहीं, बट उसकी मौत हो जाती है। किसी ने कहा था, ग्रीड इज द रूट ऑफ ऑल एविल्स। लालच सभी बुराइयों की जड़ है।
An oil tanker ran aground today off the nation's northernmost ice-free port, Valdez, Alaska.
One of the worst oil spills in U.S. history brought Americans images of blackened beaches, dying wildlife, outrage, and betrayal.
The evidence is that the response was slow and inadequate.
Blame soon centered on the tanker captain.
It is now clear that the captain of the tanker, who was not on the bridge at the time of the accident, had been drinking.
But the accident also exposed the inattention to oil industry safety and led to promises to repair the damage that had been done.
We will consider whatever it takes to keep you whole.
And to do more to stop future spills.
We also rededicate ourselves to transportation safety and to realistic planning for accidents that do occur.
Nearly 25 years later, what happened to the promises made in the wake of the Exxon Valdez?
The Gulf spill might already be as much as 3 times worse than the Exxon Valdez disaster.
Just past midnight on March 24th, the supertanker Exxon Valdez crashed into a reef off the coast of southern Alaska.
One of America's most magnificent waterways is blackened and befouled tonight by the biggest oil spill in American history.
240,000 barrels, 11 million gallons of Alaskan crude oil escaped from the huge vessel.
The oil industry's response plans had promised a swift cleanup in the event of a spill. But Ricky Ott was alarmed when she flew over the wreck.
We're 9 hours after the wreck, and there was not a speck of promised recovery equipment on the water. This had all been promised within 6 hours, and we were 3 hours past 6 hours, and nothing.
Neither Exxon nor Alyeska, the oil pipeline company in charge of the immediate response, was ready for such a large spill.
Alyeska was supposed to have an emergency response team at its terminal in Valdez, but 8 years ago the team was disbanded.
The response vessels were either under snow or being repaired. They were completely overwhelmed. Coast Guard didn't quite know what to do.
Equipment to fight this spill has to be flown in from as far away as Texas and England.
Exxon says it's using all available resources, but it argues the spill is simply too big to surround with booms and skim it up.
As images of the spill appeared on the evening news, Exxon began limited tests of chemical dispersants to try to break up the oil. The dispersants were controversial, and it was unclear if they would work or cause even more harm.
The chemicals that you use to cause the oil to sink is very dangerous to marine life, and we have to be certain that we cause a minimal amount of damage.
But it was soon too late to matter.
Winds up to 70 miles an hour virtually shut down the oil spill cleanup operation this morning.
The storm had come up and the oil was moving, and almost nothing could be done.
Some crews are literally on their knees using absorbent towels to remove the oil from rocky beaches.
Less than 15% of the oil was recovered. News cameras captured the damage.
800 miles of shoreline already covered with oil.
And the anger.
This should have been the easiest spill in the world to clean up.
Growing questions about how future disasters of this kind can be prevented, and why there was such a slow response to this spill.
At the same time, another storyline was also taking hold.
The Exxon spokesperson says there might have been a problem with Captain Hazelwood. It seems he had a bit of a drinking problem.
Good evening. The captain was drinking. The captain has been fired. That is the sum of it from Alaska tonight.
The story became Hazelwood.
Top 10 excuses of the Exxon tanker captain. Number 10 was trying to scrape ice off reef for margarita.
That's a sensational kind of story. You have an immediate assignment of responsibility, an immediate villain. What was lost in all of that was the company's responsibility.
When a pipeline to bring oil from northern Alaska to Valdez was approved in 1973, the oil industry and the federal government promised to make safety a priority.
The Alaska pipeline's on its way. The environment will be saved.
The government initially supported double-hulled tankers and a high-tech navigation system in Valdez.
We were given blanket assurances about safety and spills. In retrospect, I erred in not making sure that what was said was not put in writing.
Those promises never materialized, and when the state of Alaska passed its own safety law, the oil industry sued, saying the law infringed on federal authority.
The court threw out the state's plan, so no double-hulled tankers, much more freedom to determine where the navigation channel would be.
When the pipeline first opened, tankers were closely monitored by the Coast Guard and stayed in the shipping lanes even when they were clogged with ice flows.
Instead of diverting out of the channel, they were supposed to slow down.
But by the time the Exxon Valdez left port, the Coast Guard routinely allowed ships to leave the channel to avoid the increasing amount of ice.
Slowing down was not something they want to do because time is money.
Judging by our radar, I will probably divert from the TSS and end up in the inbound lane if there's not enough wetting traffic over.
A few minutes after that message, the Coast Guard wasn't monitoring the Valdez on its radar.
The Coast Guard is supposed to be the check in case the ship makes a mistake, and they weren't watching the ship.
Captain Hazelwood turned the bridge over to third mate Gregory Cousins and went to his quarters after giving instructions to maneuver around the ice.
Did you have any concerns about getting past the ice? Not at that time, not at that instant, no.
Cousins continued going south, heading directly into Bly Reef.
A federal investigation later found that Cousins lost track of the ship's location and didn't turn back in time. It found that reduced tanker crews probably left Cousins overworked and tired, contributing to the accident, a conclusion Cousins and Exxon disputed. The investigation faulted Hazelwood for leaving the bridge and said his judgment was impaired by alcohol. Hazelwood denied he was drunk and was later acquitted of criminal charges related to drinking.
Did they have some fault? Yes. But the real fault was there wasn't the safety net.
Exxon spent more than $2 billion cleaning up the spill and says there was no long-term environmental damage. But pockets of oil remain beneath the surface of some beaches more than 2 decades later.
Prince William Sound is not the same as it was. The environment still has not fully recovered, and we're over 2 decades into this now.
Exxon paid $300 million to those hurt by the spill, and a jury later awarded another $5 billion in punitive damages. Exxon appealed, delaying the case for 14 years and leaving lasting bitterness in Alaska.
4,000 of the original plaintiffs have died since the Exxon Valdez.
In 2008, the Supreme Court cut punitive damages to 1/10 of the original amount.
The community is still very depressed.
Fishermen like Mike Weber say the local economy never recovered.
500 people left. That's a lot in a small community. I'll never recover from the oil spill.
After the spill, Exxon became an industry leader in safety, and millions of federal dollars were designated for cleanup research. Congress required better contingency planning, double-hull tankers, and tugboat escorts in Prince William Sound.
We were now making traffic out of Valdez probably the safest line of passage anywhere in the globe.
The explosion happened at the Deepwater Horizon rig Tuesday night.
Now everyone's hoping and praying that the Gulf of Mexico rig doesn't turn into an environmental disaster.
We're going to fight it, subsea, on the surface, and on the shore.
After the BP oil spill, a presidential commission found that many lessons of the Exxon Valdez had been forgotten in the pursuit of offshore oil drilling.
I used the phrase that the offense got way ahead of the defense. The potential risk had increased dramatically, but there'd been no commensurate increase in our capability to avoid an accident or to respond to it.
It found that the major oil companies had made only a minimal investment in new response technology, and the government spent less than half the authorized amount on cleanup research.
The emphasis is always on preventing these things from occurring, because when they happen, we're not very well equipped to deal with them.
The news was again filled with the struggle to contain a massive spill, using much of the same crude cleanup technology used 20 years earlier.
We're still relying on booms, still relying on skimmers, still relying on shovels.
And response plans that were again unrealistic.
Lawmakers are alarmed that BP's competitors have given the government nearly identical emergency response plans. Those plans include steps to protect wildlife that does not even live in the Gulf.
And the government authorized BP to use nearly 2 million gallons of dispersants, though many of the same questions were still unanswered.
The key question that scientists are trying to figure out is whether oil dispersants in the deep ocean do more harm than good.
The commission also found that while tanker safety improved after Valdez, the oil industry resisted new offshore drilling safety rules.
It was reflective of a culture in the offshore oil industry. We ended up 20 years after Exxon Valdez with an even more serious incident, but no better prepared to avoid it or deal with it.
The other oil companies, including Exxon, have denied that a systemic problem exists.
We would not have drilled the well the way they did.
3 years after the spill, new commitments have once again been made to improve spill prevention and response.
3 years out from Exxon Valdez, there was still a deep commitment to applying the lessons that had been learned. 10 years out, that commitment had substantially eroded. If you come back in the year 2020 and ask, what have we learned? Are we safer? I think we'll know whether we really learned the lesson of Exxon Valdez.
Those were the terrible incidents of environmental disasters by anthropogenic activities, unit carbide and oil spill. And see how these two incidents are very different. One killed the aquatic fauna and flora, and other we have killed ourselves. So it's very, very frightening. So now it's time for our 27th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. K. Sainila. Dr. Sai Leela is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Education and coordinator of Women Self-Defense Training Center at Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu. She has 16 years of teaching experience and has been the recipient of many awards like Best Young Woman Researcher Award in 2019, which was awarded by Annamalai University, Velu Nathichar Sathani Pegal Viruthu 2019 Award by Lions Club International, Dr. Radha Krishnan Award from Tamil Sangam, Chennai in March 2020, National Eminent Educator Award 2020 awarded by International Institute of Organized Research, Best Women Researcher Award 2020 awarded by Annamalai University, Best Researcher Award 2020 awarded by Annamalai University, Leadership Excellence Award 2021 awarded by the Institute of Researchers, Wayanad, Kerala, World Teacher Award 2021 awarded by Red Pond Educational and Psychological Research Center, India and UK, and Best Researcher Award 2021 awarded by Annamalai University. She is the member of NEC Secretariat Committee and Internal Complaints Committee of Annamalai University. She has been the guest speaker for many programs in school and colleges. She has also been the organized secretary for 5 national seminars and 17 workshops and 15 online programs like webinars, workshops, FDPs, STTPs, and STCs. She has also participated in more than 75 international and national seminars and conferences, workshops, and training programs. Dr. Sai Leela has published more than 25 research articles and 10 books, including the monographs. Ma'am, with lot of gratitude, I welcome you here in Rajasthan, and with lot of respect, I would request you to start with your keynote address. Dr. K. Sai Leela, ma'am, stage is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Namaste. Good afternoon, one and all. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. I'd like to thank a patron and principal, Professor Bukhang Singh, Principal RRC Alwar, Organizing Secretary Dr. Mamta Sharma, Advisor Om Pal Singh, Associate Professor, and Sudha Sukwal Shingi, Upendra Singh, And I like to thank Program Coordinator Muskan Datta, RRC Alwar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, all of you, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this international short-term training program organized by Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar. Thank you. Now, let me go for my presentation. I think I can share my screen. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you. So, save our mother earth. This is a big concept actually, but I'm going to concentrate on only the few concepts to save our mother earth. It is a big topic actually. So let us go for this topic. So what are the polluting factors for earth? So I have identified about 5 factors that pollute our earth. The energy we release, the agriculture, fashion industry, transport, food retail, food preparations, etc. These are the most polluting factors for earth. So let us go see each one by one, how they are polluting. So agriculture, energy, fashion industry, transport, and food preparations are the most affecting factors for air, and they are making pollution. So first let us go for agricultural pollution. So how does agriculture pollute? Agricultural pollution is described as toxin found in the environment as a result of agricultural and animal production. For example, biofuel, food crops, fiber crops, cash crops, and so on. So these are creating pollution. They have the potential to degrade the quality of surface and groundwater. These agricultural pollutants. Also, fertilizers and pesticides, they run off into the rivers, streams, and groundwater and may pollute. The fertilizers and pesticides, what we use for the land, will run into streams, will run into our groundwater, rivers, and make pollution. Though agriculture is both useful, it leads to some of the problems also in the earth because of the things that we use for agriculture. So agriculture also creates pollution to the earth. So we are going to see about greenhouse gases. So in upcoming slides, we are going to see about the greenhouse gases. So before that, we want to know what is greenhouse gases. The primary greenhouse gases in Earth's atmosphere are water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, and ozone. These are the greenhouse gases. Let us see about these greenhouse gases in this slide. So before that, what are the most polluting countries in the world? It is China with 9.9 billion tons of CO2 emissions, largely due to the export of consumer goods and its heavy reliance on coal. So China is the leading country that makes more pollutions with 9.9 billion tons of CO2 emissions. Next is the United States with 4.4 billion tons of CO2 emitted. And third one is India with 2.3 billion tons of CO2 emitted. So I have taken only the 3 countries that are polluting the most. So these are the data I have collected. So greenhouse gases that are emitted from agricultural activities. Let us see from agricultural activities, what are the greenhouse gases that are released? Farming in particular releases significant amounts of methane and nitrous oxides. They are two powerful greenhouse gases. So as I said, agriculture is both a victim of and a contributor to climate change that we are facing now. On the one hand, agricultural activities contributes approximately 30% of total greenhouse gas emissions, mainly due to the use of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and animal waste. So agriculture is both a victim and a contributor to climate change. So you can see the greenhouse gas emissions by country. This data was taken in the year 2020 from this website. You can see here, China is the leading one again, US, India, after that Russia, fourth one, fifth one is Japan, sixth Germany, Iran. It goes in this ranking, first China, US, India, Russia, Japan, Germany, Iran, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Canada, Brazil, South Africa, Mexico, and the list goes still. I have taken only some 12 countries that is ranking from 1 to 12. So these are the countries that emit more CO2. So you can see the population also here. Yeah, they have given the population also. You can see this chart. Okay, so these are the CO2 emissions by country. Next slide. So what we must do is to solve for this problem, we have to plant more grasses, trees, and fences along the edge of a field that lies on the borders of water body. This is in the agricultural field, They could act as buffers, and nutrient losses can be avoided by filtering out nutrients before reaching the groundwater. Reduction in the tillage of the fields in order to reduce runoff, soil compaction, and erosions. These all should be done in order to reduce the agricultural pollution. We have to plant grasses, trees, and fences along the edges of the field that lies on the borders of water bodies in order to reduce runoff, soil compaction, and erosion. So this must be done. The next factor that is affecting, that is the reason for pollution, is energy that we release. There are two types of energy: renewable energy source and non-renewable sources. What are renewable energy sources? Solar energy from the sun is a renewable source. Geothermal energy from heat inside the earth is a renewable source. Wind energy, biomass from plants, hydropower from flowing water. These are renewable energy sources. So what are the non-renewable resources? That is oil that we have naturally, oil, natural gas, coal, and nuclear energy. So oil, natural gas, and coal are collectively called as fossil fuels. What are fossil fuels? Oil, natural gas, and coal are collectively called fossil fuels. Fossil fuels were found within the earth from dead plants and animals over millions of years. Hence the name we say it as fossil fuels. So, okay, I think you are clear about fossil fuels. They are formed within the earth from dead plants and animals over millions of years. Hence the name fossil fuels. So you can see the fuels, that is energy consumptions. It is the data by BP Statistical Review of World Energy. You can see here by 2020, oil is consumed more coal the next, gas the next, and others are nuclear, hydropower, wind, solar, biofuels, and other renewables. So we use more oil, coal, gas. So actually we have to switch on to renewable sources like wind, solar, biofuels, etc. But we are using more oil, coal, gas, etc. So the majority of energy is produced by polluting sources such as the combustion of fossil fuels such as natural gas and oil. Many environmental issues have been related to this pollution. So what we have to do, we have to switch on to other renewable energy sources. Solar energy leads to least environmental pollution in the process of its harnessing and utilization because it does not emit harmful gases in the environment. So we have to switch on to solar energy. We have to turn everything in our house to solar power plants. We have to use solar stoves, solar lights, etc. We have to use solar energy in our houses. So most known facts about fossil fuels, production, consumption, and climate change trends. According to United Nations assessment released in December 2020, countries worldwide are on track to produce around 50% more fossil fuels by 2030 while keeping global warming below 2 degrees Celsius. Fossil fuels are the world's most abundant and widely used energy sources. Despite the increased production and use of environmental friendly renewable sources, fossil fuels continue to be critical to meet the world's energy needs. So, though it is produced, fossil fuels are available, it could not meet the world's energy needs. Okay, this is taken from this source, Offshore Technology. It is the February 5th, 2021 report. What we have to do, we have to reduce our energy consumption, the demand for fossil fuels, and as a result, lowest carbon dioxide levels in the government. Heat waves, droughts, rising sea levels, unusual weather patterns, and an increased risk of natural disasters are all consequences of the climate change. So, what is the alternate renewable energy source? It is wind and solar power. Eliminate the pollution that accompanies fossil fuel energy. Alternate energy also reduces the reliance on limited fossil fuels. Consider installing solar panels in your home to reduce the amount of fossil fuel need to power your home. So we have to go for renewable energy sources. We should not rely more on the fossil fuels that is limited in the year, that is available only in the limited amount in the year. We can use biogas. This is also taken from an article from Eurocadia, Thursday, April 2022. What it says is biogas is a renewable fuel produced by the breakdown of organic matter such as food scraps and animal waste. It can be used in a variety of ways, including as vehicle fuels and for heating and electricity generation. We can have it for our kitchen also. We can produce biogas for our cooking purpose also. So we can go for biogas. We can switch on to biogas for our needs. What will biogas do? It can help make our cities clean and pollution free. Installing large-scale municipal biogas systems can help cities handle organic waste efficiently to overcome the environmental and socio-economical changes caused by overburdened landfills. Municipal waste can be fed into these plants to create clean and green fuel along with biofertilizers while keeping cities clean and hygienic. So we can do it in large scale municipal biogas system also. So this can be a solution for fossil fuels. So the next factor that affects pollution, that creates pollution, is transport. So what is transport? It has substantial environmental consequences because it is a big energy consumer and consumes the majority of the world's petroleum. See, it consumes the majority of the world's petroleum. This produces air pollution such as nitrous oxide and particles and contributes significantly to global warming by emitting carbon dioxide. So it is also a major factor that produces pollution. And in the transport system, we can say air transport is extremely polluting, but so are cars. Air traffic represents less than 2 to 3% of the global CO2 emissions, whereas road traffic accounts for around 10% of this direct emissions. Still, planes remain among the most polluting means of transport together with cars. So this is the data I have collected. So air transport is extremely polluting. So we can see here, China has the largest fleet of motor vehicles in the world in 2021 with 302 million cars. 1 minute.
Ma'am, your voice is not coming. Is there some technical issue?
So China is the largest. Ma'am, is my screen shared? No? I'll share again.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I'll share again.
Yes. No, ma'am, your screen is there.
Is there? I'll share again.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, no worries, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay. China is the largest fleet of motor vehicles in the world in 2021 with 302 million cars, and in 2009 it became the world's largest new market as well, followed by United States of America, Japan, Germany, India, and Mexico. After China, these are the countries where motor vehicles are used more, and India with an estimated 37 million motorcycles and mopeds was home to the largest number of motorized two-wheelers in the world. India's capital city Delhi had the highest registered two-wheeler count at the end of fiscal year 2019, amounting to approximately 7 million. So this is the status about the vehicles that are used in the countries. So next we can switch on the other points. That are the reason for pollutions. Okay. See here, overconsumption is killing the planet. Overconsumption is killing the planet. What is about overconsumption? Overconsumption is that the thing we use more than the required. So this is also an article in the April'21, 2022, recent one. You can see that more than 20 billion pairs of shoes were produced globally. Nearly 300 million of them end up in landfills across the United States annually. During the 1960s, for example, the average American person bought fewer than 25 garments every year. But everything is changing. We are using more garments and shoes, other things, etc. So overconsumption leads to more pollution. Fast forward 60 years, they are purchasing nearly 70 pieces of clothes annually. Or more than one new item per week. That makes it two. Overconsumption can be exacerbate a range of environmental pollution problems, says Ivo Castro-Garcia, a PhD student at the Center for Regional Economic and Social Research at Sheffield Hallam University, including global warming, ecosystem collapse, and loss of biodiversity. So what we are doing nowadays, we are purchasing more shoes, more garments, and more things because it is available in large. So we are purchasing it and we are using it, but we are not using more times also. Even a dress, nowadays we are wearing only 2 or 3 times. Okay, so it creates more pollution. Overconsumption creates more pollution. Food overconsumption is also one of the most common types of overconsumption. So actually we rely on fast food. So fast food companies prepare more food and they store and they transport to all over the country. The very big famous fast food companies transport to all other countries. Transportation occurs. Food preparation makes more pollution. Fast food. Actually, we have to stick on to what local foods mostly to avoid all these things. But fast food has a great spillover effect due to other overconsumption such as factory farming and the energy it consumes. Food overconsumption is commonly thought about, but behind that is even more overconsumption. Water and energy are also required in food production. So because of this is also turning to be a problem. Next one is this fashion industry. What does fashion industry do for the earth? The apparel industry accounts for 10% of global carbon emissions. The global fashion industry is generating a lot of greenhouse gases due to the energy used during its production, manufacturing, and transportation of the million garments purchased each year. Million garments purchased each year. So for the fashion industry, it contributes 8 to 10% of humanity's carbon emission. It is responsible for 1/3 of industrial water pollution due to manufacturing practices. It is accountable for 20 to 35% of microplastic found in the ocean. And it uses 24% of insecticides and 10% to 20% of pesticides. The fashion industry is creating such a problem. Clothing manufacturing factories account for 20% of the world's wastewater because factories are not accountable to high environmental norms. They are unaffected and have no motivation to reform. So there should be some norms for them. The fashion industry is the second largest consumer of water just behind agriculture. So we have to think over it and we should buy only few items for a year or for a week. It takes 713 gallons of water to produce single white cotton t-shirt. You can see how much water it is needed to prepare a single t-shirt. It takes 9,981 gallons of water to grow the cotton needed for a pair of jeans. You can see the amount of water needed for all those preparation of these t-shirts or a pair of jeans, etc. So this is the condition prevailing. By 2030, the fashion industry carbon emissions are estimated to increase by 49%. So this is turning like this. So immediately we have to check over our purchase of dress materials, and we must limit to few. Other thing what I like to discuss about is plastic pollution what we make. So the facts, see the facts. This is 10 million tons of plastics are dumped in our oceans annually. That's equal to more than a garbage truckload every minute. Okay, 10 million tons of plastics are dumped in our oceans annually. 50% of all plastic produced, that is 380 million tons per year, is for single-use purpose, used for just minutes and then thrown away. Less than 9% of all plastics get recycled. Only 9% of the plastics are recycled. 100% of mussels tested have contained microplastics. So we ourselves are taking microplastics unknowingly. 1 million marine animals are killed by plastic pollution every year. 1 million. We are actually destroying the ecosystem. 1 million marine animals are killed by plastic pollution every year. There will be more plastic in our oceans than fish by 2050. So there will be more plastics in our oceans than fish by 2050. It is an alarming fact. It is an alarming fact. So, see, microplastics. 80% of drinking water contains microplastics. 35% of microfibers turn into microplastic ocean waste. Of water sample, 94% of water sample tested positive for microplastic pollution in the United States. This also this is the reference sciencedirect.com. Here is the reference for this data. So what is plastic? It is actually a valuable resource in many ways, but plastic pollution is an unnecessary and unsustainable waste of that resource. Packaging. Because of packaging, we use more plastic. It is the largest end-use market segment, accounting for just over 40% of total plastic usage. Annually, approximately 500 million plastic bags are used worldwide. More than 1 million bags are used every minute. It takes 1,000 years for a plastic bag to degrade in a landfill. 1,000 years. It takes 1,000 years for a plastic bag. Think about it. For a plastic bag to degrade in a landfill. Unfortunately, the bags don't break down completely, but instead photodegrade, becoming microplastics that absorb toxins and continue to pollute the environment. Over the last 10 years, we have produced more plastic than during the whole of the last century. Over the last 10 years, we have produced more plastic than during the whole of the last century. So what we are going to do? So this is an article taken from CNET. Now or never, IPCC says Preventing climate disaster is possible if we act urgently. We can halve emissions by 2030, says scientists say. This is an article by Katie Collins, April 2000, recent article. What we have to do, if we act now to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we can keep our planet safe for our future generations. We have to keep safe our planet for our future generations. If we want to limit global warming to just 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees Celsius, global greenhouse gases will need to peak before 2025 at the latest. Then they will then need to be reduced by 43% by 2030 to keep 1.5 degrees of warming. Even if we manage to do this, it is likely we will see the 1.5 degree threshold is exceeded, but this might only be temporary. Global warming could return to below 1.5 degrees by the end of this century. Methane also needs to be produced by 1/3, must be reduced to 1/3 by 2020. The report lays out mitigation strategies that span sectors including energy, urban transport, buildings, industry, and agriculture and forestry. So what we have to do is we have to mitigate however possible to reduce energy consumption, urbanization, transports, buildings, industry, agriculture, and forestry. Everything should be done immediately, otherwise we will be reaching more degrees. It is our responsibility to lead the fight against food waste, greenhouse gases, and everything, and also to remind the world not to take food for granted, but to treat it with care and utmost respect. Okay, and we have to switching from meat and dairy to lower impact plant-based products. It is better to go for vegetable foods, not relying on dairy products also, because producing dairy products also turn to more plant-based food products, and we have to avoid more fast foods. So next we are going to see about the oxygen. It was a year before that many deaths were because of insufficient oxygen, because of COVID. So oxygen, how to create oxygen, how to produce oxygen. Let us see some of the tips for producing oxygen in our home. What do plants do actually? What do plants do? Plants keep air cleaner. They are natural air filters. They absorb CO2 and release oxygen. Some studies have shown that house plants can remove up to 87% of air toxins in as little as 24 hours. Plants are known to cleanse air from some irritants like formaldehyde, benzene, and trifluoroethylene. So we have to grow plants in our house. So in order, you can see that some studies have shown that only house plants can remove up to 87% of air toxins in 24 hours. Plants are known to cleanse air. Okay, so we have to grow plants in our home. We can do it. We can use water that we use for cooking purpose, except with washing waste, everything can be used for the plants, and we can grow more plants in our house. Plants add moisture to the air. Along with releasing oxygen into your house, plants also release the water you give them. So we have to grow plants in our home. So what is average indoor plant produce? See that the average indoor plant will produce 900 ml of oxygen per day. So, the average indoor plant will produce 900 ml oxygen per day or 27 liters of oxygen a month. If we say the average growing plant has 15 leaves and each leaf gives an average of 5 ml oxygen per hour for 12 hours a day. So this is the oxygen level released by indoor plants. What are the top 9 plants that provide oxygen? Aloe vera plant, pothos plant, spider plant, arsha palm, snake plant, tulsi, bamboo plant, gerbera daisy. The colorful flowering plant not only makes the house look beautiful, it is an excellent indoor plant for oxygen. So aloe vera. This aloe vera gives oxygen throughout the day. It is listed as one of the plants improving the air. Of NASA. Aloe vera emits oxygen at night and increases the longevity of your life. So aloe vera has that special feature that it gives oxygen throughout the night. So it is the special of aloe vera. We can have it in the house. See here, it is a leaf, a mature leaf. Uses here. Standard food that is one tree produces nearly trees for our parts. So each family of board member has to grow to garden. We have pets to sleep. Pets we can have plants. Humans and produce more CO2 than plants are great in our bedroom. Waterton recommends at least 2 good-sized plants for every 100 square feet, approximately 9.3 square feet of indoor space. The bigger the plant and bigger the plant, the better will be 100 square feet. So we can calculate it and we can grow plants in our house for our oxygen level.
I think there's some technical glitch from the speaker side, and she'll be joining us again. So please stay tuned with us. our speaker is not able to get connected back to us. So we'll see if she gets connected in between or maybe after this keynote address. So now we are starting with 28th keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. S. Vijay Kumar, who is a postdoctoral research scientist at the Marine College in Shandong University in China. Dr. Vijay Kumar Sikar, currently working as a postdoctoral research fellow at Marine College, Shandong University, Beihai, People's Republic of China. Dr. Vijay Kumar does research in nanopharmacology, nanotoxicology, nanobiotechnology, biopolymers, nanodrug delivery, biomaterials, biofilms, infectious diseases, ecotoxicology, aquaculture, immunology, and phytomedicine. Wow, what an amazing combination. He has published more than 70 plus research findings in topmost peer-reviewed index Q1, Q2 journals with a total impact factor of about 200. In addition to this, he has published 3 book chapters in Elsevier and Taylor and Francis publishers, and his Google Scholar profile with total 2170 citations and at index value of 25 and iron index value of 43. That's amazing. Moreover, he acts as a potential reviewer of the various international Elsevier, RSC, Springer, Frontiers, MDPI, and Springer Publishers journals. He has recently received the Best Young Scientist Award in Nanobiotechnology at National Conference on Smart Summit 2021, conducted by Pearl Foundation, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India. Heartiest congratulations to you for this. Further, he has received another award, Young Scientist Award 2021 in the field of fishery and life sciences, selected by Society of Fisheries and Life Science, College of Fisheries, Karnataka, India. Further, he acts as one of the editorial members and academic editor of Frontier Environmental Microbiology, Hindwai Journal of Nanotechnology, Journal Hindwai Agricultural Nutrition. Associate Editor of Frontiers in Nanotoxicology. Further, he has participated and presented research findings in various national and international conferences. Moreover, he acts as a lead guest editor in various international journals like Elsevier Materials Today, Communications, Springer Environmental Science and Pollution Research, Hindwai Evidence-Based Complementary and Alternative Medicine. डॉक्टर विजय कुमार, आपका भारत से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपका अभिनंदन है। हम बहुत खुश हैं आपको अपने बीच पाकर। अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ डॉक्टर विजय कुमार सीकर से टू काइंडली स्टार्ट विद दिस keynote address. The stage is all yours. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Seeker, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. First, I would like to thank to organizing committee patrons and chairpersons and members, and especially thanks to Professor Mamtaji for inviting me to this training program. Thank you very much. Today, I'm going to talk regarding the aquaculture and environmental applications of bio-nanoparticles. Just a minute, I will share my slides. Can you see my PPT? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and we can hear you as well and see your screen.
Okay. Can you see my PPT?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Already Professor Mamtaji introduced to me, but myself, I'm introducing more. I'm Dr. S. Vijay Kumar. I'm working as a postdoctoral research fellow in Marine College, Shantung University, VKPH now. I'm working in fully nanobiotechnology and nanomedicine regarding the research in developing the new materials or medicines regarding the infectious disease and particularly human disease, microbial infections, biofilms control, and aquaculture fundamental applications also. This is my contact details. If you want any research collaboration or anything else, to contact me. You please pick the mobiles, sorry, mail, and this is my contact number to directly contact to me regarding in your research. So today I'm going to talk aquaculture and the environmental applications of bio-nanoparticles. So in my last talk, I'm to elaborate what is the nanotechnology, nanoparticles types. I'm already previous talk in explain, but okay. In the sense, the recently in nanoparticles or nanotechnology to develop the materials or feed supplements to the applications of aquacultures and also the pollution control. So aquaculture, it is the controlled process. It is the cultivating of aquatic organism, especially for human consumption. It's a similar concept of agriculture. The aquaculture is the most important one in India after to China. It is the second place. We are the second place in the aquaculture, cultivating the aquatic organisms, and especially fishes, fin fishes, and shellfishes. So these are the important to the human consumption for food, and another one the protein. So this is aquaculture is one of the major one. So the seafood that you find in it is a highly formed in the proteins. So it is a cultivated for in ocean water, fresh water, and rivers, and in the landmarks. So the methods in aquaculture into the form to process in different to species variation. Generally in the aquaculture in the 4 stages in the production chain and starting hatcheries and ending at the seafood counter to the finally product into the market. So in aquaculture, it is the process to the in the cultivating organism to commercialize the animals to the product into the market. It is really healthy and need to the very good food products. So this is in the aquaculture production in India in 4 stages. First one is the hatchery, and the second one feed mills, and the farm, and finally is the processor. The processor, it is a process to the finalized aquatic products or aquatic meats or fish and fin fishes or shellfishes to the market into the processes. So it is a process. It is a major outbreak into the infectious diseases or pollutions. So it is a major in the total production that 17 to 18 estimated 12.60 million metric tons, nearly by 65 tons in the inland sector, about the total production, the culture of fisheries in the global productions. So in India, fisheries in the resources in global position third in, and after second in aquaculture in the after China. So these are the contribution fisheries GDP and the agriculture in the coastline. These are the reserves, the very important one of aquaculture in India. So major product in Indians in the freshwater and Indian carps like rohu and katla are among the main formed in India. So what is the problem in the aquaculture? Major problems in the aquaculture and the environmental problems: pollution, habitat destruction, and escape disease transfer. Disease transfer to the invading the pathogen, one animal to the another animal, invading the collapsed system of the aquatic ecosystem, and enter to the finally attack to the human consumptions. So major important one of the aquaculture, it is the microbial problems in the aquaculture. So microorganism greater importance to the aquaculture as they occur naturally. It is artificially or fulfilling the different roles. It is some microorganism that may protect this in the some probiotic larvae against disease. So it is a probiotic one, not all the bacteria. So in the aquaculture system to in the major production the species and infected with the bacterial infection and another viral infection. The major bacterial infections of vibrosis, Vibrio parahemolyticus, it is a major attack, and another one Aromonas hydrophila, another one the Ebardilla sidensis. These are the pathogens are the major attack of the aquatic organisms. So use of in the microbial community, so water quality, the ecosystem, which is aquaculture only few years away. So already in the commercial in the market in the antibiotics, so that against the pathogenic bacteria, and the feed can be controlled in the probiotics, against the infected fish and larvae, and reduce the significant infections. So however, in the successful management in the aquaculture microbiota currently needed the alternative antibiotic therapy in current present in the antibiotics, because the day by day increasing the antibiotics, the microbes are the very sensitive and the more resistant. So alternative antibiotic therapy or other needed to the antibiotic therapy needed. So in current so in recently, researchers are worked for the currently alternative antibiotic or nano antibiotics for against the aquaculture system for the against aquatic aquaculture animals infection, reduce the infection and significantly improve the quality and the growth of the aquatic animals. So the nanotechnology is one of the very important technology, recent technology. It is a very minute particle, 1 to 100 nanometer. In compared to the bulk material, it is a highly surface area. It is easily to penetrate into the inside the cells or body. So easily developed for the in the technologically in the particles or into the system or the material incorporated into the any coating the or feed supplements to enhance the animal immune system and reduce the bacterial infection. So the nanotechnology, it is different phases, but the biological one, it is a very important one, because the biological process or green synthesis process, the nanoparticle to more activity against the bacterial and viral infection. So currently the researchers are focused for this nanotechnology in green synthesis or biosynthesis. So it is very simple and eco cost and low cost, eco friendly. So it is a very advanced field in the nanotechnology. You can see this is one of the nano delivery mucoadhesive system in zebrafish, Danio. It is one of the researcher reported in mucoadhesive absorption spectra in pure water. You see the slide. It's the mucoadhesive protein and another protein. So another one, the PLGA, polylactic glycolic acid, in the one of the polymer to the fluorescent probe. It is to the immersed into the zebrafish to enhance the body host pathogen interaction studies of the zebrafish and reduce the bacterial adhesions inside the body of the zebrafish. So you see the fishes in the fluorescent image. It is one of the confocal laser scanning microscope. It is a very fluorescent in the marker to get into the zebrafish and reduce the bacterial pathogens and also the increasing the fish health and the immune system. Another one, it is one of our study in my research. We have published in this paper in microbial pathogenesis. This is the confocal laser scanning microscope. It is the green fluorescent protein, GFP tagged, green fluorescent protein tagged Vibrio parahemolyticus to the treated of the fish. It is the green color, it is the fluorescent, is the green fluorescent protein, Vibrio parahemolyticus bacteria. It is a study of host pathogen interaction studies. Another one, it is on the green fluorescent protein, Vibrio parahemolyticus plus one of the probiotic bacteria, Bacillus licheniformis, mixed to the reduce the green fluorescent protein, Vibrio parahemolyticus bacterial colonization, to reduce the bacterial colonization to increase the fish health and the immune system. So another one, the below images, it is the gills of the fish in the zebrafish. So it is a dotted mark with the green fluorescent, the adherent of the gills in the zebrafish, and the reducing the green fluorescent signal of the probiotic bacteria Bacillus licheniformis. So this one, this is also the Vibrio parahemolyticus tagged with the intestine and gills of hypothalamus, Panacea hypothalamus fish in the under confocal laser scanning microscope. It is reducing the one of the probiotics to inhibit the bacterial colonization, the pathogenic bacterial colonization to the bacteria. So this paper was published in the Microbial Pathogenesis journal, the Elsevier, and another one Fish and Shellfish Immunology, Science Fact 4.5, and another one 3.5. So it is a nanoparticle. The nanoparticles, one is inorganic, another one organic. It is an inorganic nanoparticle used for the nanotechnology in the aquaculture, act as an additive in feed supplements to enhance to deliver the fish. It is enhance the growth and the enhance the power of the immune system. So another one is organic. It is the nano capsules, vitamins, nutrients for without affecting the taste. So it is one of the advanced technology for the nanotechnology. It is another one, chitosan. It is a polymer. It is a non-toxic, biodegradable carbohydrate polymer. It is most usually for the in the aquaculture in the immuno-enhancing effect and antibacterial effects activities also. So using vaccine delivery system in seabass fish against Vibrio angularum. So it is a very good biocompatibility and disinfectant biodegradability properties of chitosan polymer. The chitosan isolated from the major in the cell is crustacean cell based, the like shrimp and crab shell based to isolate the chitosan biopolymer. It is major drug delivery applications also. So one of my research, I have also the one of the biopolymer to develop the gold nanoparticle to in fucoidan isolated from the seaweed to develop the gold nanoparticle to deliver the aquaculture application. This is the transmission electron microscope image is spherical to triangle shape of the gold nanoparticle in the size of 10 to 100 nanometer in size. It is a negative surface charge. So it is a purity of the elemental analysis of EDA spectrum. It's a gold is a major compound present. To test it, we have tested the in vitro and in vivo antibacterial against the Aeromonas hydropla infection into the tilapia fish. So it is a highly antibacterial activity. You see the images is the control is a no zone of inhibition, and after the higher treatment, the high zone of inhibition. It is highly antibacterial activity against Aeromonas hydropla. So it is a in vitro level. After we get to the biofilm formation, it is a nothing biofilm, nothing but biofilm. Biofilm is a major. It is the group of cluster-like formation of the material formation of colonization of the structure. It is not easily to kill or reduce the colonization. It's not a single bacteria. It is a group life of honeybee-like, honey-like group of like structure. It is a major protection in the antibiotics in the bacteria, EPS, exopolysaccharide substance. It is not easily to treat the antibiotics. Is a bacterial biofilm. It is protect to the EPS into the not penetrate into the antibiotics in the cell wall. So more resistant to the antibiotics. It is a nanoparticle, one of the advanced material to kill the biofilm inhibition of the bacterial pathogens. You see that it is the first one. A1 is the light microscope, and the top bottom is a beam is a confocal as a scanning microscope. It is a control, it's a highly developed the biofilm formation after the treatment in 100 microgram per ml, reduce the bacterial biofilm thickness and concentrations, colonization. So you can see in the 25, 50, and 100 microgram, reduce the full colony biofilm family. It is a very good antibacterial and antibiofilm activity of gold nanoparticle, fucoid and polymer protein nanoparticles. So it is a 3D images. You see it is a control A, it's a B. It is the treated nanoparticle and treated. It's a reduced biofilm, bacterial biofilm colonization. You see the bar chart in diagram. Biofilm thickness measured 30 micrometer, and after the treatment is a very 7 micrometer. It is a highly anti-biofilm active nanoparticles. So it is a in vivo challenge study, Aeromonas hydropla infection of the in fishes in the Oreochromis mozambique tilapia fishes. So we treated the infected fish in the intraperitoneally. The first one control, and the B. After B, it is a treatment. It is only treated with the Aeromonas hydropla bacterial infection. So the arrow mark indicates the fish infected with the bacteria, tissue ulceration, hemorrhagic problem. These are the infected by Aeromonas hydropla. After C, it is treated with the Aeromonas hydrophylla plus 100 microgram per ml gold nanoparticle, fucoid coated gold nanoparticle to treated the fish. This fish will be reduce the mortality, and it is develop the healthy, not any tissue ulceration. It is one of the good compatibility and good act as a drug delivery vehicle for aquatic protection of the aquatic animals. It is a very in vivo antibacterial activity of the nanoparticle against the Aeromonas caterpillar in Oreochromis. So it is a chart. The first one control, no mortality. It is a high mortality, and the group in the reduce group one control, no mortality. Group 2 higher mortality in the Aeromonas only infected. Group 3 reduce the mortality and higher survival. So this paper published into the microbial pathogenesis, this paper impact 3.5. So another one in the applications of nanotechnology in fisheries, and the after one, it is the in the feed supplements and spectrum of application, water purification system. So all the major application to the nanotechnology, the researchers working on some zinc oxide, copper oxide. So these are the major nanoparticles to the aquatic ecosystem, aquaculture application. So nanotechnology in application in vaccine delivery, aquaculture, water purification, nutrients delivery, feed supplement, and reduce the toxicity through the bioactive compounds. So another one, the ideal vaccine, some nanotechnology, some polymer coated developed the nanomaterial to tested the ideal vaccine for the aquatic animals in the against viral diseases. So more researchers working on the nano-based vaccines against aquatic animals. First one is the mass vaccination of fish and trial on carp, PSDA. The first one developed nano capsules containing short stranded DNA. They absorb the cells into the fish and ultrasound to the rupture. So another one is again stabilized enzymes of the single enzyme nanoparticle to the aquaculture system to the vinyl polymer growth for the enzyme surface. It is used for the aquatic technology. So in the nanoparticles. So feed quality, another one, the enhance fish growth and reduce the bacterial infection to enhance the taste and palatability to the nano bioactive compounds coated nanoparticle to the implemented is the the mixed with the feed supplement to design the nutraceuticals with improve the water solubility, thermal stability, oral bioavailability, and physical performance of the aquatic animals. So these are the aquaculture major system in the applications of nanomaterial. Another one, pollution control. So what is the pollution control, pollution application of the nanomaterial? First one is a dye degradation. It is the very recent years interest in the fact of chemical compounds in the aquatic ecosystem to polluted the major dye degradation through the industries like textile industries. Another one major in the textile industries. So it is a chemical compound such as the pesticides, steroid hormones, antibiotics that totally collapse the aquatic environment, as well as finally throughout the impact of in human. So the organic contaminants of water bodies in the finally veterinary medicines, also the antibiotics, we have used the antibiotics to the inhibit the water system. So in the dye degradation with the nanoparticles, first one, the heavy metal infections or dye degradation to develop the metal nanoparticles with the bioactive compounds, any plant extracts or polymers coated the nanomaterial environmental remediation. Example, some probiotic strains also developed the coated with the nanomaterial like zinc oxide or titanium dioxide, also the one of the very good bioremediation dye degradation material for the application of encoded nanotechnology in the dye degradations. So the rate constant catalytic reaction and the recirculation of the mostly silver dye degradation in silver nanoparticle also used for investigate the size dependent catalytic properties or reduction the dye degradation. This is one of the our group of work in the crustacean titanium. It is one of the antimicrobial peptide from the crustaceans. So it is the total that developed the titanium nanoparticle to the degradation of the dye green orange. The first one dark color is a control, and the after nanoparticle treatment. You see the graph. First one the high peak in the 0 hours and the color not will be changed. The after 256 hours reduce the OD value and changes the color formation to the degrade of the dye. It is the one of the activity of crustacean coated titanium nanoparticle. Another one, it is a methylene blue dye degradation in the same crustacean titanium dioxide. First one control and another one after the treatment nanoparticle reduce the dye degradation and the OD value and changes the color. It is a normal. So it is a degradation effect of the nanomaterial crustaceans. So we have the published in the paper another journals, LCO journals. So we have recently in the statistical optimization, the photocell detection and brilliant blue in GT50 using the nano rods, semiconductor nano rods to develop the eco-safety approach method for the synthesis of nanomaterial to degrade the dye. It is a paper published in Journal of Cluster Science 3.5. So this paper, you can see that it is 0 hours for control. After the 100 minutes, the dye degraded. It is coated with the treated with the zinc oxide, nano rods. So it is a treatment treated with the in the nano rods to reduce the degradation of the dye and reduce the peak. It's a control peak. It is a high peak value, OD value. After the treatment, the peak will reduce. It is the level. So another, after the in vivo challenge study, we have the in vivo challenge. It's reducing the dye toxicity effect on. We have tested the ecotoxicity environmental analysis of Artemia salina. It is one of the marine crustacean. It is one of the approved model organism for OECD, Organization Economic Cooperation Development, to tested the activities of dye degradation studies. So it is one of the advanced method used for in the dye degradation purposes. These methods. So what is the benefits of mankind into the nanotechnological approaches in the human disease, and particularly it is one. It is early detection of viruses by nanosensor. It is like cancer and AIDS and remove poliovirus and targeted drug delivery, biocompatible orthopedic implants and pollution-free technology and aquaculture improvement system. So these are the application of bio-nanoparticles in environmentals and the clinical sectors. So another, even recently, the researchers working on photocatalytic degradation of pharmaceutical drug delivery, pharmaceutical drugs in used for nanomaterial, especially paracetamol. Paracetamol used for the day by day increasing because already some fevers or pain. It is one of the major painkiller. So the rise in the production and used for production most rate. So it is the paracetamol more polluted in the aquatic system. So the researchers are working for the degraded the paracetamol and some in vitro level to the through the titanium dioxide also and zinc oxide also nanoparticle to develop for the degradation studies in the in vitro level. The first one is cycles 1 to 5 cycles, and after the tested the nanomaterial to reduce the OD value of paracetamol drugs, and after the color changes of the paracetamol, the concentrations also will reduce the after the treatment of the nanomaterial. So in current scenario, increasing the antibiotics and veterinary medicines also increasing the production and usage. So the aquatic system to be polluted and affected, and finally it is reached to the human health. So the researcher to develop the eco-friendly alternative nanomaterial to develop them to protecting the aquatic systems and aquatic resources, and also the reduce the environmental impacts. So these the applications usage for the bio-nanomaterial for the aquaculture and environmental applications. So thank you so much. If you have any queries or clarifications, feel free to ask me. I'm ready to answer it.
That was wonderful deliberation. If any questions, please raise your hand. Muskan, just on the chat box. So we can unmute you from here. Shirley Ahuja, we are just unmuting you from here. You have raised your hand. So just unmute her. We have unmuted you, Dr. Shirley. Please, you can unmute yourself from there if you are around. I cannot see anyone. But there's a lot of appreciation for you, Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Thank you.
People are saying very good words. They want to have your slide as well. If you permit, send it to us. We'll share with the participants.
Okay.
There's a lot of appreciation for you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Mamtaji. Thank you.
So now, thank you so much. So it's time to formally thank Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Yes.
Dr. Kumar, thank you for giving such a stirring deliberation. You spoke on aquaculture and environmental application of bio-nanoparticles. The slides were very beautiful, self-explanatory. You clearly showed that nanotechnology is the future. Everyone present at the occasion was not only in the wonderment of your knowledge, but also greatly impressed by your presenting slides. It was as if we are talking to each other. It was a great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much from it. I take this opportunity to thank you on the behalf of our entire organizing committee and delegates who were captivated by talk. Thank you so much for your presence, and we believe and hope that you'll be with us in our future events also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So after that, we will have Team 29 keynote address, which will be delivered by Dr. Abhishek Mehta. Dr. Abhishek Mehta will be joining us in 15 minutes. So we have another presentation for you. So Muskan, please ready with it.
Explosion at a nuclear plant in the Soviet Union. What caused it and how many people did it hurt? Scanty information has come so far from the Soviets, but here's Peter Snow to help fill out the gaps.
It does now seem likely that sometime in the last couple of days there's been perhaps the worst accident in the short history of the world's nuclear power industry. The Russians may have been hoping they could contain it without having to release the news, as they appear to have tried to do so in an earlier accident in the Urals 19 years ago. But the fact that they've had to reveal it and admit that there are casualties suggests they're deeply worried about the scale of it. The first scientific judgments outside Russia is that there's no danger to life in Scandinavia, where the contamination was first picked up, and in Britain, the National Radiological Protection Board say the levels are so low that if it ever reached Britain, it should not cause any harm. Well, it was just 4 hours ago when Soviet viewers were watching their evening news bulletin, and the announcer revealed that the accident had taken place. The official news agency TASS later added that aid was being given to those affected. The accident was at Chernobyl, a town of around 50,000 people, about 50 miles due north of Kiev in Ukraine, and around 300 miles southwest of Moscow. The city of Kiev alone has a population of some 1.5 million people. There is no news tonight of any evacuation, although TASS did say that measures were being taken, and I quote, to eliminate the consequences of the accident. The first sign of an accident came in Sweden, not in Russia, when a sudden rise in radiation levels set off alarms from the Forsmark nuclear plant. Workers were evacuated, the plant was shut down, but no leak was found there. When reports began coming in from other parts of Scandinavia of increased levels of radioactivity, Sweden began to suspect that the leak had occurred in the Soviet Union. Norway recorded only slightly higher levels, but in Denmark, radioactivity was detected 5 times greater than usual, similar to the readings in Sweden. But the highest levels, up to 10 times more than normal, occurred in Finland. The Swedish authorities say there is no danger to life there, despite the sudden increases in radioactivity. But it may give some indication just how big the leak was, that the nearest point of the Swedish coast is 700 miles from the site of the disaster in the Ukraine. Well, now, what's caused it, the Russians aren't saying. But at Chernobyl, they have 4 working reactors of 2 different types. And it appears from the likely scale of this accident that the one that went wrong was probably a pressurized water reactor. The central part of the pressurized water reactor is the reactor vessel, a huge cylinder of welded steel, about the size of a large room, but 3 stories high. Now, inside this reactor vessel, right in the center of the picture there, cooled by water under heavy pressure, is the reactor core, a bunch of metal tubes packed with the highly radioactive uranium oxide, whose intense heat is removed by the circulating water to the steam generator, which in turn powers the turbines that generate electricity. What may have happened is a rupture in that very hot, high-pressure water circuit. The water may have leaked out enough to uncover the rods in the reactor vessel, which might then melt due to their own intense heat, releasing radioactivity into the water and steam and out through the leak into the atmosphere. Now, this is just what might have happened at the 3 Mile Island power plant in Pennsylvania 7 years ago when a valve stuck open there, except that there, in Pennsylvania, the reactor was enclosed in a massive concrete containment building, and this trapped almost all the radioactivity. We don't know for certain whether the Chernobyl reactor had a containment building. Some Soviet reactors do not have them. Now, since the advent of nuclear power about 30 years ago, there's been a series of leaks and accidents. 3 Mile Island in 1979 in Pennsylvania was America's worst. A breakdown in the cooling system caused the partial meltdown there. 4 years earlier, at Browns Ferry in Alabama, a fire put out the plant's control room. Britain's worst accident was in 1957, when fire destroyed the core of a plutonium-producing reactor at Windscale. Clouds of radioactivity were released, and 2 million litres of milk were contaminated. In 1974, now we have, I've just been speaking to Brian Hanrahan on the phone to Moscow.
This radiation was emerging, did run into, I think that's the only way of putting it, an official from the Foreign Office at a reception this evening and said to him, I'm making an official request, my government would like to know what's going on. And that was an official request and it went in. He has yet, as I'm talking at the moment, to receive a reply. He, like everybody else, is getting his information from the wires. So there's no indication of what the official response is. There is obviously a lot of response in the embassies where people are trying to keep up with what's going on.
How important, Brian, to Soviet nuclear power capacity is the loss of this reactor, do you think?
Well, the indications are that this is one of a particular sort of reactor which makes up about half of the 30 reactors which are estimated to be in operation in the Soviet Union at the moment. So if that particular design is suspect, it means that that particular group have got to be looked at generally, and this is the time when they are planning to expand their capacity in nuclear power, and they need it quite badly for the new industrial push that Mr. Gorbachev is anxious for. In the short term, I would have thought the more immediate problem is that they have most of these plants grouped in one area or in one half of the country over in the European side of the Soviet Union, which is short of natural power resources. And this complex has not only 4 working reactors, one of which we know has been damaged, but also has 2 which are under construction. So if that is the case, it means if all these things are going on, if there is damage to one of them, if it is a problem, if it has affected the others, if they can't use the others, that means they have lost 4 working reactors and 2 new ones at a stroke, which would mean that area is going to be short of electricity.
Brian Hanrahan, thank you very much indeed.
If you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you will work and work.
Well, now, what's thought to have been the worst Soviet nuclear incident happened almost 30 years ago near the town of Kishtim in the Urals. The Russians never explained what happened, but Western experts believe it was an explosion of nuclear waste. Pictures taken recently from an American satellite flying high above the Soviet Union show the area of the devastation, right in the middle of the picture there, labeled devastated area, to be very large and still quite evident. Now, the man who first revealed that this accident had taken place was Yuri Medvedev, who's just even more recently written a biography of the Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, and he's with me now. Yuri Medvedev, what happened in the Urals, and do you think this is as bad as that?
In Urals, the accident was actually the explosion of nuclear disposal site from military reactors. For many years, the Soviet military reactors used to dispose nuclear waste into the one place, supposed to be lake, which later dried out, and finally accumulation of heat and some other chemical processes made chemical explosion, which brought all this nuclear waste material into the air and covered by the cloud very large area not far from Chelyabinsk.
How many people do you think died in that disaster?
From what is known about the population in this area, at least 32 villages had been destroyed or evacuated and not inhabited anymore. So approximately 12,000 people who lived there did get radiation.
Now, that disaster was not revealed by the Soviet government. This one has been. What does that tell you?
First of all, this one happened in a very densely populated area, while Ural disaster happened in a very sparsely populated area, very far from central population centers of European part of the Soviet Union. So it's impossible to conceal this accident. So a lot of people in Ukraine and in Kiev apparently know about this. So it's impossible to keep it covered up.
Walter Patterson is one of leading experts on nuclear generation. Mr. Patterson, what, first of all, do you think happened this time in Chernobyl?
Well, if the reactor was a pressurized water reactor of Soviet design, any kind of major break in the primary circuit would have allowed the water in the reactor to flash to steam, the cooling to become ineffective, possibly some of the core to become uncovered, in which case there then might have been fuel melting, fuel damage of some kind, which would release radioactivity into the surroundings. If as seems to be the case, there was no containment around the reactor, as is the general...
Can we be sure of that? What do you think, George Medvedev? Do you think there was a containment building?
I don't think that there is containment building, because the policy of Soviet atomic constructors was that reactors are absolutely safe, and so there is no need to have this kind of precaution, because it indicates possibility of disaster, which Russian always considered absolutely impossible.
So can we be clear about this? You're going as far as to say you think it almost certain or just probable that there was no protective shield around this reactor which appears to have melted down?
No, I think that there is no protection shield around this reactor. It's certainly the case, because the building as such indicates that there is no shield.
Now, Walter Patterson, if that is so, what is the danger to life if what you believe happened in the immediate area and beyond?
Well, obviously, if radioactivity got as far as Scandinavia, however long it took to get there, a great deal must have escaped close to the site. It depends, of course, on local weather conditions and on how severe the damage to the plant itself was. But there must have been some considerable amount of radioactivity dumped into the surrounding area, to the town of Chernobyl itself, which I gather has a population of maybe 50,000 people. It seems as though it may have been fortunate that the prevailing wind appears to have been in the northerly direction, northbound, rather than to the south in the direction of Kiev. I don't know what the meteorological conditions were at the time. But
would there be any danger, for example, to places like Moscow, 300 miles away to the northeast?
I think that the danger begins to get very much less serious there. But the corollary is that it is not only an immediate danger to the people who are there when the radioactive plume passes over, but that plume may deposit radioactivity on the ground, which will then continue to be a hazard for the people who stay in the area. This may present the Soviet authorities with a massive evacuation problem.
George Medvedev, would you guess that they are now evacuating at least the people of that town itself?
Yes, I'm quite certain, because if there are casualties, as they admit, from radiation, people are not killed immediately unless it's very major, actually, disaster. So if there are casualties just now and admitted, it means that thousands of more people had got radiation from isotopes and radioactive materials and must be evacuated very quickly. So this is a case with radiation. If radiation does kill few people, this means that thousands of people were affected.
What, in much broader terms and looking much further ahead, what sort of danger do you think there is to people, or might be to people, way beyond the immediate area? I'm talking about now in Poland, across the Baltic, Scandinavia, and even Western Europe.
Well, this plume has obviously traveled a good long distance, and it must have dropped a good deal of radioactivity under it as it traveled. I think that the danger will have abated rapidly once you get away from the immediate locality of the site, by which I mean a radius of maybe some tens of miles. But it may be, nevertheless, a moderate long-term hazard, depending on what kind of radioactivity it is. We haven't been told yet what kind of radioactivity has been in that cloud.
No.
If it's long-lived radioactivity, it will continue to be a hazard.
Right. Now, what about the effects on the Soviet nuclear power industry of this disaster?
I think it may well turn out to be serious, because the Soviet industry has been in the process of trying to reactivate its nuclear power program after a long period of doldrums, and they have been relying particularly on the design of reactor, which seems to have been involved in this accident, as being the basis for a major new construction program. They will obviously have to think hard as to whether they can continue with such a program, given that this has now become public knowledge in the Soviet Union, and given the immediate local consequences and the national awareness of the problem that's been created.
Dr. Medvedev, briefly, how much of a blow to Mr. Gorbachev and his plans for the Soviet nuclear industry?
Well, the Soviet Union has so-called energy program for the year 2000, which is major long-term program to increase the generation of electricity, and the major source of increasing electricity was considered as nuclear power stations. So it was an attempt to increase nuclear power station capacities at least by a factor of 6.
And finally, and very important as well, Walter Patterson, could this happen here?
If the reactor which has had the accident in Chernobyl was one of the pressurized water reactors at Chernobyl, even that is not yet certain. But if it was, then that will have an impact on nuclear power programs all over the world, because that is the most popular design of nuclear power reactor. It is the design that the UK government wants to start building in Britain at Sizewell B, followed by perhaps another half a dozen plants of the same type.
But it would have a containment building around it at Sizewell.
It would have a containment building, but the fact remains that if you can have that kind of accident, even the economic consequences can be crippling, to say nothing of the health hazard.
Walter Patterson's Rose Mabeda, thank you very much for joining us. Olivia.
And if there's any more news on that Soviet nuclear accident, we'll bring it to you during the program.
Yeah. That was so horrifying, Chernobyl accident. Now it's time for the 29 keynote address, which is to be delivered by Dr. Abhishek Mehta. Dr. Mehta is working as Assistant Professor, IT and Computer Science at Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat, India. He has 9 years and 7 months of teaching experience. His basic qualification is BCA in Computer Science from Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University, MCA from Srimad Rajchandra Institute of Management and Computer Application. He has completed PhD in the field of digital image processing and natural language processing from Sabarmati University, Ahmedabad. He has received Best Research Paper Award in International Conference on Recent Advancement in Engineering and Technology, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication associated with Nirma University in 2019. He has also received Research Excellence Award from NASA, received Teacher Innovation Award from Zero Investment in Innovations for Education Initiatives, Sri Aurobindo Society, Puducherry. He has published 18 research papers in reputed and peer-reviewed national, international journals, presented 73 research papers in state, national, international conferences, delivered 6 expert talks in various refresher course, orientation course, workshops conducted by Universities of India and UGC. He has attended more than 50 workshops, conferences, refresher course, orientation program and training programs. He has received research grant of ₹1 lakh for startup Ragathon from SSIP under GISC scheme Gujarat government. He has also received the research grant of ₹85,000 for a project of safety of Little Heart from SSIP GTU. He has received Outstanding Research Award, Outstanding Research Paper Award, Best Research Paper Presentation Award in international conferences. He has also received Faculty Research Excellence Award by Parul University. He also received Faculty Research Excellence Award from Parul University. He has patented 2 projects with Government of India. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Mehta. With a lot of gratitude and respect, I would request you to start with your keynote address. The stage is all yours, Dr. Mehta.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much, ma'am, for such a kind and valuable words and the introduction. I also would like to thank Muskan ma'am. I also would like to thank the Raj Rishi Government Autonomous College, to entire team, to organizing such a wonderful STTP, that impact and Panacea of environmental pollution, the past, present, and the future. So first of all, thank you so much to inviting me as a keynote speaker of this STTP. And I already shared many things related to the environment in the previous STTP, even in the previous seminars too, that is related to the computer science. So with this same concept, with the environment and with the computer science, today I'm here with you. And here I shared my screen to you all. Yeah, so hope my screen is visible at your end. Yeah. So my today's topic, basically this STTP that is related to the pollution, the environment, even what is the past, present, and the future. Actually, basically, I am from the computer science field, so I merge the pollution environment with the computer science. So that is the one hardware. The name of the hardware is uh, with that one particular hardware, I use the technology. The name of the technology is Internet of Things. So IoT based air pollution monitoring system. So that is the name of the one system. That system is actually used to monitor the pollution around us. So I started with the introduction part. The first introduction part is IoT. Now, the full form of the IoT is Internet of Things. As we people are using the different remote controls, we people are using our childs are using some car. That car is controlling with the remote. So how that car is controlling to the remote using the Internet of Things? That they have some chips. That chip is associated with some coding part, and using that one particular remote, we can easily control the hardware. So here, the system is IoT based air pollution monitoring system. So I'm starting with the abstract part, that what is actually it is. So there are many levels of pollutions has increased with time by a lot of factors, like the increase in populations, increased vehicle use, even the industrializations, uh, even urbanizations, which result in harmful effect on the human well-being by directly affected health of populations exposed to it. Pollution nowadays, there are many pollutions are available, and that's why, because of that reason, the winter and the summer, even the monsoon, they have not fixed month because of the pollution. Why the pollution? Because, dear participants, the increase of the vehicle use. Many of the peoples are using the vehicle, and based on that solution, government are nowadays the government are providing the such a car, such a auto rickshaw, or such a bike. That bike, auto, and that vehicle are not have such a pollutions. The industrializations, urbanizations are there. So based on that, pollutions are increased day by day. So in IoT based air pollution monitoring system, the air quality is measured over the web server using the internet, and will trigger an alarm when the air quality goes down and it's present the air like CO2, smoke, alcohol, benzene, and NH3. So that is the one system. That system is associated with the internet and the server. If the pollution is increased, it directly send acknowledgement to the user's mobile phone, or it uh, uh, bring the some alarm. So trigger the some alarm when the air quality is goes down. So that system is identifying the quality. That system is identifying the quality air to decrease the pollution. With this, it will show the air quality in ppm on the LCD as well as on web page, so that we can monitor it very easily. Whatever the pollution, whatever the air quality is there, if the if the alarm is triggered, at the same time, it send some acknowledgement to the LCD. It display on the LCD. The pollution level can be monitored anywhere using computer or mobile phone. So they install this system anywhere. They can use also the trigger some devices when pollution goes beyond some level. Like it can switch on the exist, or can send alert. So that is the simple abstract of the system, that how the system is used, what is the basically use of that system. So that system is identify the quality air around us, and if the air is not qualitative, then it send the some alert, it send the some acknowledgement, and it displayed on the LCD. So that is the basic idea about the system. Now I can go ahead with some introduction part, and I will also explain that how it works. So air pollution is the biggest problem of every nations, whether it is the developed or developing. The health problems are also growing at faster rate, especially in urban area of developing countries, where industrializations and the growing number of vehicles leads to release of lots of gases, pollutants. Nowadays, the urban area have many industrialization. They have many industries. So in many countries, some countries are developing, some countries are developed, but the health problems are growing continuously because of only the one reason. The reason is pollution. So the harmful effects of the pollution include the mild allergic reactions such as the irritations of the throat, eye, nose, as well as some serious problem like the bronchitic, heart disease, pneumonia, lung, and aggravative asthma. According to the survey, due to air pollution, 50,000 to 1 lakh premature deaths per year occur in the US. That is the statistics. Because of the pollution, there are many diseases are occurred, and the 1 lakh premature deaths per year occur in the US because of the pollution. And alone, whereas in the EU number reaches the 3 lakh and over 30 lakh worldwide. So see, this is the problem of the pollution in the world. So based on that, there are various kinds of anthropogenic emissions, and named as primary pollutants, are pumped into the atmosphere and chemical reactions. For instance, according to the fifth assessment report of the Governmental Panel on Climate Change, nearly all climate altering pollutants, either direct or indirectly, responsible for health problem. And almost every citizen spends 90% of their time in indoor air. 90% time in indoor air, because we are living, either you people are working in at your college or at your institutions or at your office, so you people are there inside the room. So 90% of their time that all people are spent with the indoor air. But what about the 10 people? The 10 people are that spend this time with the outsides of air. And if they spend the time of outside of air, then they have many health problems that we have discussed. So with this, I prepared one system. The system is actually seeing the quality of air around us. So Arduino, that is the one kit. That kit is used for the IoT system, LED, Wi-Fi module, buzzer, and sensor sounds. This is the basic diagram that I have used such type of modules in my system. So the proposed pollution monitoring is based on the block diagram that you have seen in the figure number 1. But now, how can system, as you people have many questions in your mind, that sir is told that it's identify the air, but how that system is identify the air using one sensor? The name of the sensor is MQ135. The name of the sensor is MQ135. That MQ135 sensor can sense the NH3, even NOx, alcohol, then the benzene, then the smoke, CO2. This sensor is identifying there's such a type of airs. It sends. So it is a dynamic gas sensor for our air pollution monitoring system. That is the main sensor. Without that sensor, we can't develop such a kind of system. When we will connect to the Arduino, then it will sense all the gases and it gives the pollution level in ppm. Ppm, that means part per million. And with this MQ135 gas sensor will give an output in the form of voltage level, and we have to convert into the ppm. So the converting output in ppm we have used to library of MQ135 gas sensor. So MQ135 gas sensor, that is the one sensor is used to sense the NH3, NOx, CO2, then the smoke, air, and the pollution, right? Alcohol. This identifies such a kind of airs around us. Now the sensor was giving us a value of 90 when there was no gas near it. So the air quality safe level is 350 ppm and it is exit 1000 ppm. The limit is only 1000 ppm. So it causes the headaches and the sleepiness, the stagnant, stuffy air. It will, if it will exceed beyond 2000 ppm, then it causes inside the heart rate, even the many different diseases. But if the value will be less than 1000 ppm, then LCD and the web page will display the fresh air. If the ppm is high in the air, there are many diseases out there. Headache problem, sleepiness, the stuffy air. Stuffy air, that is very irritating, such a kind of airs. So based on that health problem, our body is only capturing the 1000 ppm air. And if it is the 1000 less than 1000 ppm good air, then it send the fresh air message on the LCD. When the value will be increased, then buzzer will beeping, and the LCD web page display the poor air open window. Now I am in the home. If the poor air, so the system is asking me, please open the window and save your health. And when it will be increased 2000, the buzzer will keep sleeping and LCD will web page danger, move to the fresh air. It is increased to 2000 ppm, then the buzzer will keep beeping and it send the one message on the LCD that danger and move to the fresh air. So if such a kind of system, if we have developed, then it is very helpful to the society. So that is, the system is look like this one. It is displayed on the screen. See everyone. The one is LCD. The LCD have the such a kind of, if I want to display the messages, then the LCD is there. The one in the gray color, that is the Arduino kit. That Arduino kit is connected with the wires. So now the air pollution monitoring equipment, it is their intended purpose of discussed below. The Arduino Uno R3 microcontroller. That microcontrollers are managing the programmed according to the function that that it is to be used. 6 analogs inputs, 14 digital inputs and output pins, USB connection, 16 MHz quarters, crystal, SPI serial interface. Right. The Arduino microcontroller is not only the technical audience, but it intended designer and artist because it focused to usability to design the help to achieve the intended goal. Right. If I want to, this is the designing, that is only the rough designing, right, that I have made. But if I integrate into the one hardware, it's look very good. And if we need to put it into our home, it displaying the some messages on the LCD, same as the digital clock. So the next one is the MQ135 gas sensor. That gas sensor is identifying the air. So the conductivity of this material is lower in clear air. The sensor is conductivity increases with the concentrations of target pollution gas. So if the benzene series is stem to CO2, the detection range is the 10 to 10,000 ppm, and the voltage range about the 5 OV plus minus 0 1 AC or DC. So this type of gas sensor is widely used in the industrial gas alarm, portable gas detector, domestic gas alarm, as shown in another figure. So basically this type of sensor is used in the industrial part. That industrial part, why the industrial part? Because the industrial parts have such a kind of uh, as in that company. So maybe it is maybe it's occur there's some health problem to the employee. But if I want to save my employee, if I want to save the people, at the same time I want to use such a kind of system at my industries. So the name of the sensor is MQ135. It's identify the this is used in this in such a kind of framework for monitoring the CO2 in the air. That CO2 is there, is it is there or not in the air. What is the amount of CO2 present in atmosphere, right? So according to the sensor is calibrated. That based on that sensor, based on that sensor, it is worked. The next one is a Wi-Fi module. Why I added the Wi-Fi module? Because it is a self-contained associate with integrated IP protocol stack. So that can give any microcontroller access to your Wi-Fi network. There's such a type of module capable for either hosting an application or offloading all Wi-Fi networking functions from the another application. So such a type of modules are pre-programmed with an AT command, set the firmware, even the meaning we can simply connect to the Arduino device, and this is the extremely cost-effective board, right? So that is the one Wi-Fi module. Wi-Fi module. Why Wi-Fi module? Because I want to use the internet. I want to use the weather forecasting system with this. I want to integrate the weather forecasting with the pollution monitoring system, right? So because of that reason, if I want to use the internet, right, at the same time I want the such a kind of Wi-Fi modules. The next V pin of Arduino. So the RX pin of ESP8266, it is worked. So with this Arduino, when we will connect it directly, so this Arduino, that is the one kit. I want to connect that that sensor with the kit, right? So it has some different voltage, right? So we have to make the voltage divider for it, which convert to 5V to 3.3V. Why? Because it will happen when we connect three resistors in series of like we did in the circuits, and then we will connect to TX and ESP8266 with pin of 10 and RX pin with the 8266 with pin of 9. So Arduino through the resistors. So I need to connect with the Arduino. Arduino, that is the one board. That board is actually useful for the such a kind of system. So basically this system is monitoring the air of environment using Arduino and microcontroller. So this IoT technology is proposed to improve the quality of air with the use of IoT technology. Using the IoT technology, we can develop the any such a type of good system. Actually, that good system is improve the quality of air and Also, it provides the good health, because nowadays the health is everything. If our health is good, we can do anything. So the system is monitor the air environment using Arduino controller, and this technology is proposed to improve the quality of air, the air quality that it improve. If I use such a kind of system, if I proposed such a kind of system to the society with the use of the IoT technology, enhanced the process of monitoring the various aspects of environment, such as the air quality monitor issues, are proposed in this paper. That means in the system. So such a kind of system is actually useful for to the society. Why to the society? Because of the reason there are many health issues nowadays are going on. So with these issues, we have done with one uh, one sensor, and that name of the sensor is MQ135 sensor. That MQ135 sensor is actually used to sense the gas, to sense the CO2 is there in the air or not, and which control the entire process. So, and the Wi-Fi module connect with whole the process, internet, and the LCD is used for the visual output, right? So how that system is working, I have the video of 10 to 15 minutes that how it is work, right? So here I shared that video, and in between I will explain that how the system is working.
Hi, Dr. Mehta.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry,
Yes,
my
ma'am.
meeting got disconnected and I could not. Completed your presentation?
No,
Oh,
ma'am.
yeah, please continue. Please continue. My headphones actually got disconnected.
Okay, okay. So hope my video screen is visible at your end. Yeah.
And email alert is, so it is coming like email alert.
So it's also send the email to our mobile phone. First, this sensor is identifying the air around us, and based on what type of air that we have, it so based on that air that I have already explained it, that if the air is less than 1000 ppm, then it send the one alert. That means you are in the fresh air. It is 1000 more, then you need to open the window, and it is a 2000, it is danger, you need to go on the fresh air, right? So same kind of alert message that it displayed in the mobile phone, in the email.
Outlook, okay. Primary social update, so it is temperature alert, MQ6 gas alert, and MQ9 CO alert. Okay, now here we have a one web page, IoT web page. So we need to give user ID password.
So
I
using
giving
the
user ID password.
using the user ID and password, we can log it into the system.
Temperature, MQ6, MQ9, show full data. So these are the values. Okay, so main screen. Okay, now let us coming into the block diagram. Arduino Uno R3, and three sensors I'm using: LM35 temperature sensor, and MQ6 gas sensor, and MQ9 CO sensor. Okay, CO sensor, A0, A1, A2, and cooling fan, temperature dependent fan speed control. If temperature is high, fan speed is high, and if CO sensor is high, SPDT relay, AC bulb is on, red bulb, 16 cross 2 LCD display. These are the pin connection, and we are using Max 232 IC, level converter, voltage level stabilization IC. We are using SIM 800L GPRS module we are using. Okay, so let us coming into the hardware. 230 input, step down transformer, 9 volts output AC, bridge rectifier, filter capacitor, 7805 regulator, and one LED.
So this guy is explaining that what kind of hardware, right, are using into the system.
And so Arduino Uno R3, and here I am using 3 sensors: LM35 temperature sensor, MQ6 gas sensor, MQ9 CO sensor. So here cooling fan, if temperature dependent, fan speed control, we can see on the voltmeter speed. Okay, SPDT relay, one AC red bulb, and here Max 232 IC, and it is connected to the SIM 800L. So bridge rectifier, filter capacitor, 7805 regulator, and one LED, and the GPRS modem, SIM 800L I am using. So I inserted SIM card here.
So whatever
Now I'm
the
going to
SIM
give the
card
power supply
that we are using in our mobile phone, that same SIM card that we need to enter over here. Otherwise, they can't send the message, or they can't send the email, right?
Okay.
So here the
IoT
started
based
system,
air quality pollution monitoring system, GSM connected, disable, echo, finding network, text message, CGATT, GPRS, serial, GPRS2, GPRS setting, serial came, HTTP-1, and internet is also came. LED is blinking. Now temperature is 38, MQ6 and MQ9. Now we can see the temperature on voltmeter. Okay, so temperature is 13 on 6th pin. Okay, 2.
now temperature is more
Temperature
than 2.
31. Now I am going to increase the temperature.
Here the temperature is
54.
increased.
Okay, fan speed also increased. Now it is decreasing the temperature. Temperature 41. Temperature 38. Now I am increasing the temperature 60 and above. SMS alert, email alert.
Again the temperature is increased. So identify the air, and if it is increased,
Temperature 76, sending
data, and
okay.
send completed. So it sent the one message to the mobile phone.
76, send completed, sent. Okay, yeah, 76. Okay, 35, 29. Okay, now I will receive one email alert from this website. Primary and temperature alert. Okay, high temperature alert, and I will receive one SMS alert. Temperature alert. Okay, temperature alert, temperature 76. Now I am giving smoke alert or gas
Now
alert.
see, in the PowerPoint presentation I have already explained it, that it's also identified the smoke, right? So here again the smoke air is also that will be decreased by this one particular expert in the video.
Okay, gas.
This is this gas alert.
Okay, it is sending action completed.
Now the gas alert that will
gas
be
alert.
given to the system.
Okay, MQ6 244212
Sending
data.
data and send completed.
Sent completed. MQ6 sent to, okay, yeah, 212. Okay, so we will receive one email alert.
And it is also send the email.
Yeah, MQ6. Okay, high smoke sensor alert, MQ6 alert.
So
And we need to
if
give CO alert.
if the this kind of gas sensor alert, smoke alert, right, then it send the message, it send the notifications on our email also that certain type of airs are there, so you need to go on the fresh air, right? So again, one more
CO, this red
is
LED
also
should be
there.
on. So
So
same
if it
thing,
is a danger,
I need to
if the air is the danger, right, then the red light that will be started. See
use
in the
2 to 3 tube
demonstration.
sticks CO sensor, but I'm going to control this one only. Two
215, and the red light
LED
will be,
is
that
on.
means the danger air is there around
Red LED
us.
is on.
Again, the danger air is there around us, that's why the red color,
Sending data.
the red
Data web page. Send completed. Send completed. Open the web page. Web page. Yeah, MQ9 218. So if it is low, 200 and below, and bulb is off.
So if it
Email
is
alert.
200 and below, right, so the bulb is off, and it is 200 and more,
Yeah,
then the bulb will be
MQ9 sensor alert.
give the alert that you have the danger air.
MQ9 sensor alert. So high gas alert and high CO alert. So yeah, CO sensor and gas sensor.
Gas sensor.
Gas alert, CO alert. So we are using 3 sensors: web page, a temperature controlled fan speed, and MQ9 sensor.
So this is all about the system, that how actually the system is worked, right? So if we develop such a kind of system, then it is actually very useful to the society. And if the society uses such a kind of good system, then the health problem is decreased. As we have discussed, that there are many health problem that will be occur based on the health issue, right? So if we develop such a kind of system, and yes, this system is already developed with one company, and we have associated with it, and we have already developed this hardware, and this is in the deployment mode, and within 1 month we can combine into the one hardware, and we need to put in our colleges classes, even in the staff room, even in the college campus also. So that is the air monitoring system. So dear participants, hope this uh, this session, it provide you the more knowledge about the pollution with the computer science, right? So that is all about the today's session. That is all from my side, and hope you you learn something new, right, in this one particular session. And I request to each and every participants, if I know that you people are basically from the background of pollution or the environment departments, but you need to think about the multidisciplinary approach. Multidisciplinary, that means you may connect your problem with the another field. That whatever the problem that we have faced in our college and in our campus, related to the environment, so we have developed this system, and within 1 month we put this system in the classroom, even in the staff room, even in the campus. So why? Because it decreased the health problem of the students as well as the human resource that associated with the institutions and the university.
राजीव महाजन को इन करो, राजीव महाजन आगे इन करो उसको.
So that is all from my side today. Thank you so much, ma'am, to provide the.
What an amazing deliberation, Dr. Mehta. I would like to congratulate you, and I would take your attention towards the chat box. Kindly open the chat box, please.
Oh.
Kindly open the chat box. So we'll just come back to you with the chat box. There's so much appreciation for you, Dr. Mehta.
Yeah.
You had around 230 participants from 29 countries who were hearing you. So amazing, amazing correlation between the computers and environmental pollution. Amazing.
Thank you.
So any questions? If any questions, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here.
Yeah, any participants have any questions, then feel free to ask so I can guide them.
If no questions, this is a time to formally thank Dr. Mehta. Dear Dr. Mehta, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving up your valuable time to talk in ISTTP-2. It was a great pleasure to hear you talking about IoT-based air pollution monitoring system. You merged pollution with computers. What an innovative topic. Let me congratulate you for selecting such an amazing topic. That is, you merged air pollution with internet-based things and discussed and proposed air pollution monitoring system design, which was very impressive. The video you showed made all of us understand practically that how hardware works to monitor the air pollution, because since I'm from life sciences, it was an eye-opening for me, trust me. It was quite apparent that how every single person, including me here, was engrossed in your talk. And trust me, there's so much more to learn from your knowledge and experience. It was treat hearing you always. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being with us. And I hope you will join us in our future events too.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. The earth we abuse and the living things we will kill, in the end, take their revenge for in exploiting their presence. We are diminishing our future. So it's time for the valedictory session. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Sai Baba said it, and it is so right. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on a new day as another special gift from your creator. Another golden opportunity to complete what you are unable to finish yesterday. Be a self-starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never happen again. On the behalf of our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, and from the organizing committee, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of International Short-Term Training Program, ISTTP-2, with a chosen topic on impact and panacea of environmental pollution, the past, present, and future, a 7-day training program held from 28 to 26 April 2022 in the campus of Raj Rishi Govt Autonomous College, Alwar, which is popularly known as RRC. A hearty welcome to you all. Now in the series of environmental pollution disaster, today we are talking about another one. The list is endless. While I'm sharing one here with you, maybe many more environmental disasters are happening somewhere around the globe. Major oil spills of 20th and 21st century, I'm going to talk only one today. At the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, there have been oil spills all over the world, caused either by naval accidents or during the major wars. It is impossible to determine which of these oil spills had the most severe consequences for its environment. Today, I'm going to talk about Amoco Cadiz. In 1978, on March 16, The Librarian supertanker Amco Cadiz, stranded in Port Saint Rocks off the coast of Brittany, France, because of the failure of the steering mechanism at 9:15. Although Captain Pasquale Bandari hoisted the international signal for not under command almost immediately. He did not request assistance till 11:20, when his engineer determined that the damage was irreparable. The Amco Cadiz started drifting to shore, where touching the bottom ripped open the hull and the storage tanks. The crew of the tanker was rescued by helicopter, but the ship broke into two, releasing 230 tons of crude oil, which spread through the English Channel. The oil spill polluted approximately 300 kilometers of coastline, destroying fisheries, oysters, seaweed beds. Beaches of 76 Breton communities were polluted by oil. Cleanup efforts were restricted for 2 weeks following the accident as a result of the isolated location of the grounding and rough seas. Severe weather eventually caused the complete breakup of ship before any additional oil could be removed from the wreck. This was one of the largest environmental disasters known to man in 1970s. It would be another 10 years before the resulting lawsuits were wound up. In 1988, a US federal judge ordered Amco Oil Corporation to pay $85.2 million in fines, consisting of $45 million for the cost of the spill and additional $39 million of the interest. So I leave the question up to you, that do we really these kind of anthropogenic activities, where we are polluting the environment and killing flora and fauna and the humans as well? Do write to me your views on all these on envtoxichol@gmail.com or drmamta@envtoxichol.com. I would love to initiate dialogue with you all. The only way forward, if we are going to improve the quality of the environment, is to get everybody involved. No single person can do it alone. And that was the reason ISTTP was organized by RRC Alwar. Now it's time for the valedictory keynote address to be given by Dr. Rajiv Kumar Mahajan. Let me introduce Dr. Mahajan to you all. In a distinguished career of over 36 years across multiple domains, as an operation forecaster, science administrator, strategy developer, management coach, and a talent enabler, Dr. Rajiv has devised operational roadmaps and achieved organizational vision. In his current role as a scientific advisor to SERB DST, he enables next generation level of science capital in India, wherein he oversees operations for research grants for various disciplines as well as other R&D initiatives in the industry partnership. PPP model ensures outreach as well as capacity building initiatives. Dr. Rajiv's career commenced as a military aviation meteorologist as a commissioned officer in the Indian Air Force in 1987. Besides being an application scientist in 8 field stations of IAF, he has served 6 organizations in about dozen profiles till date. He voluntarily contributes toward grooming of the Indian civil services aspirants. He is also an international intergovernment panel expert, member of the Technical Commissions of the World Meteorological Organization, and serve as a panelist for Aircraft Accident Investigations Bureau, a national agency of Government of India. He wears another interesting hat of a council member for recommending the best corporate brands in the country through recent initiative brand in sync listing by Marketing Academy discussions and debate. Dr. Rajiv also has a distinction to serve the United Nations as its Chief Meteorological Officer. He has been ex-chairman Board of Studies for Meteorological Division of Bhartiyar University, Coimbatore, as well as a research guide and an examiner for 2 disciplines, that is meteorology and management, and serves as a visiting faculty to several institutes and universities in the country. Dr. Rajiv holds PhD and MPhil both in meteorology and masters in 3 subjects: mathematics, defense, strategic studies, business administration. That's commendable. He is an alumnus of the University of Delhi, Madras University, and other esteemed institutions. In recognition of his outstanding accomplishment, the United Nations and the Indian Air Force has conferred several prestigious honors upon Dr. Rajiv. And during our recent interaction with Dr. Rajiv, we also learned that he is an avid marathon runner, cyclist, adventurist, photographer, blogger, poet, a keen yoga practitioner. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, dynamic, wholehearted, and impact men are just a few words that describe Dr. Rajiv in his professional and personal space. That is so amazing. डॉक्टर राजीव आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। हम राजऋषि कॉलेज महाविद्यालय से आपका स्वागत करते हैं, आपका अभिनंदन करते हैं। और मैं अब आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ, यू कैन स्टार्ट विथ योर वैलिडिक्टरी कीनोट एड्रेस। डॉक्टर राजीव, स्टेज गोज टू यू।
Yeah, so thanks, Professor Mamta, for inviting me. Rather, thanks the forum, to send me this invite. To be very frank, I have not been able to create some kind of talk per se, through some presentation. But then whatever little time I got, I could jot down certain points. So I will share for the benefit of myself first, right, in terms of my own growth, which should happen in the subject of environmental pollution, and maybe for the benefit of others in case they take a cue from what I'm going to say. So it's without saying that it's no secret, we have been listening perhaps for this is 7th day of sessions actually. Yeah, so I could get some guess from some interactions with one of your faculties actually who were invited actually, that it's very energetic and vibrant kind of environment for last 6 days. And I could see from your talk, Dr. Mamta, that you are a dynamite of energy actually. I can see that. Yeah. So it's no secret, when we say that the climate change is one of the biggest challenges the world is facing today in the global risk reports of each year, right? When we look at the failures to mitigate the effects of climate change, as well as the related risks such as water crisis, food security, and extreme weather events, dominated the list of major threats. They were listed in this report actually. Now, why I'm bringing this aspect of climate change? Because climate change and environmental pollution to a great extent are intimately related. And that's why the central tenets of the agreement, whether it was, and all type of agreements, including the Paris Agreement of, the recent times actually, on the subject of climate change refers to keeping global temperatures well below 2 degrees, for significant reduction in the greenhouse gases actually. We all are very august kind of audience. I need not, educate you that the largest source of these gases being the burning of fossil fuels, and fossil fuel burning because of what? Electricity, our needs of electricity, our needs of transportation, and even our needs of heat per se, right? Now, an estimated 82% of the world population presently lives in area where the air pollution exceeds the safety limits. I mean, that's something very alarming in terms of number. But when we talk about environmental pollution, we just don't talk about environmental pollution because of air. Environmental pollution is a very, very comprehensive subject where we generally talk in terms of 3 kind of arenas, whether it is air, whether it is water, or whether it is, what should I say, biodiversity related, the issues actually. Now, rather than, giving gyan on what exactly environmental pollution is and what are the impacts and, what kind of, solutions are there, I think enough has been, discussed in last 6 days on this, and maybe half a day before this validatory session. So what I thought of, that probably I will touch upon certain myths about the environmental pollution. When I say myths about environmental pollution, I think there is a need for all of us to educate, make aware the masses about these myths about environmental pollution, that should be also one of the solution, I will put it, to cater to the needs of mitigating the environmental pollution and adapting the ways as to go forward. Actually. So the first myth which generally comes to my understanding is that the damage is already done and our environmental situation is beyond any hope of repair. I mean, I'm sure even the scientists like you, the researchers like you, the scholars like you must have been listening to this dictum that it is beyond now, beyond repair. Nothing can be done about it. And some people may be saying that are we not too late for tackling the global warming? I think this is a myth we should remove, from the masses actually by interventions. The second myth we must counter is that the human population is growing exponentially and ruining the planet actually. I mean, give me a break, how can you ruin a planet like Earth actually, which is self-sustaining, so we should be more concerned about us rather than the planet per se actually. We should be more concerned about the quality of life of ours over a period of time in case environmental pollution continues to spread its tentacles actually, and in the alarming proportions as it is anticipated. The third myth which generally comes to light is the biodiversity is directly everywhere, and fine, biodiversity is everywhere contributing to our life, but biodiversity per se is also declining, and there is no reversal possible in this actually. I think this is one of the major myth which needs to be catered by the educationists, the people who are working in the environmental pollution arena or environmental arena per se actually. The next myth which I jotted down, the fourth one, we have already used 1.5 Earth. The calculation unfortunately is on the emission accounting, and it is a trick actually, and it has very less to do something with respect to using the Earth actually. What actually this statement tells us in a nutshell is that we basically need to grow our forest cover at the rate of about 50% increase actually, and that's it, nothing more, nothing less actually. Whereas the feeling you get is that you have already eaten away the Earth 1.5 times. So where is the remedy, where is the respite actually? The next myth which is prevalent, which comes to fore, is the sustainability means eating locally. I mean, there are crops, which are going to be available in different seasons, specific climate zones. So how can you think of sustainability when it comes to the environmental sustainability through local, approach actually? I mean, it's a global world, and we need to look, at this as a global problem. If we keep next one which comes to my mind is, if we keep our current path, Mother Earth will be destroyed and it will end life on the planet. I think this is a myth, which many of the media persons, are very fond of, utilizing it. And I personally feel we should be more worried about ourselves rather than Earth. The quality of life, which I said earlier also, of course, is at stake if the environmental pollution is allowed to spread its tentacles in the manner it is doing actually. The last part which comes to my mind, is as rudimentary as statements like cotton bags, the use of cotton bags in the grocery will protect the water quality. You will be surprised if you look at the plastic versus the cotton grocery bags. I mean, these grocery bags made in the cotton, particularly the organic cotton, as people claim, I mean, are also one of the major contributors of pollution actually. Snowpacks are declining everywhere. It's not so. It's a cyclic affair actually, right? I mean, let's not make generic statements or creating myth per se actually. And importantly, we as educators, just a minute. We as educators know we need to play a very important role in refining this. Another thing, which I keep hearing is subsidizing electrical vehicles will help the planet. How? Subsidizing electrical vehicles, unfortunately, will help the elite. Already the man who is having more money to buy a relatively costlier vehicle, actually, right? Now, whether that would result into absolute, of course, there is a gradual improvement in terms of what electrical vehicles will contribute and what others will not. Then with the advancement of technology, air quality always improves. I personally feel it is not so. I mean, the world is rampant. How in last 5 decades across the world, how the technology per se, how the advancement in the technology actually has contributed more pollution rather than lesser pollution in terms of everything. Another myth which is very much prevalent, since I'm an atmospheric scientist and I've seen majority of myth surrounds around that it is the visible air pollution, that is the soot, smog, or the fog, that is more dangerous than the invisible one, whether it is the nitrogen and sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, ozone, and certain volatile organic compounds. Now, so the bottom line, what I'm trying to say is the reality is actually complicated, right? It's not so simple. So it is our role, as educators, as academicians, as science person, as researchers, scholars, and even the science communication people, that we should actually work on myths about environmental pollution. A related issue, which is associated, which I thought I will also touch upon, is about disinformation. The reality of global warming, imagine, even the effectiveness of the vaccinations, for the health risks of COVID, actually, and even the health risks associated with the car exhaust per se. One thing is in the common, the scientific basis gets, distorted and very regularly, particularly just for the sake of the political discussions, and sometimes for ulterior motives, and unfortunately at times for cross purposes, actually. So it happens on FB, it happens on Twitter, and it happens on all such platforms where you see such things happening. All the internet blogs, the parliament speeches, in personal discussions per se. For a layman, the rhetoric, trick, used to manipulate public opinion is often difficult to detect for a common man. Very, very difficult. Right. I mean, and this explains that, how often used strategies, whether it is the fake experts, for the creation experts, the logical fallacies which are created, the impossible expectations, which are there, whether in terms of the major goalposts or in terms of anger being used, to create an opinion against something or for something, the cherry picking, for certain things which suits you, and finally the conspiracy theories even for that. So ultimately, what I wanted to say through this small talk of mine, that ultimately we are responsible for environmental pollution as all type of stakeholders which are there on this forum, actually. And it is not the research per se, it is not the R&D, per se, in environmental pollution is important. A communication, the science communication about the environmental pollution, removing the myths, removing the fallacies, and the disinformation which actually is capturing at times the science, actually, is also our equal opportunity, responsibility to cater to this. Thank you so much, Professor Mamta, and all the people, actually. I have finished. In case somebody has got some burning questions in their mind, they can.
Yeah, please on the chat box. Thank you, Dr. Raju. Let me check if there are questions. But there's a lot of appreciation I can see. You can open the chat box yourself and see it. And this is very nice session and all. So if any questions, please raise your hand so we can unmute you from here.
Yeah, some Greece Tiwari and Monica Yadav, they have raised their hand.
Just unmute them. Girish Tiwari, Monica Yadav. Girish Tiwari, Monica. We are just unmuting them from here.
Suddenly, so many people are joining your conference from 240
Yes, sir,
to...
and I can tell you there are 32 countries right now with us.
Okay.
We have unmuted you from here. What is the name of the participant? Monica Yadav, we have unmuted you from here. If you want to speak, please unmute yourself from there. Monica Yadav, if you are there, you can hear me. I don't think so.
Then we can give the chance to Dr. Girish Tiwari. I think he has raised his hand.
Dr. Girish Tiwari को unmute करो. Dr. Girish Tiwari, we have unmuted you from here. Please unmute yourself and speak. No, I don't think so. Okay, so now it's the time to formally thank you, Dr. Raji. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Raji, for the stirring speech you gave on climate change and environmental pollution and the sustainable development, which is the need of the hour. You rightly said that we have destroyed our environment beyond repair, and how we humans have become so ruthless that we are at the verge of destroying the self-sustainable planet like Earth. Everyone present at the occasion was not only in the admiration of your knowledge, but also greatly impressed by your presenting style. It was a great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much from it. I take this opportunity to thank you on the behalf of our entire organizing committee and delegates who were captivated by your talk. I also take this opportunity to invite you in our offline conference, which is ICMSDC 2022, scheduled to be held from 12 to 14 August 2022. Kindly reserve the dates. I also believe that you will join us in our future events. And one thing which is that is personally, I'm saying that I picked up one thing from your CV, that you are a marathoner. I personally appreciate that you are a player, me being the player, being the swimmer. I also continue my swimming and you are continuing your marathon. It is something you need applause for.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I appreciate your presence with us. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Raji.
Thanks for inviting. Thank you so much.
One single person or one single country cannot save the environment. It should be a collaborative effort. That's what we learned from Chernobyl incident and other oil spills and many other incidences which are happening globally. Now it's time for the valedictory address to be given by a patron of ISTTP-2 and principal of RRC, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji. Something about him, this is how I explain him as a leader. A great leader has the ability to inspire us and inspire the actions through proper guidance and mentorship, and uses their knowledge to educate others along the way. A great leader also practices what they preach by also going the way. This means that they usually have a good and strong values and they act congruently with what they say, what they believe in showing the way. Implies leadership through edification and not through micromanagement. RRC is blessed to have him as the head of the institution, and he's the driving force behind this ISTTP-2 to brainstorm, frame, and execute this entire training program. And without his support, this training would have never, ever happened. Now, with a lot of gratitude and veneration, I would like to call upon the patron of ISTTP-2, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh Ji, Principal RRC Alwar, to kindly grace the stage and formally deliver the valedictory address. I would also request Principal Sir to kindly unveil the brochure of ISTTP-3, which is based on Contributions of Sustainable Development Goals, SDG for Environmental Conservation, scheduled to be held from 24th-30th June 2022. And World Environment Day celebration seminar titled Emerging Trends and Practices in Environmental Conservation on 5th and 6th June 2022, and also inaugurate the video of ISTTP-2. This video would be available on our channel on the YouTube Environmental Toxicology. So do subscribe and watch on our channel. तो बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ इस ISTTP के संरक्षक प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सुकम सिंह जी को फॉर व्यू वर्ड। सर, स्टेज इज ऑल योर्स।
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। बड़ा हर्ष का विषय है कि हम आज ISTTP-2 का वैलिडिटी समापन समारोह सफलतापूर्वक मना रहे हैं। भारतीय परंपराओं में गणेश एक देवता है, द गॉड ऑफ विजडम। गणेश जी, उनकी स्तुति में हम कहते हैं वक्रतुंड महाकाय कोटि सूर्य समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। अर्थात उन देवता गॉड ऑफ विजडम से प्रार्थना की जाती है भारतीय परंपराओं में कोई भी नया काम प्रारंभ करने से पूर्व। हे गणेश जी महाराज, मेरे इस काम को बिना किसी बाधा के पूरा करना और उसमें मेरी मदद करना। ISTTP-2 20 से 26 अप्रैल 2022, आज 26, और इस ISTTP-2 का समापन समारोह हम आयोजित कर रहे हैं, आपसे रूबरू हो रहे हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि गणेश जी महाराज की कृपा से हमारा ये प्रयास सफल हो। एतदर्थ आप सभी के प्रति आज वैशाख कृष्णा एकादशी विक्रम संवत 2079 सतभिषा नक्षत्र ब्रह्म योग में आयोजित इस समापन समारोह से राजस्थान के सिंहद्वार महाराज भर्तृहरि की तपोस्थली, दुनिया की सबसे लंबी पर्वत श्रृंखला अरावली की उपत्यका में बसा शहर अलवर, 1930 से स्थापित राज ऋषि महाविद्यालय के इस जुबली सभागार से महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आप सभी सुधीजनों का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं और आभार जताता हूं। आपके सहयोग के बगैर, आपकी भागीदारी के बिना ये कार्य संभव नहीं था। वक्ता के लिए श्रोता चाहिए, साज के लिए समाज चाहिए। अगर आप सभी प्रतिभागी हमसे ना जुड़ते तो शायद हम ये घड़ी जिसमें मैं आपसे रूबरू हो रहा हूं, ये इतनी प्रसन्नता के साथ नहीं आती। मैंने प्रतिदिन, ये मेरी दायित्व है, मेरा ड्यूटी है, प्रतिदिन मैंने यहाँ आने का प्रयास किया है। हो सकता है किसी दिन मैं ना बोला हूं, लेकिन आया जरूर। और आपकी जो प्रतिभागिता है वो रोज देखता रहा और उसको ग्रुप पर डालते रहे। एवरेज 900 और 1000 के आसपास प्रतिदिन प्रतिभागी हमसे जुड़े। ये बहुत खुशी और सफलता की बात है, सफलता का सूचक है। इस कार्यक्रम में संस्था प्रधान होने के नाते मेरा दायित्व है कि हर वक्ता के प्रति संस्था की ओर से मैं सम्मान अर्पित करूं। ये ISTTP-2 की जो थीम है हमारी, इम्पैक्ट एंड पैनिसिया ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन द पास्ट प्रेजेंट एंड फ्यूचर, इसका जो डे फर्स्ट था यानी 20 अप्रैल, इसके कीनोट स्पीकर थे, प्रथम कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर MM सक्सेना, वाइस चांसलर, तांतिया यूनिवर्सिटी श्री गंगानगर राजस्थान। आपने पॉल्यूशन अबेटमेंट, नो पैनिसिया बट ए मल्टी प्रोन्ड अप्रोच पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। इसी दिन हमारे दूसरे जो कीनोट स्पीकर हैं डॉक्टर सत्य प्रकाश मेहरा एंड हिज टीम, हेमलता लोहार, आपने अपॉर्चुनिटीज फॉर बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन एमडिस्ट मॉडर्न एज चैलेंजेस पर अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। इसी दिन तीसरे हमारे विद्वान डॉक्टर प्रगनेश परमार, आपने, आप हैदराबाद से हैं, एनवायरमेंटल टॉक्सिटी एंड पेस्टिसाइड्स इंडियन सिनारियो पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन चौथे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश लेखी, आप मलेशिया से, आपने हमें संबोधित किया, इम्पैक्ट एंड पैनिसिया ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन द पास्ट प्रेजेंट एंड फ्यूचर, यानी जो हमारी थीम है उस संपूर्ण थीम पर आपने दृष्टिपात किया। तदर्थ आप सभी विद्वानों के प्रति मैं संस्था की ओर से आभार अर्पित करता हूँ। डे सेकेंड यानी 21 अप्रैल को हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर प्रथम डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार छंगानी जी, DSc, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल साइंस, महाराजा गंगा सिंह यूनिवर्सिटी बीकानेर राजस्थान इंडिया। आपने प्रेजेंट एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन एंड मैनेजमेंट पैरासाइट्स पर अपना उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। इस दिन दूसरे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर रश्मि त्यागी, IIT रूरकी इंडिया, आपने एनवायरमेंटल एजुकेशन पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। इसी दिन तीसरे विद्वान डॉक्टर अभिषेक स्वरूप, HOD इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, न्यू दिल्ली इंडिया, आपने एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ वायरलेस सेंसर नेटवर्क्स इन मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ एनवायरमेंट पर अपना उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन चौथे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, जो इस कार्यक्रम की ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी भी हैं, राज ऋषि गवर्नमेंट ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेज अलवर राजस्थान इंडिया से, आपने ऑर्गेनोक्लोराइन पेस्टिसाइड्स इन ह्यूमन प्लेसेंसा, ए थ्रेट फॉर प्रीनिड्स पर अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। आप सभी के प्रति चारों विद्वानों के प्रति मैं संस्था की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। डे 3 यानी 22 अप्रैल को प्रथम हमारे विद्वान वक्ता डॉक्टर अनुपम सक्सेना जी तंजानिया से आपने इस मंच को सुशोभित किया और आपने कन्वेंशनल कॉस्मेटिक्स इट्स ए टाइम फॉर चेंज पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। इसी दिन अगले कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर अरुणा चक्रवर्ती डूंगर कॉलेज बीकानेर राजस्थान इंडिया से आपने प्रोटेक्टिव एफिकेसी ऑफ मोरनिगा अगेंस्ट रेडिएशन एंड मर्करी इंड्यूस्ड बायोकेमिकल अल्टरेशन इन माउस किडनी विषय पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान दिया। इस दिन तीसरे कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर प्रीति गुप्ता एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर कोटपुतली कॉलेज राजस्थान इंडिया आपने ई पॉल्यूशन पर अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। इसी दिन अगली कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर मनदीप कौर एचओडी साइको कमला नेहरू कॉलेज डीयू दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी आपने रोल ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स ऑन डेवलपमेंटल डिसेबिलिटीज पर अपना उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन प्रोफेसर हुकम सिंह, ये तो मेरा ही नाम आ गया, मेरे द्वारा कुछ कहा गया, टॉपिक था मेरा एनवायरमेंट कंजर्वेशन एंड इंडियन लिटरेचर। आप सभी के प्रति, मुझको छोड़कर आप सभी के प्रति मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आप सभी ने अपना बहुमूल्य समय निकालकर और इस मंच के माध्यम से दुनिया को जागरण करने में हमारा सहयोग किया। डे 4 यानी 23 अप्रैल 22 प्रथम विद्वान वक्ता इस दिन डॉक्टर सुभाष चंद्रा एचओडी जूलॉजी एमडीएस यूनिवर्सिटी अजमेर राजस्थान इंडिया बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड बायोडाइकेटोर एनिमल स्पीसीज पर आपने अपना उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन डॉक्टर अजय कुमार गांधी औरंगाबाद महाराष्ट्र से आपने एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ क्वांटिटेटिव स्ट्रक्चर टॉक्सिसिटी रिलेशनशिप इवोल्यूशन एंड इकोटॉक्सियोलॉजिकल पैराडाइम एक्शंस पर अपना सारगर्भित उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन अगले कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर सत्येंद्र नाथ आप प्रयागराज उत्तर प्रदेश इंडिया से आपने इफेक्ट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल फैक्टर्स इन वर्क प्लेस पर अपना सार्वजनिक उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन डॉक्टर राजेंद्र पुरोहित एचओडी जूलॉजी डूंगर कॉलेज बीकानेर राजस्थान इंडिया से आपने प्रोटेक्टिव पोटेंशियल ऑफ नेचुरल हर्ब्स अगेंस्ट रेडिएशन एंड हैवी मेटल्स इंड्यूस्ड अल्टरेशन इन माइस विषय पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन डॉक्टर याहिया बख्तियार आपने श्रीनगर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर इंडिया से डॉक्टर याहिया बख्तियार सलाम वालेकुम आपने अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान द प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन एंड इट्स इम्पैक्ट एंड एक्वेटिक फौना पर अपना संबोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन डॉक्टर शंकर सुब्रमण्यम अय्यर सीनियर फैकल्टी एंड बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट मैनेजर यूनाइटेड अरब अमीरात से आपने संबोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और आपका विषय था द इमर्जिंग रोल एंड ट्रेंड्स ऑफ यूएई एजुकेशन सेक्टर इन सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी ए चेंज मैनेजमेंट पर्सपेक्टिव। आप सभी के प्रति संस्था की ओर से मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं Day 5, होम असाइनमेंट फॉर द ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के लिए हमने रखा था और आप लोगों ने सबने इसमें सहयोग किया। आप सबके प्रति आभार। डे 6 यानी 25 अप्रैल को हमारे प्रथम की नोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर मीरा श्रीवास्तव, फॉर्मर प्रिंसिपल डूंगर कॉलेज बीकानेर, राजस्थान, इंडिया से आपने इंसेक्ट पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट टाइमलाइन एंड नेवर टेक्नोलॉजीज पर अपना विशिष्ट व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। इसी दिन अगले कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर अजय प्रकाश गुप्ता, पर्सन इंचार्ज ड्रग टेस्टिंग लेबोरेटरी, जम्मू, इंडिया से आपने एनवायरमेंटल पोल्यूशन रोल ऑफ मेडिसिन प्लांट्स एंड ह्यूमन हेल्थ पर अपना उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन डॉक्टर वासुदेव गुरुनुले, महाराष्ट्र से आपने सिंथेसिस, कैरेक्टराइजेशन, मॉर्फोलॉजी एंड मैकेनिकल प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ SBR, नोनो कंपोजिट ड्राइव्ड फ्रॉम नोनो कार्बन ब्लैक पर अपना विशिष्ट व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन की नोट एड्रेस डॉक्टर रुचि जी शर्मा, प्रोफेसर एंड डायरेक्टर जागरण यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल से आपने इंगेजमेंट इन यूथ इन प्रमोटिंग एनवायरमेंटल सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर अपना विशिष्ट उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत किया। और इसी दिन डॉक्टर शशि वर्मा, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, बीकानेर, राजस्थान, इंडिया ने भारत और चीन के बीच संबंध, वर्तमान और भविष्य, पर्यावरण के परिप्रेक्ष्य में अपना व्याख्यान इन्होंने भारत और चाइना, इन दोनों के बीच में पर्यावरणीय क्या समानताएं हैं, असमानताएं हैं, और दोनों देश कैसे विकास कर रहे हैं, विकसित है या विकासशील है, और जो कुछ घातक विकास हो रहा है उसका पर्यावरण पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा, ये प्रोफेसर शशि जी ने हमें समझाया। साधुवाद। और अगले कीनोट स्पीकर है डॉक्टर रीतू श्रीवास्तव, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर टीचिंग एंड लर्निंग, मुंबई। आपने एनवायरमेंटल इकोनॉमिक्स पर अपना सारगर्भित व्याख्यान दिया। आप सभी के प्रति आभार। और डे 7 जो आज है, जो हम आपके सामने रूबरू हैं, ये 7वां दिन है इसका। आज के हमारे प्रथम कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर राज नरनवारे, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ ह्यूमन हेल्थ एंड साइंस, फैकल्टी ऑफ नर्सिंग, मैकवन यूनिवर्सिटी, एडमंटन, अल्बर्टा, कनाडा से आपने हमें संबोधित किया। इफेक्टिव टीचिंग स्ट्रेटजीज टू इम्प्रूव स्टूडेंट्स एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस पर आपने अपना विशिष्ट व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। अगले कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर के सलीला, तमिलनाडु से आपने सेव आवर मदर अर्थ, जननी जन्म भूमि स्वर्गादपि गरीयसी, माता पृथ्वी पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्या पर अपना व्याख्यान दिया। साधुवाद डॉक्टर सलीला। अगले कीनोट स्पीकर थे हमारे डॉक्टर एस विजय कुमार, आप चाइना से, मैरीन कॉलेज, सेंडोंग यूनिवर्सिटी, YPR, चाइना से आपने एक्वा कल्चर एंड एनवायरमेंटल एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ बायो नैनो पार्टिकल्स पर अपना विशिष्ट व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। और इसके बाद डॉक्टर अभिषेक मेहता, बड़ोदरा, गुजरात से आपने AOT बेस्ड एयर पॉल्यूशन मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम पर अपना व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किया। आप सभी के प्रति और वैलेडिक्टरी कीनोट एड्रेस प्रस्तुत किया है जिसमें मैं स्वयं मौजूद था। Dr. Rajiv Kumar Mahajan, Scientist G and Advisor, Science and Engineering Research Board, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. आपने अपना विशिष्ट व्याख्यान और समय प्रबंधन को करते हुए अपना वक्त निकाल करके आपकी उपस्थिति हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और आपने संबोधित किया है महाजन साहब। आप जब बोल रहे थे तो 32 देश 33 देश इस ISTTP सेकंड में इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन जब आप संबोधन दे रहे थे तो 32 देश जुड़े हुए थे और 295 पार्टिसिपेंट्स उस समय सक्रिय थे, आपसे जुड़े हुए थे। ये इस ISTTP सेकंड की सफलता का सूचक है। बहुत बहुत आप सभी के प्रति, उन्हें जितने भी विद्वान वक्ता, कीनोट स्पीकर्स, रिसर्चर्स, विद्यार्थी, प्रतिभागी, इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर और इन सब को मिलाते हुए एक ही शब्द का प्रयोग करूँगा, वो सभी प्रतिभागी सुधीजन हैं जो इससे जुड़े। उन सब के प्रति उन्हें संस्था की ओर से, मेरी ओर से मैं आपके प्रति हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। इस उम्मीद के साथ अगले अन्य कार्यक्रम, जैसा आपको नाम से ही पता लग रहा होगा, ISTTP-2, इसका मतलब थर्ड भी होगी, फोर्थ भी होगी और ये 10 है, 10 है, वार्षिक कार्यक्रम है हमारा। तो आप सभी का इसी प्रकार सहयोग हमें मिलता रहेगा और जो ये अनमोल विचार आप लोगों ने इस मंच से प्रस्तुत किए हैं, मैं ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेसर ममता को कहूँगा कि इनको लिपिबद्ध कराएं और पुस्तक का आकार इन्हें दें ताकि दुनिया के लोग इन विचार माला को पढ़ सकें, उससे कुछ सीख सकें और पर्यावरण के प्रति इस जागरण में वो अपना भागीदारी सुनिश्चित कर सकें। अब एक दूसरी सूचना आपको मैं दे रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हमारे प्रोफेसर ममता जी जो है ना, एक बार अगर प्रारंभ हो गई तो फिर विराम का काम नहीं। अगर ISTTP, क्योंकि मुझे भी 36 साल का अनुभव है शिक्षण का, तो अक्सर मैंने देखा है, मैंने भी किया है अपनी अवस्था में। मैंने एक नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस किया और बस उसके बाद नमस्ते, क्योंकि मैंने उसमें जो प्रॉब्लम देखी कि 2-3 लाख रुपया तो मेरी जेब से लग गया, तो मैं तो परेशान हो गया, उसमें बिल ही पास नहीं हुई। पर चूंकि अब मैं प्रिंसिपल हूँ, इसलिए ममता को ये दिक्कत नहीं आएगी और मैंने इसको भुगता। उस समय तत्कालीन जो भी प्रिंसिपल साहब थे वो नहीं कर पाए, उसमें मैं मेरा ही दोष मानता, क्योंकि दूसरे ने क्या देखना, आत्मालोचन तो स्वयं का ही करना है। तो ममता जी में ये चीज मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारे लोगों को देखा, एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कर दिया, एक नेशनल कर दिया, कुछ पत्र प्रकाशित करा दिए और किताबें लिख दी तो रुक जाते हैं। पर इनमें गजब और अजब क्या कहूँ, कॉन्फिडेंस, दृढ़ता है, इच्छा शक्ति है, दृढ़ संकल्पता है कि एक साथ 10 ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम को लेकर चलना ये सामान्य बात नहीं है। अगर किसी को सामान्य लगती है तो वो प्रैक्टिकल करके बताए हमको, हम मान जाएंगे उसको। मैं मेरे कॉलेज में इस मंच से कहता रहता हूँ कि भाई इतना बड़ा कॉलेज है, सारे डिपार्टमेंट से, तो आप सभी का स्वागत है, कोई भी आकर अपना प्रदर्शन करे। चेयर सबके साथ होती, हम वर्क के साथ, हमें व्यक्ति से कोई मतलब नहीं है। सब प्रोफेसर हमारे हैं, कॉलेज हमारा है, हमें तो वर्क चाहिए, और ऐसा वर्क जिससे दुनिया देखे, जिसको दुनिया जाने, तो वो और भी सुंदर होता है। तो ममता जी ने ISTTP सेकंड कर दिया। बीच में मैं एक रोज आया था, हाँ, जिस दिन मेरा व्याख्यान था, तो मैंने गलती से इस मन से ये कह दिया कि आज वो है वर्ल्ड अर्थ डे है, विश्व पृथ्वी दिवस है। फिर मैंने ये भी कह दिया कि पर्यावरण दिवस पूरा संसार मनाता है, क्योंकि मैंने उस दिन पर्यावरण का इतिहास बतलाया था कि वर्ल्ड कब एकजुट हुआ, क्यों हुआ, कैसे हुआ। उसमें मैंने ये कह दिया कि 5 जून को विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस मनाया जाता। मैं मंच से बोल रहा था, ममता जी इसी चेयर पर बैठी रहती हैं, ये मैं मेरे वक्तव्य को समाप्त करता हूँ उससे पहले ला करके एक स्लिप मेरे सामने रखी और मुझको निवेदन किया गया कि 5 और 6 का इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पर्यावरण दिवस के उपलक्ष्य में होगा। तो मैं भला क्यों मना करूंगा? ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात कि ये कहकर के बात कर लेना कि पर्यावरण दिवस है आज, या 5 जून को पर्यावरण दिवस मनाया जाता है भारत में, वर्ल्ड में। भारत की बात नहीं, वर्ल्ड की बात है, लेकिन हम उसको साकार कर रहे हैं और इसका श्रेय जाता है प्रोफेसर ममता को, क्योंकि तुरंत ही मेरे भाषण के दौरान ही उन्होंने ये डिसीजन भी ले लिया कि दिनांक 5 और 6 जून को 2 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हम करेंगे। और मैंने उसी समय घोषणा भी कर दी और अब उसका प्रारूप प्रोफेसर ममता ने मेरे सामने रख दिया है। ये 2 दिन का इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 5 और 6 जून को आयोजित होगा। इसमें वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट डे पर होगा। इसका जो बिंदु इन्होंने रखा है वो है इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स एंड प्रैक्टिसेस इन एनवायरमेंटल कंजर्वेशन ISTTP 2022। 5 और 6 जून 2 दिन ये आयोजित होगा। आप सभी सुधीजनों से मैं आग्रह करता हूँ कि आप लोग इसमें शिरकत करें, भागीदार बने। और जो ये टीम है, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी ममता जी हैं और ये इवेंट कोऑर्डिनेटर मुस्कान डाटा, और हमारा जो इस दिन इस कार्यक्रम का जो एडवाइजरी बोर्ड है वो इस प्रकार है: डॉक्टर रीना माथुर, आप फॉर्मर हेड जूलॉजी, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ राजस्थान जयपुर से हैं। डॉक्टर सत्येंद्र नाथ, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल साइंस, प्रयागराज उत्तर प्रदेश इंडिया से, आप हमारे एडवाइजर हैं। डॉक्टर सुभाष चंद्रा, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जूलॉजी, MDS, यूनिवर्सिटी अजमेर, राजस्थान, और डॉक्टर अजय प्रकाश गुप्ता, आप जम्मू इंडिया से हैं, आप हमारे एडवाइजर बोर्ड में हैं। अगले हैं डॉक्टर याहिया बख्तियार, श्रीनगर, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, इंडिया से, और ये बाहर के ख्यातनाम विद्वान हमारे साथ सलाहकार हैं, हमको सलाह दे रहे हैं, और इनकी सलाह और प्रेरणा से ही हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। प्रोफेसर कॉलेज के, राज ऋषि कॉलेज से भी कुछ प्रोफेसर्स को हमने हेड्स को लिया है। हमारे डॉक्टर सुनीता अग्रवाल, डिपार्टमेंटल इंचार्ज बॉटनी, RRC अलवर, यानी इसी कॉलेज की बॉटनी की हेड है डॉक्टर सुनीता अग्रवाल जी, वो भी हमारे एडवाइजर हैं। डॉक्टर सीमा गुलाटी, डिपार्टमेंटल इंचार्ज केमिस्ट्री, हमारी महाविद्यालय की हैं, और डॉक्टर मधु गुप्ता, डिपार्टमेंटल इंचार्ज फिजिक्स, हमारे ही महाविद्यालय की हैं और डॉक्टर उपेंद्र सिंह रूसा के नोडल हैं, वो तो सब जगह रहेंगे ही। तो आप सभी एडवाइजरी बोर्ड के प्रति भी मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आप जो भी आपके विचार हो, कोई सलाह कुछ कहना चाहते हो, हमारे नंबर इस पर होंगे ही लिंक पर। तो आपका स्वागत है, आप हमें एडवाइज करें और हमारा मनोबल बनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक बात मैं कहना चाह रहा था, ISTTP जो सेकंड जिसके बारे में मैं अभी बोला था, इसका टोटल ग्राफ इस प्रकार था। इसमें टोटल पार्टिसिपेंट्स जिन्होंने इसको ज्वाइन किया हमारे इस कार्यक्रम को, वो थे 5482। 5482 participants are joined this program. और फीडबैक जो हमें मिला 11,000 लोगों ने हमें फीडबैक भेजा। और कंट्रीज 33 और 7 महाद्वीपों के देश, 7 महाद्वीप हमसे जुड़े, ये गर्व की बात है। और रजिस्ट्रेशंस जो थे वो 2200 यानी 2200 ये रजिस्ट्रेशंस थे। तो ये इसका सफलता का प्रमाण है। बहुत बहुत साधुवाद आप सभी के प्रति। और मैंने कहा ना कि हम रुकेंगे नहीं, तो अभी 5 और 6 जून को विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस पर 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार होगा, जिसका प्रारूप मैं आप सबके सामने रख चुका हूं पटल पर। अब एक और नई सूचना, मैंने कहा ना 10 होंगी ISTTP, तो अब तीसरी का नंबर है ISTTP 3। ये हम कर रहे हैं 24 जून से 30 जून 2022 तक। 24 से 30 जून वही 7 दिवसीय होगा। और इसका जो थीम है वो है कंट्री वैन्स ऑफ सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स फॉर एनवायरमेंटल कंजर्वेशन। ये नई शब्दावली है। गोल जब आपके सामने ये आएगा इसका समय, तो ये गोल आपको समझाए जाएंगे और समझाएंगे विद्वान जो कीनोट स्पीकर से आएंगे, वो इन गोल के बारे में बात करेंगे। तो इसको भी मैं लॉन्च कर रहा हूँ, इसकी घोषणा करता हूँ कि 24 से और 30 जून तक हम ये ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं। और इसमें जो हमारा एडवाइजरी बोर्ड है वो इस प्रकार है। डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार छंगानी, हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल साइंस, महाराजा गंगा सिंह यूनिवर्सिटी, बीकानेर, राजस्थान। और एडवाइजर है डॉक्टर मनीष गोयल, प्रोफेसर IIT इंदौर, इंडिया। बड़ी खुशी की बात है जब मुझे बतलाया गया कि डॉक्टर मनीष गोयल भारत के नामचीन वैज्ञानिकों में से एक है। बहुत बहुत आभार डॉक्टर मनीष जी। हम गदगद हैं और भाग्यशाली हैं कि आपका नेतृत्व, आपकी प्रेरणा और आपका सहयोग हमें मिला है। हम आपके प्रति नतमस्तक हैं। इस ISTTP में फिर कॉलेज की जो हमारे वरिष्ठ प्रोफेसर साहिबान हैं, उनमें है डॉक्टर रविकांत शर्मा, डिपार्टमेंटल इंचार्ज मैथमेटिक्स, जो यहाँ विराजे हुए हैं, बैठे हुए हैं इस समय मेरे साथ हैं। डॉक्टर रविकांत शर्मा हमारे यहाँ के सीनियर मोस्ट फैकल्टी हैं और HOD हैं मैथ के। इनका सानिध्य हमें मिल रहा है। डॉक्टर अनीता गुप्ता, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर केमिस्ट्री, हमारे ही महाविद्यालय की प्रोफेसर हैं अनीता जी। और अगले एडवाइजर डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत शर्मा, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर बॉटनी हमारे ही महाविद्यालय के प्रोफेसर हैं और उपेंद्र सिंह जी नोडल ऑफिसर हमारे हैं। आप सभी एडवाइजरी बोर्ड के प्रति मैं अपनी ओर से, संस्था की ओर से धन्यवाद और आभार ज्ञापित करता हूँ कि आप सभी विद्वानों का सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन इस टीम को जो ये यज्ञ किया जा रहा है इसमें आपका सहयोग मिलता रहेगा। ये 2-3 प्रोग्राम लॉन्च हुए और अब इसी के साथ एक बार पुनः मैं आप सभी सुधीजनों के प्रति महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हुआ, स्वागत करता हुआ, और आपने जो सहयोग और समय और अपना विचार रूपी आहुति जो इस यज्ञ में दी है, पर्यावरण जागरण का यज्ञ कह रहा हूं मैं इसे, क्योंकि ये 10 बार चलेगा, 10 ट्रेनिंग आयोजित होंगी और फिर ये पुस्तकाकार में आकर एक पुस्तक इसकी आ भी चुकी है, तो ये सामने आएगा संसार के। तो उन्हें आप सभी के प्रति संस्था की ओर से हार्दिक आभार। जय हिंद, जय भारत। ISTTP-2 वीडियो का मतलब मैं बोल दूँ और आप सभी सुधीजनों के सामने ISTTP सेकंड जिसका हम वैलिडिक्ट्री कर रहे हैं, इसका इस टीम ने एक वीडियो बनाया है। मैं उसका अनावरण करता हूं, उसे जारी करने की घोषणा करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना।
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. We value the insight and guidance you provide to all of us, and your words of encouragement keeps us motivated throughout and your presence is very, very important to us. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. माननीय प्राचार्य साहब, मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूंगी कि आपने हमें कहा है कि पुस्तक निकालनी है तो पुस्तक निकलेगी। तो अब हम हर ISTTP की एक पुस्तक लॉन्च करेंगे और हम चाहते हैं आपका आशीर्वाद ऐसे ही हम पर बना रहे। हमारा कॉलेज आप जैसे ऊर्जावान, यशस्वी, बौद्धिक और डायनेमिक प्रिंसिपल को पाकर धन्य है। आपका ज्ञान और अनुभव हमारा मार्गदर्शन करता है और हमें बेहतर बनने के लिए प्रेरित करता है। आपके बिना ये प्रशिक्षण कभी नहीं हो सकता था। हम आपका आशीर्वाद मांगते हैं और हम आशा करते हैं आप हमेशा हमारे साथ रहेंगे। आपका एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद। Water and air, the two essential fluids on which all life depends, have become global garbage cans. It was a loud statement from me, but I think you all are people who are very much concerned about environment and you will agree to it. What we are doing to our basic needs, that what was one of the main topics of ISTTP-2. Now it's time for our results for all the hard work we and my team has put in to conceive, frame and execute ISTTP-2 in last 3 months. It's time to see and hear the feedback of ISTTP-2. Sheetal, would you on the speakers again? I would request Sheetal, please on the speakers again. And I would like to invite Dr. Rashmi Tyagi to start with. Dr. Rashmi Tyagi has been our keynote speaker. मैम आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन, और आपको देख के हमेशा बहुत खुशी होती है।
नमस्कार। आप सबका यहाँ स्वागत है इस वैलिडिक्टरी फंक्शन में। I think I am visible as well as I am audible. Is that right? Am I audible? Yes. I don't know, so many thoughts are coming to my mind and I have no idea how I'm going to integrate all these ideas so that I can tell you something which is inspiring for all of us. So first of all, I will start by talking about these great people. And why I call them great? Because they have started with such a, you can say the timely things, how to save the mankind. Because today only I've heard somebody telling, it is not that you are saving the earth or the planet. It is that you are saving yourself. So if somebody has taken a flag and they want to make the whole world aware that for saving the mankind, all of you have to start preparing right now for the right actions. उसके लिए मुझे एक छोटी सी 2 लाइनें याद आ रही हैं जो मैंने कहीं पढ़ी थी। मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग मिलते गए, कारवां जुड़ता चला गया। तो ये बात मैं, ये जो कॉलेज है राज ऋषि कॉलेज, और इसके बारे में कहना चाहती हूँ। ये मुझे नहीं पता था कि हमारे देश के एक राजस्थान से इतनी बड़ी आवाज आएगी। These people will take a flag to tell the whole world that please now come together to save the environment, because the mankind and the living beings which are the inhabitants of this planet, they need a perfect environment. So first of all, प्राचार्य महोदय हुकुम सिंह जी, डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी को मैं बहुत बहुत तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देती हूँ। मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है उनके धन्यवाद के लिए, because he has inspired everybody. He has started such a great endeavor to just come on one platform and discuss everything here which is connected to saving the environment. And then I can see the efforts of Professor Dr. Mamta Sharma, how much pains she's taking for this world, for the people, for the environment. It is a college, which is affiliated to a university, and so many activities are there. And that means along with those activities, the teaching, the learning, the examination, and all those things, she has taken up this. So a salute to her. And at the same time, I cannot, stop myself to mention the team. And in that team, I know only one name, and that is Muskan Datta. She's so sweet and she's so hardworking. She looks so little and fragile, she's like a kid for me. And how she's connecting people. So that's great. So I just want to give her my blessings. And those members whose names I could not, take here because I'm not knowing, only Sheetal name, madam is calling. So to him also. So I want to just, bless you all. And on behalf of the mankind, I want to bless you all, because this small effort, which is going to be very big soon, it is going to do wonders. And after that, I want to just appreciate the kind of, talks delivered by the people from different disciplines. And I have seen that, first of all, the ladies, they have come with the problems that DDT, because we are eating the food. And in that, if such poisonous pesticides are there, then even if the mankind survive, but then it will survive with so many diseases. That was there. And today I've heard about the nuclear weapons, said that how these weapons, how it is going to, just make a disaster. And about one disaster in Hiroshima. So it should be stopped. And then, so many people have come and they have talked about saving this environment. And all of you have seen, because it was a very good idea that today, before the valedictory function, you have shown the, just small videos of the scientists, of the, environmentalists, of the students, and of the researchers, so that we could recollect that these are the people who are going to do this. Now, the next question is that, is it enough what we are doing? I think we should include people, as I've told you, हम अकेले चले थे लेकिन कारवां जुड़ता चला गया. अब इस कारवां में हमें किस किस को लेना है? I've heard many people talking about the education. So I will say that we should include the students now from the colleges, from the schools, and then we have to include the parents. So maybe next time I will request Mamta madam that she should invite the people, maybe in the beginning, secondary school students, they should be taken in our caravan. In our caravan, these people should be included. And then I will request the CBSE people, the NCRT people, because NCRT people have already, connected to this conference. I'm telling Professor Mamta Sharma that Rashmi Singhai has already come. And I'm in touch with many CBSE people. So I will ask them that this should be included in the curriculum. Maybe if not in the theory part, maybe in the, that internal assessment projects. So that is why I'm requesting you that please include the students also right now, because I think last 3-4 months we have done a lot of things, and now the awareness. So we have to, include them. And so, as I told you, I cannot express that we have come to know, all the people who are attending the conference, that it is the most important, work today, these 5 years, to control the pollution and to just reverse the climate change. And with that, I thank you all, the great, scientists, the great speakers, those who have given us this knowledge, encouragement that we should save our environment. So please, let's take other people also, and let's start this from India, from Rajasthan, and the whole nation, that we have to save the environment. हम लोग पहले कहते थे कि झाड़े, महाराष्ट्र में बोलते हैं कि झाड़ लगाइए, झाड़ का मतलब पेड़ होता है, पेड़ लगाइए और बचाइए। लेकिन अब हमें एक नया नारा देना है, और वो नारा होगा कि कैसे क्लाइमेट चेंज को हम रिवर्स करें, कैसे टेम्परेचर। सो अब नया नारा आपकी ही तरफ से जाएगा। ये ममता शर्मा जी मैं कहती हूँ, और हुकुम सिंह जी को भी कहती हूँ, और हम सब आपके साथ हैं, जिस तरह से भी आप चाहेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मुझे जोड़ने के लिए अपने साथ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was so amazing. Of course, your input I have taken, that we have to include school students, but I want to tell you one thing. We already have BSc and MSc student of the college with us. My own first year students, 30 in number, they've been attending the conference even today. We have shared their picture also. So, of course, but youth is the backbone of every country, and you saying that we should include the students, of course. And of course, I'm going to get in touch with the principals and everyone. Thank you so much for your inputs, ma'am. Thank you so much. So now we have Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi for his inputs. Dr. Ajay Kumar Gandhi.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, madam. And thank you, Rashmi Tagi, madam. Khamma Ghani, Rajasthan. First of all, I would say that way of greeting Rajasthan adopted. Khamma Ghani, Rajasthan. And in addition to Rashmi Tagi madam's lines, I would like also to add few lines. बेजुबा होकर भी हम बहुत कुछ समझाते हैं, हम भी इंसान की तरह ही जीना चाहते हैं। वो क्यों नहीं समझते हैं, हमारी सांसों से ही उनकी सांसों के धागे चलते हैं। हम भी है इस जहां का हिस्सा, हमें मिटा कर तो मत बनाओ अपने आशियानों का किस्सा। Let me translate it in English for all the other non-Hindi speakers. Even though we are mute, we can't speak. Why people are not understanding that we also want to live at our fullest potential? Why don't you understand that our life is as equally important as yours? Because if we live, then only you can survive and you can live. And we are also the part of this universe. We are also part of yourself. And how you can think of any your own desire fulfillment without by killing us or by destroying us. This is what the meaning of these lines. So really, this is a time to hear these lines and carefully implement these without harming any more to the nature, and even without posing much due burden on other parts of the society, financially weaker society part. This is one thing that this organizing committee did. They have collaborated with they have taken place all the different resource person from all the diverse field. Let it be from literature side, let it be from science side, from arts and other sides also. What glorious literature we had in one session, maybe Hukum Sir's session only. He told about that Kalidas, the great poet of Indian literature, Kalidas Meghadutam, that how he used to say to clouds that go and give some rain there in that place. So our ancestors also thought of these things very earlier stage, at early stage only. The Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the concept that we Indian get credit for implementing or adopting, really the great glorious past we had, and this is our responsibility to take it forward. And this is at the same line this Rajashri College is doing, I guess, collaborating with all the diverse people, taking their views. And I guess these are not just speaker on some issues. They are, delivering their speeches like spokesperson of these environments, all aspects of the environments. They are talking with other people who fail to, or maybe they fail to understand, or they are not taking enough cognizance of the things. And we, as the spokesperson of environment, as we heard from the nature, we listen to the nature and we deliver you people. It's all's duty to do what, wherever you are, what place you are at, in what capacity you can do, you must do something towards this nature's or environments, reinvention, we can say, or flourishing of this environment. That's about this. And I'm really amazed, surprised, and really speechless how beautifully, how precisely, how well this these organizers can organize such a this huge programs, and in number of times they are doing these things. That's really very appreciating thing that one must. Kudos to the whole team. Hats off to you people that you're taking so much efforts. That's the thing. And one more thing regarding principal, sir. Whenever I listen to him, I find that he is the person with whom you can connect. It's a rare feeling that whenever you have some person in chair, in your head of the institute, hardly you can connect with him emotionally. So I think he is the person you can emotionally connect. He is the person like, tum lado, hum tumhare saath hai. So that the support the principal sir sounds in his the speeches, no, that's really like, I just appreciate that. Everyone should, if everyone get that kind of support in its words also, and in all the aspects also, we can do many things as a subordinate to them. So kudos to and hats off to the principal sir also, and I really thank the whole organizing team for organizing such a nice event, and we are looking forward for such a nice sessions in the future also. I have two small suggestions also. As this is training program, can we in each session, can we propose, or can we suggest audience some baby steps, some small steps? It's now time to take leaped step, I guess, but at least some small steps that we can follow everyday life, right from the beginning of sessions only, or that make change, or that help environment to flourish again back, and we can control the damage further. So that will be the great thing if in training session we could get, or audience could get that at least one suggestion every session that can be easily implemented, and one can think of doing it without burden on pocket, or without burden on any other thing. So that's the suggestion. And another suggestions can be, if it is going to be a training program, can each resource person can get some extra time, because some green techniques, if you want to teach other people, then you need to have some more time. So exactly the purpose will get served. Otherwise this will be just a delivery of something, and you do yourself now. This way it may happen it happened. So I guess that will also help to actually serve the purpose of this particular event, or this kind of workshops. So that's, I'm very, मैं इन बातों के लिए आप सबसे ओहदों में, अनुभव में और सब चीजों में बहुत छोटा हूँ, इसलिए मुझे इसके आप मतलब सजेशंस ना समझ के मेरी रिक्वेस्ट समझिए कि इस तरह से अगर हमें मिल जाए तो शायद हो सकता है अच्छा रिजल्ट हमें मिले. So thank you so much for organizers again, and over to you, Madam. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi, for your kind words. And of course, your suggestions are very, very nice and very appreciated. आपको ध्यान हो तो एक सेशन में मैंने कहा था, क्या हम सप्ताह में एक ऐसा दिन निकाल सकते हैं हम सब मिलके कि जिस दिन हम कोई पेट्रोल और डीजल ड्रिवन व्हीकल ना चलाएं? क्यों ना हम दोस्तों के साथ बातें करते हुए जाएं, क्यों ना हम उस दिन साइकिल चलाएं, क्यों ना हम पैदल जाएं, क्यों ना हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को यूज करें. That was a baby step. Definitely it is needed, because it's time for us to think globally and work locally. And thank you, Dr. Gandhi, for the wonderful words. And definitely, मैं आपको एक चीज और बताना चाहूंगी कि हमारे जितने भी स्पीकर्स हैं, ये सिर्फ या इसलिए आते हैं कि ये अपने पर्यावरण से प्यार करते हैं। ये बहुत माने हुए लोग हैं। अगर ये समय निकाल के हमारे बीच में आ रहे हैं तो ये उनका बड़प्पन है कि वो यहाँ पे आते हैं। और डेफिनेटली even you have been our keynote speaker, Dr. Gandhi, and I'm sure if I'm going to ask 10 minutes from you any day, you will not say no to me, will you? You will not say no to me, right? So I can guarantee you on the behalf of all my keynote speakers, because many of them are here, more than 20 are still here with me in my chats. They will give you time for anything because they all are environmental lovers. Thank you so much, Dr. Gandhi, for your kind words. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So now it's time for Dr. Shashi Verma for her inputs. Dr. Shashi Verma, kindly unmute her. And मुझे mute कर दो.
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Dr. Verma, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes, you can go ahead, Dr. Verma.
हाँ बिल्कुल, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। ये 7 दिवसीय कार्यशाला का जो आगाज हुआ है और आज समापन है, इसके संदर्भ में थोड़ी बात कर लेती हूँ मैं। जैसा कि सभी आप जानते हैं कि 33 देश इसके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और विशेष तौर से वैसे तो सभी ने इस चीज को अनुभव किया होगा कि हम जब इंटरनेशनल कोई भी कॉन्फ्रेंस करते हैं तो 2-3 देशों के लोगों को जोड़ लेते हैं, आ जाते हैं, लेकिन मैं देख रही हूँ कि इन्होंने पूरे विश्व को, पूरे ब्रह्मांड को जोड़ लिया है। इंडिया का भी जो है, इंडिया से भी जम्मू कश्मीर, गुजरात, राजस्थान, हैदराबाद, न्यू दिल्ली, उत्तराखंड, महाराष्ट्र और पूरे एक तरीके से कहें भारत जुड़ा हुआ है। ये केवल कीनोट स्पीकर की बात कर रही हूँ मैं, ये कीनोट स्पीकर है इन क्षेत्रों से, और चीन, इथियोपिया, कनाडा, मलेशिया, तंजानिया, यूएई सभी से कीनोट स्पीकर हैं। जैसे कि आपको पता है 2200 लोग इससे जुड़े हुए हैं, रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाया तो पूरे ब्रह्मांड को आपने जोड़ लिया है। और ये चमत्कार केवल डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा जो हमारे उच्च शिक्षा, राजस्थान उच्च शिक्षा विभाग का कोहिनूर है, जिन्होंने अपनी रश्मियों से, अपनी किरणों से न केवल स्वयं को, आरआर कॉलेज को, हमारे राजस्थान की उच्च शिक्षा विभाग को, भारत को, पूरे विश्व में दीप्तिमान किया है। अपने प्रकाश से हमें सबको प्रकाशित किया है, हमारे अंदर एक ओज भर दिया है, एक ऊर्जा भर दी है। और मैं ममता के बारे में बताना चाहूंगी कि ममता को तो आप ये अभी जितने भी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, जैसे अभी देख रही हूँ 300 से ज्यादा लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, आप इनको देख रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं तब से जानती हूँ जब इनके छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे और प्रिंसिपल की आज्ञा इनके लिए कितने मायने रखती थी कि इनकी छोटी सी बेटियां थी और उन्होंने एनसीसी का भार इनको दिया था। पूरे कॉलेज में कोई भी महिला जो थी, महिला हमेशा रोना रोती रहती है कि हमें अपने घर का काम करना है, हमें अपने घर का काम करना है, और वो कॉलेज का काम नहीं करना चाहती। एनसीसी जैसे कठिन कार्य को इन्होंने एक बार प्रिंसिपल के कहने से सहर्ष स्वीकार कर लिया। और बहुत छोटी इनकी बच्ची थी, मतलब पूरा कॉलेज अचंभित था, बहुत छोटी बच्ची को छोड़ के ये ट्रेनिंग के लिए गई, ट्रेनिंग को भी संभाला। आज की तरह वीडियो कॉल नहीं थे, आज की तरह फोन नहीं थे उन दिनों, कि इन्होंने, इनके हस्बैंड को भी साधुवाद देना चाहूंगी कि ना केवल ये मतलब एनसीसी की ट्रेनिंग करके आई, एनसीसी को संभाला, कॉलेज का तब नाम भी किया कि बहुत अच्छे इवेंट किए, बहुत ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाया। एनसीसी को तो मैं तब से जानती हूँ, इनके जुझारू व्यक्तित्व को, इनके चमत्कारिक व्यक्तित्व को। यही कारण है कि सर नमस्कार, यदि हुकुम सिंह सर जुड़े हुए, रश्मि मैडम को भी मेरा नमस्कार। तो तब से है कि इनके लिए एक प्रिंसिपल की जो आज्ञा थी वो कितनी महत्वपूर्ण थी, कि बिना इन्होंने ना किए हुए ये काम किया। ना केवल यही कारण है कि सर ने कहा कि बीकानेर से लोग बहुत जुड़े रहते हैं, तो आप सोचिए ममता को छोड़े हुए बीकानेर टाइम हो चुका है, लेकिन आज भी लोगों के जहन में बसती है और हमेशा अपने दिल में भी बीकानेर वालों को रखती है। तो वो भी उनका हमारे लिए बहुत आभार है कि वो हम सभी को अपने दिल में रखती है, बीकानेर वालों को। और उनकी एक कॉल पे हम सब उनके लिए दौड़े चले आते हैं, और हमेशा ही ऐसा प्रेम आप हमारे सौहार्द हमारे प्रति बनाए रखेंगी और हमारा भी प्रेम आपके प्रति बना रहेगा। तो ये आपके लिए जो आपने बीड़ा उठाया, अलग जगाया है, एक बार लोग एक बार करते हैं, 10 करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। इनके भी मतलब ये भी पूरे अपने परिवार को संभालती है, सभी लोग संभालते हैं। और एक महिला जो आज हम देखते हैं, मैं कॉलेज में देखती हूँ, एक महिला कॉलेज में पढ़ाती हूँ, लोग माउस पकड़ने में डरते हैं कि कंप्यूटर का, लैपटॉप का माउस कैसे पकड़े, हमें टेक्नोलॉजी सीखना भी नहीं चाहते। तो इन्होंने ना केवल पूरी टेक्नोलॉजी को सीखा, समझा, अपने विषय को आगे बढ़ाया, ना केवल राजस्थान में, भारत में और पूरे विश्व में। तो ऐसे चमत्कारिक व्यक्तित्व, ऐसे जुझारू, ऐसे कर्मठ प्रोफेसर को मेरा दिल से नमन है। ऐसा नहीं है मेरी दोस्त है, वास्तव में मैं बहुत प्रेरणा प्राप्त करती हूँ। और उसके बाद जो मैं सबसे पहले कहती हूँ कि लड़ाई तो, पहले भी मैंने कहा, लड़ाई तो सैनिक ही लड़ते हैं, लेकिन उन्हें लड़ने का जज्बा जो है उनके सेनाध्यक्ष से मिलता है, जीतने का हौसला उनके सेनाध्यक्ष से मिलता है। तो ऐसे सेनाध्यक्ष शायद हमारे कॉलेजों को मिले, सर जैसे ओजस्वी ऊर्जावान प्रिंसिपल हुकुम सिंह जी जैसे मिले, तो शायद एक कहते हैं जलजला हमारे शिक्षा विभाग के अंदर आ सकता है। और मुस्कान डाटा जैसे कि हमेशा ममता के साथ एक साई की तरह रहती है, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ऐसे विद्यार्थी भी मिलना, जब एक ऐसी टीम बनती है, जब इतनी एक प्यारी टीम बनती है, तब जाके कहीं एक कहते हैं यज्ञ सफल होता है। तो ये एक यज्ञ है जो ये सफल हो रहा है, और हम सब इसी के साक्षी हैं। हमारे लिए भी ये सौभाग्य की बात है कि हम सब जुड़े हुए हैं। अभी भी देखिए, मैं देखती रहती हूँ, एक एक मिनट के लिए लोग अपना कैमरा ऑन करते हैं कि किसी के सोने का टाइम है, किसी के बाहर जाने का टाइम है, लेकिन सब अपनी उन सब सुविधाओं को छोड़ के इससे जुड़े हुए हैं। इस कार्यशाला की सफलता इससे और अधिक क्या हो सकती है। तो बहुत बहुत साधुवाद आपको। और जो आपने एक अलग जगाई है पर्यावरण सेव की, पर्यावरण की रक्षा की, ना केवल आपने प्राकृतिक पर्यावरण, बाकी के और, जैसे मैंने कहा कि मैंने एक पॉलिटिकल एनवायरनमेंट के ऊपर भी बोला था, तो अलग जगह है। आपके लिए बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। लास्ट में मैंने एक कविता, अभी एक छोटी सी कविता मैंने देखी थी, जो मैं आपको समर्पित करना चाहूंगी, आपकी शान में पढ़ना चाहूंगी। मैं एक मिनट। बढ़े चलो, रुको नहीं, डटे रहो, गिरो उठो चलो संभलो, थकने का नाम ना लो, वीर हो तुम, रणधीर हो तुम, बढ़े चलो, बढ़े चलो,
वीर तुम बढ़े चलो, धीर तुम बढ़े चलो, सामने पहाड़ हो, सिंह की दहाड़ो,
बाहर हो, डरने का मत नाम लो, मंजिल पर अपनी ध्यान दो, बढ़े चलो, बढ़े चलो, चिड़िया सा चहचाओ, सागर सा लहराओ, तुम सेवा के पथ पर बढ़े चलो, बढ़े चलो, पीछे तुम मुड़ो नहीं, तान सीना, डटे रहो, वतन पर कुर्बान हो, बढ़े चलो, बढ़े चलो। तो ये जो कविता है वो डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा, डॉक्टर प्रिंसिपल हुकुम सिंह जी, मुस्कान डाटा, सभी की, आपकी टीम के लिए ये मेरी तरफ से एक कहें आपकी एक गिफ्ट मान लीजिए, छोटा सा, जो आपकी शान में मैं पढ़ रही हूँ आपके लिए। और मैं खुद बहुत अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली समझती हूँ कि मैं थोड़ी देर के लिए इससे जुड़ती हूँ। हम आपके साथ हैं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर वर्मा फॉर योर काइंड वर्ड्स। और आपके शब्द हमें बहुत शक्ति देते हैं, अच्छा करने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। और मैं ऐसी आशा करती हूँ कि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ इसी तरह से मन से और अपनी सपोर्ट से जुड़ी रहेंगी। कई बार आप मेरी माँ बनती हैं, कभी आप मेरी दोस्त बनती है, कभी आप मेरी एडवाइजर बनती है, मुझे कुछ अच्छी बातें बताती हैं। तो मैं ऐसी आशा करती हूँ कि आप हमेशा इस तरह से मेरा मार्गदर्शन करती रहेंगी। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हम सब आपके साथ हैं। आप निश्चित रहिए, निश्चित ही आप जो मेहनत कर रही हैं वो हम जानते हैं, हम आपको समझते हैं। हम हमेशा आपके साथ हैं, मेहनत आप कर रही हैं। हम जितने भी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, स्पेशली जुड़े हुए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से महिलाओं से मेरा आह्वान है कि आप देखिए कि अगर चाहे हम लोग महिला सशक्तिकरण की सिर्फ बात करते हैं, महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए हम खुद अगर आगे आए तो बहुत बड़ी बात होगी। तो मैं बहुत बोलती हूँ महिला सशक्तिकरण के ऊपर। जब तुम्हारे रूप को देखती हूँ तो मुझे महिला सशक्तिकरण का एक उज्जवल रूप मेरे सामने दिखाई देता है और मैं खुद बहुत ऊर्जावान हो जाती हूँ, प्रफुल्लित हो जाती हूँ और एक बहुत कुछ करने का जोश मेरे अंदर भर जाता है। तो हम सभी महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ना है और इसी तरीके से जोश से कार्य करना है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मैडम। Now it's time for another speaker, Dr. Jaswinder Kaur. She is one of our delegates, and I would request Dr. Jaswinder Kaur to kindly give your feedback about the training program.
Dear audience, good afternoon to all. It's really dynamic and wonderful session. I salute to the whole organizing committee from the people of Punjab, because I am belonging to Lalpur Khalsa College, Jalandhar from the Punjab. So you are doing commendable job. So all the sessions were really very dynamic. They were commendable, very informative, very technically well informed. You have really chosen very good topic. So I would like to congratulate the whole organizing committee for organizing such a beautiful session, and you have connected yourself throughout the globe. So now I feel so much comfortable, because I usually used to be worried about what will happen to Earth, how we will sustain all the ecosystems, how this pollution will go, how the secondary pollutants will be there, what about light pollution, noise pollution. But you have not left even the single topic untouched. That is the grace of this training program. So now I feel there is no power on the earth who can stop us to save the earth. We are in the safer hands. That is really commendable. I salute to the whole team, and I always support it. Whatever task you will assign us, we will surely do. I will surely participate on the World Environment Day. I will surely join the ISTTP-3 program also. And in advance, mera paper bhi book kara lena. No problem. I will go for rainwater harvesting. I will go for the vermiculture, organic farming. Whatever you will say, I will surely do. Give me the task, I will do it. So that's all. So I just want to convey one home carry message. Each one, plant one. So all the participants, all the dignitaries, whosoever is connected to us, just plant one tree, and we will surely get the environment on the safer edge. And now I am very much comfortable and very much convenient to say Dr. Mamta has really done a commendable job. I salute to the organizing committee. So well done. Wishing you all the best. We are all with you. And we people of Punjab never stops. We are always with the Rajasthan people. So thank you all. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur, and I'm having a goosebumps when you're talking to me. Of course, I will give you a paper. We are expecting you as our next keynote speaker. And of course, I'm going to plant one tree today, and I will call you and tell you that I planted one today. And it's so wonderful that people from Punjab are joining us in Rajasthan, secular India. Actually, it is secular world right now, because we have I think maybe 28, 29 countries are with us. So thank you so much, Dr. Kaur, for your motivating words. And please join us in our ISTTP-3. It will be a pleasure to have you with us.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Thank you so much. So now it's time for another delegate, Mr. Suresh Chandra Mishra. Is he around? So, Dr. Chandra, please go ahead and give us your feedback. We are waiting for it. Dr. Chandra. Yeah, Dr. Suresh Chandra Mishra. Unmute him. Dr. Suresh Chandra Mishra, you have to unmute yourself. We have unmuted you from here. Sorry. Can we have Arun Kumar Mandal by then? Dr. Suresh Chandra Mishra is joining us. He's with us. He's just trying to unmute and that's not happening. Please bear with us. So now we'll wait for him. We have Dr. Arun Kumar Mandal for his feedback. Dr. Arun Kumar Mandal. Unmute him. Dr. Mandal, can you hear us? So we have unmuted you from here. Sushil Mishra. Dr. Sushil Mishra. सर उनका ना अनम्यूट नहीं हो रहा है दो लोगों का. वी आर जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर देम टू अनम्यूट क्योंकि हमने यहाँ से सब कुछ बंद किया हुआ है तो वहाँ से अनम्यूट करते हैं तो समटाइम्स ग्लिच हो जाता है.
Madam,
कोई बात नहीं.
may I suggest something?
Yeah, sure, Dr. Gandhi.
Yes, madam. Ask them to left the meeting and rejoin. Sometimes
I
what
think
happens?
that's what I have told to Dr. Suresh Chandra Mishra. We are just saying, Dr. Arun Kumar Mandal, can you hear us? Okay,
Even
Dr.
you-
Sushil Mishra. Dr. Sushil Mishra. Is this around? And I think you can, as Dr. Gandhi has suggested, you can leave the meeting and rejoin.
And when joining, no, give access to everything, mic and video. So otherwise, again, the same problem will happen.
Dr. Sushil Mishra. I think it's the सबके साथ glitch हो रहा है यहाँ पे. I think okay, they can join us back. Let's continue with the program. You drop them the message if they can open, they can join us again. So if you all are hearing me, Dr. Suresh Chandra Mishra, Dr. Arun Kumar Mandal and Dr. Sushil Mishra, if this glitch, you can leave the meeting and you can rejoin back us. You can text us. We'll immediately give you the access. Till that time, we are continuing with our further with our valedictory session. So, man doesn't plant a tree for himself. He plants it for the posterity. If you think in terms of a year, plant a seed. If you think in terms of 10 years, plant trees. If in terms of 100 years, then teach people. That was the thought when I designed ISTTP-2. I thought, let's bring this awareness about environmental protection. So I'm thinking of coming 100 years or maybe more. Maybe I won't be there, you won't be there, but the awareness which we are creating now will be there. It takes generosity to discover the world through others. If you realize that you are the only violin, you can open yourself up to the world by playing your role in the concert. When one man, for whichever reason, has the opportunity to lead an extraordinary life,
He has no right to keep it to himself. So whatever research we are doing right now in any of the field, we have no right to keep it with us. We have to share with the world. We have to share with the humanity. We have to bring it to the humanity to ensure the well-being of the humanity. So a quick recap from the 7 days of the gray matter drilling: 31 keynote addresses, 2,200 registrations, more than 11,000 feedback forms, 33 countries, total participant 5482. What an exuberant number. So the ISTTP-2 achieves its goal of bringing together academicians, scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, professionals, practitioners, and consultants from all over the globe together under one forum, discussing their latest findings about environmental toxicology and wildlife conservation of natural resources and development of alternative sources of power while reducing pollution and harm to the environment. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Sudha Sukhwal Shringi, Associate Professor, RRC, Alwar, Rajasthan, India, and Advisor to ISTTP-2 to deliver the formal vote of thanks. So Dr. Shringi, stage goes to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta. I'm Dr. Sudha Sukhwal Shringi, Associate Professor, Raj Rishi College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India, and Advisor in ISTTP-2. Respected patron and principal sir, Professor Hukum Singh ji, renowned keynote speakers, knowledgeable faculty members, valued guests, admired delegates, and dedicated organizing team. Good afternoon to all of you. When I pray, I always thank Mother Nature for all the beauty in the world. It's all about having an attitude of gratitude, as quoted by Miranda Kerr. We ought to express our gratitude to all those who were part of this international short-term training program too, on impact and panacea of environmental pollution, the past, present, and future. Held from 20th to 26 April 2022, organized by Raj Rishi Govt College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India. It's been a very fascinating and very engaging 7 training days. So be with me for a few more minutes because there is a huge team who has actually put this training program together. First and foremost, we keep on record our in-depthness to our patron and principal sir, Professor Hukum Singh ji, who have been exceptionally helpful and been very, very supportive of any obstacles that we faced. And so, heartfelt thanks to him for everything required to make this training program successful. We are thankful to you, sir. I am delighted to inform you that we had global participation of 33 countries with 2,200 registrations. Over 11,000 feedback forms were received. There were 31 keynote addresses delivered by renowned and knowledgeable speakers from 7 countries. The number of delegates who participated throughout the program is in 7 days is 5,482. We also express our sincere obligation towards Dr. Rajiv Kumar Mahajanji for delivering wonderful and power-packed valedictory keynote address and giving us his valuable time from his busy schedule. We are thankful to you, sir. We express our sincere gratitude to all the renowned keynote speakers without whom this training program would not have been possible. We thank you all for being with us and also answering all the questions asked by various participants very patiently. We also remain very much obliged to our participants who were very patient throughout the training program. We are so happy to mention that you were exceptionally cooperative in question answer round, and we surely thank you for that. Let me also thank the organizing team of ISTTP-2 who have given exceptional in handling ISTTP-2 for 7 days. My deeply felt thanks goes to advisors Dr. Ompal Singh ji and Dr. Upendra Singh ji, and organizing secretary Dr. Mamta Sharma ji. Dr. Mamta, your energy and devotion is unmatched. My lovable thanks to Program Coordinator Ms. Muskan Data, and special thanks to the technical team, Mr. Sheetal Gupta and Ms. Kanishka. In the end, I would like to say that the motto with which this training program was organized has been achieved successfully. So many topics regarding environmental pollution were discussed and various solutions were provided, and everyone contributed in this. The activist is not the man who says the river is dirty. The activist is the man who cleans up the river, as quoted by Rose Perot. With this, I end. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. We appreciate your presence with us, and your words have conveyed. Thanks to everyone who is connected in one way or another with this ISTTP-2 and make it a humongous success. But ma'am, my thanks to you for all the support which you have rendered to me and my team in the tough times. And we know when Sheetal was on leave due to her sister's marriage, those 2 days you were with us completely in all ways to support us, that if we need some help, you are there to help us. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to thank all the participants who took out time to be with us and share their and feedback with us. And also, like, we have taken your feedback and we will definitely incorporate the inputs we have received from you. And you all have been trying to speak good words, of course, and they mean a lot to us. And thank you so much. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers of ISTTP-2 who took out their valuable time and joined us, added glory and truckloads of knowledge to ISTTP-2. Trust me, it's all your show. You all are so renowned scientists of your field, knowledgeable academicians. It was all our pleasure to work with you as a family. You all are wonderful human beings and backbone of ISTTP-2. I would like to thank our patron and principal, Dr. Hukam Singh ji, who supported us in all times, starting from the conception of the idea of ISTTP-2 till execution. When we are working in the odd times, he ensured that he's around to support us. Dear sir, your presence motivates us and gives us strength to excel in everything we do. Thank you once again for being a pillar of strength to all of us. I would like to thank Dr. Sudha Sukhwal, Associate Professor, RRC Alwar, for holding our hands in all thick and thin. We appreciate your presence among us and you are a bliss to us, ma'am. Now I would like to thank someone without whom I could not even return a single word of ISTTP-2, my program coordinator, my research scholar, my student, Muskan Data. Thank you, Muskan, for running with me physically from nook to nook, corner to corner, with my mind while we are brainstorming to design this ISTTP-2. I have been hard with you at times, but this is mentoring is all about. I can see how much positive change in you in last few months, so you are on the right track. Trust me. Thank you for all the love and affection you keep showering on me. God bless you, dear Muskan. Words are inadequate to thank Mr. Sheetal Gupta, who has been tirelessly giving us technical support in all 7 days of the conference. You are not only a technical support, Sheetal, but you are now part of a team. Thank you so much. I would like to thank my friend who is far from here, but she's so much with me in all hard times to hold my hand while I was designing and executing this ISTTP-2, Dr. Shashi Verma, Associate Professor, MS College, Bikaner, who has always been there whenever I needed someone to uplift me, to hold my hand. She's a perfect support system for me and always motivated me to give my best to make this ISTTP-2 a big success. Thank you, Shashi, for everything. Sometimes you are a friend, sometimes you are a mother, sometimes you are a sister, sometimes you are a teacher, sometimes you are a cozy pillow where I just want to put my head and shut down everything here. Thank you so much for being in my life. I would like to thank all the delegates and participants from all over the globe and congratulate them for their contribution in saving the environment. Participating countries in ISTTP-2 are China, Tanzania, USA, UK, Iraq, Iran, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Cameroon, Morocco, Philippines, Malaysia, Canada, Egypt, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Oman, West Africa, Uganda, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Ghana, Bangladesh, Kenya, Zanzibar, Pakistan, Bahamas, Singapore, Algeria, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, Bhutan, and of course the host country, India. In the end, I would like to thank my family who has been sparing me from last many months to design and conceptualizing and intellectualizing ISTTP-2. I will end with a quote. We may not be able to prepare the future for our children, but we can at least prepare our children for the future. So we must educate our children to be environmental friendly. As like us, they will also have only one earth to live, one mother nature to live, and one beautiful planet called Earth they will have. So let's educate the young, the youth of the country about environmental conservation. Now I will request our patron and principal, Professor Dr. Hukam Singh ji, to kindly announce formally the closing of ISTTP-2. With a lot of respect and veneration, I would like to call upon Dr. Hukam Singh ji to formally announce the closing of the ISTTP-2. Sir, the stage is all yours.
पुनः आप सभी का आभार और विशेष रूप से प्रोफेसर आदरणीय रश्मि जी, प्रोफेसर शशि जी और महाविद्यालय परिवार सभी प्रोफेसर साहब मेरे साथ यहाँ मौजूद हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट मैथमेटिक्स प्रोफेसर रविकांत जी और इस सारे कलेवर को इस मंच के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत करने वाली टीम प्रोफेसर ममता जी, प्रोफेसर सुधा सुखवाल श्रृंगी जी, मुस्कान डाटा और प्रोग्रामर शीतल गुप्ता, ये टीम यदि नहीं होती मेरे पास तो निश्चित रूप से मैं कह सकता हूं इस काम को पूर्णता तक पहुंचाने में न जाने कितनी कठिनाई होगी। मैं चाहूंगा ये जो टीम है कार्यक्रम की संयोजिका या सचिव डॉक्टर ममता जी, प्रोफेसर सुधा जी, प्रोग्रामर शीतल गुप्ता और मुस्कान डाटा, आप सभी को मैं तहे दिल से बधाई देता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ और इस आशीर्वाद के साथ कि अगला कार्यक्रम और भी सुंदर और सुचारू रूप से आप कर सकें, मैं ऐसी कामना करता हूँ। पुनः आप सभी के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और इस ISTTP सेकंड के समापन की घोषणा करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for the honors. We can break the mountains apart. We can drain the rivers and flood the valleys. We can turn the most luxuriant forest into throwaway paper products. We can tear apart the great grass cover of the western plains and pour toxic chemicals into the soil and pesticides onto the field until the soil is dead and blows away the wind. We can pollute the air with acids, the rivers with sewage, and seas with oil. All this kind of intoxication with our power for the devastation at an order of magnitude is beyond reckoning. With this, we have come to the end of ISTTP-2, and now it's time to say goodbye. The most difficult gesture in last 7 days. We all have become an extended family. I'm sure we at RRC Alwar would be missing you all a lot. Feedback form is circulated in the chat box. You can please circulate the feedback form. Do fill it. Your critical views are very, very important to us so that we can further improve on the training part. You are our lovely people to be with, and we will soon be meeting you again in ISTTP-3, which is scheduled to be held from 24th to 30th June 2022. You will receive the certificate of participation on WhatsApp and Telegram groups within next 10 days. So I would request all of you not to leave the groups till you receive your certificate, because the number of participants is very high and it's not possible for us to reach out to all 2,200 people. So stay on the groups. With this, we are reaching towards the end of ISTTP-2. I thank you all for your presence in this event. We appreciate your presence. You have been wonderful audience. This is your host and organized secretary for ISTTP-2, Dr. Mamta Sharma, with my patron and principal, Dr. Hukam Singh ji, with our convener, Dr. Ravi Ganji, with Madam Sudha Sukhwal, with Muskan Jata, with Sheetal. We all are signing off from the campus of RRC Alwar. And stay safe, stay blessed, and have a great rest of the day ahead. Take care. Bye-bye. So, photo